What's up, guys? How's it going? Starting with fucked up hair, as always. Well, guys, this is day one of my week's worth of content. Oh, wouldn't be an Econoboy stream without me forgetting to mute my background stream. My God, I have a lot of tabs open. Jesus. I'm blurry. Why am I so blurry? I need to lean out more, but I'm kind of leaning forwards. That looks fucked. All right, that looks pretty good. Ah, man. Anyway, yeah, sorry guys. I'm really tired. I did not sleep very much yesterday. So we're probably in for a very pedestrian start to the stream. We've still got about 30 minutes before we start with the Sitch and Adam show. Make sure my title should be updated. Yes, okay, just making sure. But yeah, this is day one, I guess, of arguing my socialism this week. I've got several debates lined up. You know, I don't know. There's just been a lot of discussion about it. And so I figured this would be, we would set up this week of content to, I guess, just debate people and try to flesh out my views on things. You know, I still have a lot of people who are saying that I support a violent revolution and that, you know, I'm retarded and all this stuff, I guess. So nothing I can really do, but trying my best to kind of clarify my views. Is there any way to watch our interview with Matt McManus? The answer is yes. I'm going to chop it up and upload it later. I've just been really busy. You know, I've just been really busy. Finn, so sorry about that. Communist red again. That's right. Yes, this is the red stripes on this American flag and this pride flag and the Texas flag and this red shirt that I'm wearing are all in fact dog whistles for my deeply held Marxist-Leninist beliefs. Of course. Hello. Where's the chairman? He's gone. I killed him like any good leftist would kill other leftists. So. Looking thick, solid, and tight. Thank you so much, JR. That's really a goal of mine on a daily basis, to look nice and thick, nice and solid, and nice and tight. Ugh. I do joke that I have bigger arms than Connor from Counterpoints Connor. But he has very dad-like proportions, very big forearms. He looks like a very strong dude. Your Cuba flag looks like it came out of the closet. Maybe that is what happened, and we have to accept that, I suppose. You got the whole squad. Jesus! You got the whole squad clutching their pearls with the L&L bit Lamau. Yeah, I didn't really mean for people to clutch their pearls over it. I'm not a comedian. I just thought it was funny to poke fun of so many people were saying I was running cover for Marxist-Leninists. Wasn't really trying to make anybody clutch any pearls or anything like that, but what are you going to do? Nibosh, take your time. Don't know what you mean by that. How does my audio sound, guys? I feel like I've had this problem where I'm peaking a bunch. Let me just listen to it myself really quick. I feel like my audio sounds fine. I have no idea why. On my little monitor bar here, it just says that I keep on peaking. I don't know why. I accidentally left my cat, Boo Sama, in a closet over a short weekend. Bobby, that doesn't sound good. I hope your cat's all right. Maybe you should consider, however that happened, you should reconsider the circumstances. Boy, are you still unemployed? No, I'm not, thankfully. Although you never know in this wacky world. Maybe I'll become unemployed again very soon. Let's see. The audio sounds okay to me. Thank you so much. Kind of boomy slash peaky a little. Not super distracting, but it's there. Okay, well let me because I got my gain up, but I can just turn my gain all the way down. All right, let's just hope that it's a little bit better now. Levels seem fine. The L&L bit was great, lol. Yeah, thanks, conservative liberalism. I mean, again, you know, it's just meant to be a absurd satire a little bit. But of course, I did see that some people were quite offended by it, which, you know, not my intention to offend anybody, of course. It was really just meant to poke fun. Is a 401k moral? I mean, I guess so. I mean, I basically want a 401k for all of society in the form of a sovereign wealth fund, Joe R. So I am committed to the moral righteousness of the 401k account. You haven't even begun to peak, says Diogo Ferrero. Well, thank you so much. Would you kill 10 to the 100 shrimp to save one human? How many shrimp is that? Is that like every shrimp on the planet? How many shrimp are there? Okay, there's approximately 2,000 different species. That really doesn't help in total. The total might be in the trillions. Okay, well, goodness. Well, 10 to the 100? That's fucking way more than a trillion. I mean, I guess I don't think I would kill 10 to the 100. I mean, I'm just making all shrimp go extinct, basically. I mean, I wouldn't make all shrimp go extinct. Sorry, getting DMs. I wouldn't make all shrimp go extinct just to save one human, I don't think. Thankfully, he came out of the closet better than ever after eating food. Bobby, that's great to hear. Are rent-a-highway programs moral? Rent-a-highway? Like where you just advertise on a highway? I don't see what's wrong with that. I don't see what's wrong with that. Hmm. Sorry, I got added in some stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm pretty low energy today, guys. I'm not in a very good mood. More than there are atoms in the universe, Lithex. I mean, that can't possibly be true, Lithex. I mean, I feel like that literally would be physically impossible that that's the case. Thoughts on price wars with China? Don't know what you mean, Striker. I mean, I do think that China, if you're talking about their dumping stuff that they're doing over in China, obviously that's an anti-competitive practice. I mean, it's, you know, it's good for trade to be fair and balanced in the sense that anti-competitive practices like illegal dumping are kind of cracked down on. Illegal dumping in a trade sense, not in the sense that you're using someone's trash can without their permission. But one second. Sorry, guys. I feel really fucking horrible today. Shrimp are often overcooked and rubbery. Might be worth. Well, Joe, I leave it to you, I guess. Why do you write polls like an iPad kid? You know, my goal is really for my polls to be as silly as possible. I really don't try to take my polls very seriously. Oh God, I've got to pause. Yep, me. All right. How based anti-speciest of you to choose shrimp over one human? I mean, again, like, I saw a poll. I can't remember who put it up. It was like, would you kill every whale, like all whales, to save one human? And I was like, I don't know. And in my head, I was just like, man, I feel like I wouldn't kill every single whale to save one human. Of course, I guess it just depends on the person, but I don't know. It doesn't seem very sensible to me to make all whales go extinct just to save one person, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people would say different. Make everything go extinct except for humans. Boy, what's your dream blunt rotation? Great question. I don't know. I guess it's more about who you think would be fun to hang out with while they're high versus who you'd want to just hang out with. So, in that regard, who do I want? I feel like I want Joe Biden for sure. I'd imagine he'd be a fun guy high on marijuana. Joe Biden would be one of my number one draft picks. Number two, I would say if we're going anybody in history, I'm going Abe Lincoln. I don't know why, but I've got that instinct that Abe Lincoln would be fun. Pondering Politics. Going to send you a timestamped link of Sean O'Brien's interview with Barry Weiss about why he didn't back the Dems. React to it before Sitch and Adam. I'll try my best, Mr. Politics. So I'm going Abe Lincoln. I'm going Joe Biden. All right. I heard Abe Lincoln was a good storyteller, so I'd go with him. And then I got to get somebody. I'm going Martin Luther King Jr., okay? I'm going MLK. I feel like that's a good mixture of personal heroes / people who would be fun to be around if they were high on marijuana, okay? Joe Biden, pure fun to be around when he's high on marijuana. I would say Abe Lincoln, personal hero / probably fun to be around when high on marijuana. MLK Jr., I have no idea if he'd be fun to be around high on marijuana, but he's a big personal hero. So I'm going to go MLK Jr. as my third pick. All right, Josiah has offered a link to me. Is this a timestamp link, Josiah? It is. It is. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out, Josiah. Please don't send me back to the basement as you're one to do. Josiah, check. You send me another. Thank you for the $5 just to say, check the Discord DM that I sent. Top 5 greatest presidents in your opinion. Top 5 is difficult. I think most people give top 3. I guess, gosh, I don't know. My top 3. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like number 1 would be Abe Lincoln. I think that's a fair number 1. I think Washington's a little bit overrated. Not that he's not top 5, but a lot of people call GW number 1. I think that's a big mistake. I think Washington doesn't earn the number 1 spot. I think Lincoln earns the number 1 spot. I think that FDR's got to be up there. I think I go FDR 2. I go GW number 3. And then number 4 and 5 really have no idea. I don't know. That's a really tough one, I guess. I'd have to think about it a lot harder. Because every president's very controversial in their own way, but it's hard for me to go outside the top. The top 3 is just what I've thought about the most. Anyway, okay. Josiah said he wanted me to react to this, so I guess let's do it.
65%. Why are those people, steelman their argument for me, okay? Tell me why they're voting for Trump. Because the average Democratic senator or congressman will say, what is wrong with these people? They are voting against their economic interests, and they don't see it that way. Well, so why are they voting the way they're voting?
I think first and foremost, our members are pretty sophisticated. They're a lot more educated. And formulating opinions to make such a vast change doesn't happen overnight. I mean, you look back and you think about this, and I say this a lot. Over the last 20 years, 16 out of those 20 years was a basically Democratic-controlled country, right? And when you look back, what did working people get out of those 16 out of 20 years? You look at the Obama administration, right? We had a Democratic House, Democratic Senate, Democratic president. And our biggest platform, when I say our biggest platform for labor, was the Employee Free Choice Act. That should have been a layup. We should have got that. We didn't get that, right? Joe Biden fixed pensions, and I'm glad he did because one of mine was fixed. But he fixed he fixed a problem that was created by the Democrats in 1980 when they passed deregulation, right? And we lost 400,000 members in the Teamsters Union, in the trucking industry, which we lost 400,000 jobs. You lost good companies that were forced into bankruptcy, which you weren't getting pension contributions on, and it kept deteriorating. Then deregulation, flew through, many other industries, and Ted Kennedy introduced a bill. Joe Biden signed off on it. Ronald Reagan signed off on it. So people forget why we're in that spot. So whenever someone say, "Oh, Joe Biden fixed your pension. He was the greatest president for union." He was a great president for union people. He fixed the pension. Yes, he did. But he broke it as well because, and I say this all the time. It's like me playing street hockey in my neighborhood in 1980. I break my mother's window. 40 years later, I decide to fix it, right? Should I get accolades for a problem that I helped create?
Right.
So,
first of all, right off the bat, I have to say, I just love how Sean O'Brien sounds. He sounds so mob boss every time he talks, okay? I love his accent. It's a dying accent in this country. You don't hear it very often anymore. Love it. Now, on to the actual substance. Here's what I'll say, is that, look, I don't really think that this theory of political organizing really makes a lot of sense in general. I mean, to the extent that he's trying to build a bridge from, and it sounded like her question was basically like, why do these 65% of people support Trump? That to the extent that he's trying to build a bridge and say, well, the reason why that is because Biden was a part of essentially destroying union activity in this country on the back of the Reagan deregulation. I just don't think people think like that broadly. I don't think there's a lot of evidence that even union members would have such a almost vindictive view about politics. I don't really, that doesn't really make sense to me. I don't think people hold political grudges for senators who 40 years later run for president. I just, really? How many of those people would even still be alive, right? Are we claiming that there's some kind of generational trauma with the union at that point? I don't think that theory, to the extent that he's trying to basically say, well, my theory for why 65% of people support Trump and my union is because Biden 40 years ago, I guess, was maybe had voiced support or voted for some bills or something like that, or he said, maybe failed to get a bill passed. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think that makes a lot of sense personally. And then with regard to his, almost justification for that support, I especially don't think that makes a lot of sense because, look, I don't know. I think I just think it's not very sensible to say, well, the best thing for my union members is to essentially take this non-committal position of not endorsing, speaking at the RNC but not endorsing. And he said he would speak at the DNC, but he just wasn't invited. I'll take his word that he would have spoken at the DNC if he was invited. But it's okay, well, you've taken that you've taken that and said, okay, non-committal. I'm not necessarily going to say you should vote one way or another. And one of the reasons why that is because 40 years ago, Biden was worse on unions. So we can't support him today, even though he's clearly better for unions. I don't know. Does that? I think that this is and Josiah, let me know if you wanted me to react to much more than basically what we just heard. But I just don't think this is good leadership, right? Part of being a leader. And I don't, it's easy for me to say, I guess. I don't run any of these organizations, right? But part of leading an organization of people is sometimes taking a stance that you feel like is the correct position, even despite the kind of short-term views of the people in your cohort. That's what leadership is. You're supposed to be able to present a case to the people that you lead for what's right and wrong. And obviously, look, if it's the case that he recognizes, no, Biden was great for unions, Biden saved the pensions, that was awesome. then why would that not be the only relevant thing? 4720 also talks about how Bernie doesn't talk to him anymore. Okay, I guess let's talk about how Bernie doesn't talk to him anymore. I guess Bernie's not good for unions anymore either. All right, let's hear it.
And it's not doing right by working people, you're going to hear from us.
Let's talk about Bernie Sanders for a second, because
He doesn't talk to me anymore.
Why?
I don't know.
When did he stop talking to you?
Right after I spoke at the RNC.
Did you used to talk to him a lot?
All the time. I did rallies with him around the country.
And then what happened? Just went totally silent?
Just whenever I think he looks at it as a betrayal of not endorsing the Democratic Party. He's never said that, but his whole attitude and access has completely changed towards us. You know, I mean, we called him last week, or my staff called him last week, because we're working bipartisan on this bill for the FASTA labor standards contract, which is basically a thinner version of the PRO Act.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he's got a problem with it, and the staff was not too nice to my staff. So it's like, you know, we're only as good to people when we're carrying their water, but I guess, you know, that doesn't matter. I mean, look, I like the guy, I have respect for him. I saw him on Joe Rogan. I don't know. I mean, this is the problem with politics. People take things too personal. And when you don't go along to get along because you're actually, you know, listening to people you represent, and they don't talk to you anymore, you know, that's a problem. It's fine.
Do you think if he had been the candidate instead of Hillary, we would have a very different Democratic Party?
Yeah, I mean, he takes it personally when I speak at the RNC and refuse to stake out a clear position on supporting a much more pro-union candidate in this race. I mean, that seems very personal. Like, I don't know. I think people have this view that people, I think, have a view a lot of the times. I hear this so much interpersonally, and I hear this so much kind of like casually thrown out that, oh, look, those are just political disagreements. That's just politics. Why do we got to let politics get in the way of our relationship, right? And it's like, it just really matters. Like, I don't know. I guess call me a weird, I guess, preachy lib for saying this. It just really matters that you vote for the correct person. And obviously, people might obviously have different views on like who's correct and who's not correct, but I just take it to be, on so many different axes, a disastrous decision to not support Kamala Harris, right? To not support Kamala Harris in this election. I just take it to be very disastrous. And, you know, so for people that are like, oh my goodness, you know, like Bernie really got upset with me when I didn't endorse Kamala Harris, like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know, it makes sense. Like, he, number one, like you just said, he was an ally of yours. He had a good relationship. They did this crazy deal, like $36 billion? Like, that's a huge amount of spending. You know, I think that, like, think about that. That's like, I think that the projected cost for the entirety of the IRA passed under Biden was something like $300 billion over 10 years. So just to bail out a single union's pension, Biden committed $36 billion. $36 billion, right? Like, that's you know, 10% of the IRA just to save one union. So, and then you go around and you don't give a clear endorsement for Kamala Harris, who would continue a lot of those same union policies. We don't even have an NLRB board anymore because of Trump. He literally just stopped the NLRB from fun. We don't have an NLRB anymore. That doesn't exist. We don't have a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau anymore because of the guy that you said wasn't bad enough to at least endorse against, right? Like, we don't, millions of people are going to die because of the lack of access to healthcare from USAID cuts. And then millions of people in this country are going to lose access to their affordable healthcare because of Medicaid cuts under the guy that you thought wasn't bad enough to say don't vote for this guy, right? I mean, so I mean, what's Bernie supposed to do? Just like, oh, whatever, man. Like, fucking bygones be bygones, dude. Fuck all the history of helping you out and being a good ally to unions and trying to push this whole fucking entire party to be much more pro-union and successfully doing so, by the way. Fuck all that, all right? You're like, I don't know. Like, it seems sensible that, like, at the very least, he's not going to be texting you. Like, I don't know. I mean, that just seems sensible to me. Sorry, I got a donation. I don't know where my thing went. Where did my... here we go. Apex Eater. Kind of boy, how do you scrub your Texas accent to be so neutral? I sound like a regular shit kicker out here in Jasper County. Yeah, that's the thing about Texas. Texas has a very diverse range of accents. I don't know. I've never had a particularly thick Texas accent. I feel like the Texas accent is very Central Texas. People from Central Texas, I think, it's like, whatever. It's like, people that sound like they're from, Massachusetts, and it's like only like one area of Boston of people that really sound like that. I feel like the Texas accent is really a Central Texas thing, and I'm not from Central Texas, and so maybe that's part of it. And I don't know. I've never done anything particular to get over my accent, so. All right, let's keep watching. You had one more thing to say.
Or were these trends sort of inevitable?
These trends were going to happen. These trends were going to continue on. I just think it was just started going down a different path than it should have been going down, and it just snowballed. I mean, you look at right now, who's the face of the Democratic Party right now?
Zohran Mamdani.
Well, that's in New York, but I'm saying on a federal level, right? Who's the face? I don't know. I can't identify one. And the problem is, like, I thought after the election, especially once people got over pointing fingers and blaming everybody, and I said to my mother recently, I'm like, I'm getting crushed by people saying that I should have endorsed Harris because she'd be the president. I'm like, I don't realize I had that much weight, like where we could make up. We only had 1.3 million members, which probably 10 or 11% of them vote. That wouldn't have moved the needle either way, but I'm glad people think that way. But I don't know who that...
I mean, what's this? This guy's just such a joker, man. I don't know what to say. Like, oh my goodness, what's the big deal that I didn't endorse Trump? Who gives a shit? I only speak for 1.3 million different union members. Who cares, right? Who cares about the uncommitted movement? And, who cares about, like, all the right-wing alternative media propaganda, right? Like, I mean, I understand, like, there's an argument to be made that not everyone is equally relevant, obviously, right? Like, I don't think that if I had endorsed Trump, obviously, I don't think that would have made any noticeable impact on the outcome of the election. But all of these like meaningful and marginal things do add up, right? And obviously, Sean O'Brien played his meaningful but marginal part in that. Number one, and then number two, I mean, the trends? What trends, right? Like the trend of the Democratic Party over the last 10 years is to have become much, much, much more pro-union. I mean, so like, if we had elected Bernie instead of Hillary, that trend would have I guess I agree with him there. But it sounds like he's saying the opposite. It sounds like he's saying like, this kind of like dissatisfaction, like with unions and like this kind of like breaking apart of the relationship was going to happen inevitably. I mean, it's just, I don't know, totally absurd. Terrible politics, terrible politicking, bad leadership. I mean, it's not the non-union workers that are going to be affected by people. Well, they're going to be affected in other ways, but like, it's not the non-union workers that are going to be affected by this, militant anti-union strategy undertaken by the Trump administration. It's union workers, right? It's his workers that he's supposed to, represent. So he's doing a bad job of it. Democrats really shouldn't take it for granted that unions will always be patting their ass, either work for worker support. Yeah, but conservative liberalism, that's kind of the point, though, is that it felt like in a number of ways, Biden and the kind of like Biden-Bernie coalition did actually work for union support. Like, Biden served as a mediator to a lot of union kind of like negotiation talks, and it seemed like he was certainly tilt labor in those negotiations. He saved the Teamsters union very directly. I mean, to the extent it's like, kitchen table issues, like, putting money in people's pockets. Well, fuck, like literally like saving your fucking pension is one of those very kitchen table issues, right? I mean, come on, so I understand conservative liberalism that we could always say the Democrats should do more and it's not half enough. And I would agree with that in some regards, in some respects, but, I don't know. You just got to be, you got to be sensible. getting added and stuff. Anyway. Bernie was like, oh, this is just vibes to you? K-pop. Good for him. Yeah. Hey, kind of boy, how was the party meeting in Pyongyang? You tell me, Vladimir. I didn't stay there too long, but it looked like you were in for a late night. Kind of boy, hey, did you go through the paper I sent you on the coexistence of banks and non-bank corporations and competitive games? I did not, Mumquil. I read the abstract, but the abstract wasn't very helpful. I guess the abstract didn't really summarize it for me. It was just like, hey, like the abstract was like, yep, it turns out this is a thing. It didn't really seem to talk about magnitudes or like, it didn't seem to ground out what it meant. So I did read the abstract, but that's not saying much, obviously. Everything matters when the election is 50-50. Well, that's my point, is that I think it's fair to say that, the endorsement of some people doesn't matter. Like, okay, like if Mike from PA wants to say he's not going to vote, he doesn't endorse Kamala Harris. I truly just don't think that matters very much at all, right? I think that like maybe there's like a dozen votes or something where that would make the difference, right? But the idea that Sean O'Brien, I mean, the idea that Sean O'Brien's endorsement could have led to 5,000 to 10,000 more votes, just his endorsement alone, that seems like it probably could be true. Like the idea that maybe if he vigorously campaigned for Kamala in like inter-union circles, that maybe he could have gotten an extra 50,000 votes or something like that, like just by himself. I mean, that seems like that could be true, right? And that's 50,000 votes spread across the entire country. I don't know how they would have exactly used them, but obviously concentrated in the right states. You're only a couple 100,000 votes away from winning the election if you're Kamala Harris. So, I mean, it's more than possible that, he could have made at least like a much more meaningful difference than he's leading on. So seems like he's butthurt. Bernie understandably turned on him after he showed his ass. Yeah, I guess so. What's your response? My response is to take these fucking pills. My God. 1 second. Boy. What's your response to the allegations of you spearheading the infamous Gasanadamor? I'm sorry, man. Destiny really called me out, man. What can I do? Sean Fain is the better Sean. That's true, HLA. I agree. Man, we're 5 minutes until this is supposed to start, and I still don't have a link. Yeah. No, I saw that Destiny thing. I don't know. I'm just not in the mood to be too jokey today, guys. Sorry about that. Based pill popper. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my ibuprofen. That's a big jug. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am a hydro homie. We're just hanging out, guys. In 5 minutes, we're supposed to start this thing. I haven't gotten a link yet. I was told I'd be sent a link. I'm sure it'll be a great discussion. Let's see. We are not live. There we go. Got the link. Right. Go to the React screen. Capture device. Activate.
I don't know if you know.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, you're live on his side, not on our side. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I am. Yeah, I muted my headphones so they can't hear you if you are discussing anything private. That's fair. You guys are a couple of right-wing fascists, so I'm not surprised. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's like my daily affirmation, Yeah. We're gonna start soon though, guys. My God. Oh no, I mean we're only a few minutes until we can start earlier. It's not I'm streaming right now, so. No, yeah, I said 6 p.m. ET, yeah. So I'm in the great state. You see this flag behind me? The great state of Texas. I don't know. I have a sense that I don't know why. I have a sense that most people online are in Eastern time. Like it just seems like Eastern time is like the standard time, I guess, for some reason. So yeah. Wow, Floridian. Well, hope things are going well in your neck of the woods. Are you in one of the redneck parts of Florida, or like a urban part? Ah, okay. SoFlo, is that right? Okay. Nice. Yeah, guys, I know you can't hear them. They're not streaming yet, and they do want to say the N-word, so I can't unmute them, unfortunately. But we're gonna start in a couple of minutes, guys. So. Yeah, Adam, come on. They're a gullible bunch. That's right. Very small, dedicated commune worth of people. All right, they can hear you on my end.
Hello. We're joined today by Akana Boy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Great. So we watched your conversation with Destiny. I don't know if you watched it or just if Dev tattled to you about it or something.
No,
So
I
you
didn't.
want
I
the-
didn't watch it. Yeah, somebody had just not emailed me. Somebody had DM'd me like they're getting a lot of stuff wrong, and you should talk to him. I was like, "Fuck, okay, I guess I don't even know what they said, so I guess we'll hash it out." So
Nice.
now I'm here.
Okay. So I guess to start then.
Well, I just want to say that goes both ways, because I listened to a little of your Live and Learn live stream, and you guys just have a mad stereotype of us that is completely incorrect. So
what did I say about you guys?
You don't know much about us. Well, you have this stereotype that we're like centrist and that we're neutral and we're just trying to call balls and strikes and we're just trying to be fair with both sides, which is completely ridiculous. We've never said that. We would never do that. We judge things on a like per policy basis, and we take sides on everything constantly. So we're not neutral.
Yeah, I guess so. I know that the conflict you had with mostly with the other Live and Learners on the show was, this was like several months ago, so I don't really remember the full context. It had something to do with like who's a greater threat to the country or something like that.
No, they wanted they wanted to strong arm us into voting for Kamala Harris, and it crashed and burned. So, and they're still very upset about it.
Wait, hold on.
Weepy about it.
Before we get into the socialism thing, and we don't even have to discuss it. I'm just curious what your answer is. Like, do you think it's clear that it was the correct thing to vote for Kamala Harris, and at least in hindsight?
I think it was the correct. Well, first of all, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris and I didn't vote for Trump. I said I wasn't going to vote for Trump because if Trump lost, and I actually thought Kamala Harris was going to win, you can watch our live stream from that night. We actually had Anna Kasparian on to talk about the election a little bit before any of it happened. So, But I thought if I didn't want to vote for Trump because I thought if Trump lost, he was going to be a sore loser and he was going to pretend he won and it was going to be this huge catastrophe for the country. And I didn't want to say, oh, yeah, I voted for him. So I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. But I'm not sure Kamala Harris would be any better than Trump right now. So
Okay.
I don't regret Trump winning the election in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I promised we don't have to get into it, but obviously I radically disagree. I think that Kamala would have been a lot better.
I have a question for you. Why are all leftists such condescending pieces of shit?
I don't know. Am I being condescending now? I just said I had a disagreement with you.
Okay. Totally, you're very condescending, but let's move on.
So I have to put a correction here. Dev didn't tattle on us. Someone else did. So, okay. Sorry about that, Dev.
It was not Dev. It was just a random person in my community.
Okay. Dev.
I guess a joint fan.
In our DMs, he was like, listen, that's not, a Connor boy has a very complicated set of positions. And I said, oh, okay. And I didn't really understand them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very complicated set of skills and positions. So anyway, talking about the socialism aspect of it, because that was kind of the main juxt of the conversation that was going on with Destiny and Connor. And this is what I guess I'm curious about, because I don't really understand. How are you defining socialism and what are you advocating for economically and why is it socialist?
Sure. I think there's going to be it's kind of a semantic discussion. What are the meaning of words? Where does it come from? I mean, I can tell you that based on my survey of socialist thinkers and socialism across history, the single largest universe of socialists that I can think of is people who believe in the collective ownership of the means of production. Now, obviously, people like to add in all sorts of extra shit, right? Like, you got to decommodify the markets, and you have to decommodify labor, and you have to have production for use, and there's all kinds of other shit that people
clear,
like to add.
When you say collectivize the means of production, you mean everything would have to be forcibly a co-op. There would be no private businesses, right?
Well, no, I mean, you could have a pluralistic model. So cooperatives aren't the only way to collectivize production, but in an ideal sense, a socialist period model wouldn't have any private ownership of essentially businesses.
Right.
And so that's what I kind of think about when I say socialism. I think of collective ownership of the means of production. And to your second point of like, what do I actually advocate for? I did release, and there's my latest article. It's part 3 of my journey to democratic socialism on my Substack, where I basically it's like a 5,000 word article where I exactly lay out kind of what I'm advocating for. And the short of it is that things like sovereign wealth funds and things like holding corporations, where public institutions will, essentially purchase open market stock, and they'll engage in entrepreneurial investment allocation on behalf of the public, right? Holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds and things like that. And in doing so, they take privately owned things and they put them to public use, right? So for instance, if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund, this is just an example, it would be much more complex than this, of course, but if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund were to purchase, 70% of the stock of Walmart, well, the control of that entity goes from private hands, in the case of the shareholders of Walmart, to public hands, in the case of the public entity that now controls the stock. And so those are the kind of institutions that I would generally argue for.
Well, I mean, a sovereign wealth fund is not socialist, and I don't think most socialists would even think of it as a socialist thing.
Well, what's maybe this? I get a little frustrated when people say sovereign wealth funds aren't socialist. So, I've just heard it a lot. Obviously, you're being good faith, but like when a sovereign wealth fund purchases a business, like that's a publicly controlled entity, right? So sovereign wealth funds are owned by the public, right? And by that entity purchasing businesses, we're taking production, businesses, and we're making them now controlled by a collective institution, in the case of, the state through the sovereign wealth fund. And so I take that to be a pretty clean collectivist policy to engage in. And if we were to imagine that, for instance, the state owns let's just imagine a world where like the state owns everything through us, like everything is owned and controlled by the sovereign wealth fund in society. Would it not be socialist just because we're calling the entity a sovereign wealth fund? Like,
if you have a sovereign wealth fund where the government owned 100% of the stock, sure. But if we're talking about the models of sovereign wealth funds, at least that I'm familiar with, I know you brought up in the conversation Norway, where they own a bunch of public stock of American companies. They don't have any, they're not influencing the legal system or the laws in America. They're not controlling Apple or Google, which are all capitalist countries. And so that's why I guess I'm confused when you say sovereign wealth fund. Do you mean a sovereign wealth fund that owns like 100% of stocks? Sure. But I don't think that's what most people are talking about when they talk about sovereign wealth funds.
Well, I guess it does depend on what people are talking about. So I do advocate for an incrementalist approach, right? So I don't believe in like violent revolution or anything like that. I think the sovereign wealth fund kind of internalizes a lot of that desire because you can purchase more or less stock over time depending on what your goals are. And certainly there are right wingers, like I think Donald Trump, and there was Cassidy
Donald
from
Trump
Louisiana.
wants to create a sovereign wealth fund, yeah.
Right, so you can have different.
Socialist.
Well, but he's a nationalist, right? So you can have
Sure.
different motivations for creating a sovereign wealth fund, right? To your point about Norway, all that we can do about Norway is really just say two things, right? Number one, they have two different sovereign wealth funds. One of their sovereign wealth funds is focused on the foreign market because they're an oil-dependent nation, and so they want to diversify away from their own economy. But then they have the second sovereign wealth fund, which is focused on domestic investments. And I think depending on the year, they own about something like 30 to 40% of their own stock market is actually owned by the public. I'm talking about the Oslo Stock Exchange. And then if we were to look at just the GDP, right? So like, hey, look, Norwegian GDP, everything that Norway produces, what percent of it comes from collectively owned institutions, whether that be government services, state-owned enterprises, cooperatives, things like that. That number comes to about 40 to 45% of their economy. So I'm not saying Norway is a socialist country. I'm just saying that Norway has a type of institutional framework, and it's not the only example that I would point to, but it has a type of institutional framework that I think that we can apply to America, and effectively, by copying over some of those institutions, collectivize a lot of ownership in society in a voluntary way.
So, okay, but you agree then, I guess, that sovereign wealth funds, I mean, I don't know how much if we're going to do some study of it globally, but sovereign wealth funds are not necessarily socialist, right? You do agree with that. Sounds like that's what you were saying.
I mean, of course, of course it's, I would never say like sovereign wealth funds are like necessarily socialist because it depends on what you're buying.
That's what you did
say
in the beginning of the conversation.
Well, no. So,
because I said they weren't socialists, and you said you didn't like that people with bad faith say it's not socialist.
Well, no, but I can. That's completely compatible with the view that it depends on what you're buying with the sovereign wealth fund. So, for instance, some sovereign wealth funds in different countries just purchase real estate, right? Some sovereign wealth funds just purchase fixed income, right? So, for instance, in America, we have a trust fund. We have what you might call a sovereign wealth fund, but it's the Social Security Trust Fund. But the only thing that they invest in is fixed income assets, U.S. Treasuries. Well, that's not means of production, right? Like that's a wealth fund, that's a trust fund as we call it, government essentially managed investment, but it's not like collectivizing the means of production, right? And similar, like you point out, like, oh, well, in Norway, they buy a lot of foreign assets. It's like, well, they do that, but they also buy a lot of domestic assets. So, obviously what I'm advocating for is, hey, let's create a sovereign wealth fund. Similar to Alaska, we can take a sovereign wealth fund. We can start purchasing a lot of domestic, essentially, stock in a bunch of different companies, right? Diversify our portfolio, make it all safe and everything like that. And in doing that, we can engage in a process by which we take the domestic economy from, relatively speaking, private hands and put it in the hands of the public.
Okay. I mean, just going back to Norway for a second, the sovereign wealth fund that they use to invest in not mostly, but largely in a lot of American tech companies is, I believe, substantially larger than the one that has anything to do with them investing in their own companies.
Yeah.
In the country.
No, it is. The smaller one.
Significantly larger.
Yeah, I don't know. This is none of this is. So again, I'm not I don't know why we're getting hung up on Norway so much. So
Well,
I've
just-
already
it seems-
conceded.
I guess
So-
the reason it just seems strange to me is that in the conversation, it seemed like there was a lot of talking about sovereign wealth funds and Norway's sovereign wealth funds, and it seems weird to me, and I think to a lot of other people, to say that a fund that a government uses to invest in stock in a capitalist country in another country in America and making a bunch of money just through stock returns, to say that that has anything to do with socialism just seems very bizarre and
Well,
not
right.
aligned with what most people would think of as socialism.
As an institutional framework, right? So I'm using Norway as an example of an institutional framework that we can apply to America for the ends of collectivizing the means of production, right? And I also said in that very same conversation, I mentioned.
I'm not sure. What do you mean when you say? I don't know what you mean when you said that.
So again, I've already said, right? So the U.S. could start a sovereign wealth fund and then use that entity. It's just, we're calling it a sovereign wealth fund, but you call it anything you want, just like a public investment firm, essentially, using that entity to purchase domestic stock, right? And then by which we would collectivize the means of production in some marginal sense. Now, I'm just using Norway as an example of that type of institutional framework seemingly working pretty well for the people of its country. And I also said, the last thing I'll say is that Destiny brought this very point up in the debate, and I responded to it directly, right? He said, well, it's only invested in foreign assets. And I said, yeah, but even if we look at like all of their GDP like their GDP, just like of all the things that Norwegians produce, what percent of it comes from collectively owned domestic institutions? The answer is about 40 to 45%, right? And so, that's like the idea that like, like the Norwegian economy is like, I guess on a generous estimation, depending on the price of oil in a given year, is like mostly socially owned is, I think that's pretty remarkable. At least it's just a good basic reference point for the potential of these institutions. And I believe, look, I'm not trying to over apply this. I think you have to start small and, you have to kind of see what these policies look like, and you have to really care about how you design these institutions to avoid political meddling. But, I recognize all that. I just think Norway is just is a good reference point.
Okay. So I guess I think I understand. What you're saying is that you would like a system that in America that uses a sovereign wealth fund. Essentially, you just want to use that. You want to use the sovereign wealth fund as the process in which to bring about the socialism that you want, is what you're saying.
Yeah, sovereign wealth funds, holding
Right.
corporations, general government services. Like I said, I think in a socialist society, there'd be a pluralistic approach to exactly how you're collectivizing things, right? I mean, I don't know that we would want, for instance, like news media to be a state-owned institution, right? So you'd probably want to
So-
say like that would be worker-owned or something, just in some ideal sense.
So under your system, would private businesses still exist?
Yeah, so there's two different answers to that question. So in my ideal, like just like pie in the sky thinking, my ideal system, private ownership of businesses wouldn't exist outside of, I guess, sole proprietorships. I haven't really thought about sole proprietorships too much, but if you wanted to open up like just a individually owned and operated company, I don't think I would have. Most socialists seem to have a sole proprietor exception. I don't think I have a big problem with that. And then with regard to, however, practically speaking, so I am not a monist socialist. Socialism is not like the only like ethical value that I have. I think of socialism as a means to one of my ideals, which is egalitarianism. But it's not the only thing that I would care about. So what I mean by that is I do imagine that if society were to stubbornly try to collectivize literally every single time someone wants to start a business and hire employees, the fucking government comes in and says, nope, you gotta whatever, like some weird collective ownership institution has to be the owner of this now. I think that would cause a lot of practical problems in society, right? So I think that we can run up public ownership to, I just throw out, you could run it up to 60, 70, 80% or something like that. But at that point, you might start to get liquidity problems and investment formation problems, and you just have to be mindful of that there's probably an upper limit. But I will say that in that practical implementation, I don't think that recognizing practical limitations means that you're not necessarily a socialist or you're not like committed to your ideals. A lot of people would recognize that. They would say, look, I mean, for one reason or another, like my ideal is not achievable, but I still think it's important to have this basic rule or this basic ideal. I use utilitarianism as an example. There's a lot of utilitarians who would understand that for various practical purposes, it's impossible to truly maximize utility. But that doesn't mean that a utilitarian should just like not be a utilitarian because they recognize practical obstacles. So I hope all that makes sense.
Okay. Yes. Well, okay. So to be clear, you're saying you want, ideally, you'd want everything to be socialist, but you think that there could be some practical problems. And so you'd be fine with some private businesses. Because I did read part of your Substack, and in part of your Substack, I thought you said that you were fine with private businesses existing. And then now you're saying ideally you would not, you don't ideally want private businesses to exist, but you just think that maybe some of them have to. Is that the difference you're making?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when you read it or if you read the whole thing, but I did make it clear that yes, so that in an ideal sense, again, like pie in the sky, like if I could just like if it was on balance of my other values, if it was good to have, like if practically speaking we could have total socialization of ownership, that would be great to do, right? But these practical limitations seem very real to me, right? And so I think that you probably get to an upper limit of ownership at some point where you start to have, like I said, liquidity problems, or you might have some investment formation problems, things like that. And in an ideal sense, you just want to be sensitive to those things and balance those out.
When you say socialization of ownership, are you referring only to, because in your Substack you laid out this system where you said there would be anyone could start a private company. I mean, here you said sole proprietorship, but in your Substack, you seem to be more broad in that anyone can start any private company through private investors, the way that we do now in capitalist America. But that if that company decided to go public, then though it couldn't go public the way it does now, essentially all the shares of the company would have to be bought by the government. Is that what you mean you say socialization of ownership? Or do you mean that every person that works in the company has to own a share of the company and gets to vote on how the company runs?
No, that's not what I mean. So it helps to take a step back. When a company goes public, like when a company decides like, hey, for one reason or another, we think going public would be good for this business. So we're going to engage in, the road show, and we're going to try and tell everybody how good it is to buy our stock, and we're going to list our stock, and then people can buy it. Anybody can buy that stock, like anybody, right? I mean, it could be institutional investors, individual private retail investors, family wealth funds. It can also be like
BlackRock, yes.
Right. And it can also be public entities, right? Like the Alaskan Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Like there's many, many sovereign wealth funds on the planet that engage in IPOs as a process. And so what I'm saying is that the United States government should have essentially a competing set of holding corporations that are engaged in that entrepreneurial investment of capital. So when I use the example of like a guy that basically starts Nike, that when that person decides, hey, I'm going to sell whatever 90% of my shares as an IPO, and I'm going to keep 10% or whatever it is, then any of those holding corporations that are owned by the United States can purchase the stock at whatever the strike price is. And so that's why I say it's very similar to the way that it works today. We're just basically saying that the public is just one extra entity as an incremental step to the socialization of these companies.
Sure, that's fine. And again, if we're just talking about, Norway buying a bunch of stock and then they use the profits of stock to shore up, budget deficits or to pay for social programs or whatever, that's one thing. I'd say that's not really socialist. But I guess where I'm confused here, and I feel like this back and forth in how we're describing this concept, is that you're not, at least I don't believe that you're suggesting that we just have a sovereign wealth fund or these holding companies in America that are just buying up some amount of stock in order to make money and then use that on welfare programs. You're saying, when you say the socialization of ownership, you are describing a system where I believe you said you wanted the U.S. government would own the overwhelming majority of wealth and assets in the country, right?
Right, yeah. So similar like to today, right? So we have huge concentration of ownership already in our society, right? So I think BlackRock and Vanguard, they have something like 15 or 20 trillion dollars worth of assets under management. Think about that. That's just two firms. I mean, we have about $160 trillion of household wealth in this country. So just two firms already allocate and manage basically, what does that come to, like 15% of the wealth of our society, right? And so what I'm arguing for is saying, hey, look, I think that this fundamental allocation process is good. Like competitive capital allocation is a good thing to maintain in our system. It seems like it generates good results when you have professionals and investment managers trying to decide what are the best investments to make, basically, and allowing companies to fail and uplifting companies that are really, really successful, basically. And so what I'm saying is that the government should engage in this kind of capital accumulation process where the government accumulates capital in the form of either, sovereign wealth funds or these independent holding corporations, and starts what I would suggest to be like different competing holding corporations that are all publicly owned, but they compete against each other, and essentially try to recreate that currently existing process of entrepreneurially and professionally allocating capital. And to your point, that's public ownership, that's the collectivization of ownership, but the returns to that ownership can be used for any democratic purpose. It can be used for pension funds or public investment in infrastructure, or you can give everybody a UBI with the money, whatever you want, basically. I think that that's a much more egalitarian system for distributing the gains of ownership. And if we were to get to a society where, like the government has 100 different public holding corporations competing against each other, and they collectively manage $100 trillion of capital or something like that, then that would be a system by which we've essentially recreated the competitive dynamics of our current system, but the fruits of all of that, the fruits of all of that wealth are able to be horizontally distributed to everybody, and not just, of course, a very small minority of wealthy people.
Okay, so just to try to simplify it for everyone listening who's trying to understand the system you're advocating for, it's someone starts a private company through a normal means. That company it will not be run as a co-op or a collective. It will be run as a normal business. If that business decides to go public, you have a bunch of government holding companies that will try to acquire, I guess, majority stake in most of these companies, and then they will use the profit generated from that stock price for welfare programs and other government funding. Right? That's what that's the system.
That's right. And these IPOs would be competitive processes in and of themselves. Like you might have one public holding corporation that says, I don't buy this investment thesis. I'm not going to buy 2% of this stock. I'm not going to be involved in it. But then you might have other holding corporations that say, no, this shoe company is really profitable. I want to buy 2.5% of the stock of this company, right? So again, just a very similar, like mechanically a very similar process that we see now under capitalism and capital markets. But the only difference would be that, again, the ultimate ownership and like the fruits of that ownership would be through these publicly owned entities instead of the privately owned ones.
Okay. So I guess
I just want to ask, is a sovereign wealth fund just a player in the market, or is it the only player?
So it would be just a player in the market. So it wouldn't
so
be
there'll
a
be private
monopoly.
players as well.
Yeah, you'd have to. I don't think you should start out like you. I don't think the system would be very successful if you started out and basically said like the government's going to buy like all wealth immediately. Like again, I'm an incrementalist, so you have to be methodical.
So the end point of the system is only one sovereign wealth fund that is the government. So a single payer type system where the government is the only player. That's the end point.
Well, again, because in my system, I think there would be practical upper limits. But just to say like, let's just say if it could work, that you would do all these holding corporations to 100%. You would have like 100% public ownership, but again, it's through these competing holding corporations. You'd have
but they would all be government run. So obviously, it's hard to imagine.
Yeah, they would be owned by the public, but they would be professionally and independently managed. Similar to a lot of our independent, like more technocratic institutions in this country, like the Federal Reserve, for instance, right? Where that's a government entity, but it's independently and more technocratically run.
The money that they would be getting to purchase these things would all be government money.
Yeah, it would either be from their balance sheet as they accumulate a balance sheet and manage that money themselves, right? So they would be able to, I believe in hard budget constraints, so they would be capitalized with public money, but any money that they would need,
the initial capitalization would be public money from the government. But you're saying obviously the profits they could reinvest.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sitch.
So, I forgot what I was going to say. So it just, it seems a little unusual to me because
It's definitely unusual.
So the system you're advocating for is an unusual system. Now, did you create this yourself? Is this from some other socialist thinker or from some liberal thinker?
It's a bit of a mishmash. So I mean, I take heavy inspiration from a guy named Matt Brunig, who is, he advocates for essentially a sovereign wealth fund and different kind of like government services. So that we're focusing on the holding corporations, but I would say that I would also expand government services to encompass a broader range of the economy as well. And so those would be socially owned institutions as well. They just wouldn't be competing on the market because they would be government services, right? Right. But Matt Brunig talks a lot about the sovereign wealth fund as an institution. I read a book called The Public Wealth of Nations, which was, I think, very influential on my thinking about this. And The Public Wealth of Nations was written by an investment banker who is not a socialist, but he did work for a kind of like socialist-leaning social democratic government in Sweden. And one of the interesting things in that book that he points out is that the government, number one, already owns a lot of shit. So like if we actually properly accounted for all the things that the public already owns, what you would find is that in most societies, like most, I guess, maybe Western societies particularly, the public is actually the biggest single owner of shit already, right? So there's no single like biggest owner than the government already. It's just that we poorly account for these assets. And he also points to what is really an extremely broad experimental history of public ownership, that a lot of different societies have engaged in public ownership experiments, some successfully, some not successfully. And to the extent that that's true, obviously, in part, the Public Wealth of Nations kind of tries to develop this framework for, okay, well, how do you do public ownership in a way that is good, right? And doesn't like fall into the the ordinary pitfalls of public ownership. So it was just a very good book overall on the question of public ownership. Yeah.
Since this, so since the system that you're advocating for is very unique and not really what the conversation is online among the socialist streamers and socialist media, would you, if you had to choose between the system we have now, capitalist system we have now, versus a system where no private businesses can exist, everything has to be a co-op, or everything has to be run by the government, would you choose that system instead of the capitalist system?
No, I point out, I answer this question directly in the article. I say that it does really heavily depend on your model, right? I'd much rather live in modern day America than in North Korea or the Soviet Union or something like that, right? And similar to your point, yeah, much rather live in America than China, right? So pretty much every, I would say that the best incarnation of the institutional framework that I would recommend is the Nordic model. Now, they don't go as far as I would go, but they're probably the best present-day incarnation. Now, to your point, though, I think it is important for socialists and socialist thinkers to say, look, just because it's socialist doesn't mean that it's good or that it's net beneficial, right? Like, we have to be willing to recognize practical limitations to what we advocate for. And we certainly have to be willing to recognize that not everything that's public ownership is good, right? Like, the way that the North Koreans organize social ownership is not a good way to organize social ownership for various reasons. Same thing with China. Like if we were to just compare like the state-owned enterprises, what state-owned enterprises generally do better in terms of just being efficient and providing returns to the public, it's Norwegian's state-owned enterprises, not necessarily Chinese state-owned enterprises, because their institutional framework in China is not as good. So I hope that answers your question. Basically, yeah, I would definitely pick like living in America over living in all of those various poor, examples.
Yeah, obvious. Okay, sure. So, because it seems strange that, in the conversation you had with Destiny and Connor, that a lot of the conversation is, should moderate Democrats which is, liberal people, the philosophy of liberalism based in liberal principles, should that party really be engaged with socialists? And the overwhelming majority of the socialists that we're talking about and people engaging with, that they don't really believe what you believe. They believe in a far more authoritarian view of the government. They believe in a far more restrictive form of the economy, and not in this kind of what you're laying out here. So why would you even defend any of that?
Well, and I just want to add, you're giving massive ammunition to the Republicans, because the Republicans want to paint every normie lib as a fucking communist. And everything you're laying out is not even close to that.
It's not close to what? I don't know what you mean. It's not close to communism, or
yeah.
What do you?
I read your Substack, and you're not for the abolition of private property. You're not for the abolition of billionaires. So these are the things that most socialists are advocating for.
Yeah. So, okay. So I guess to respond to those general points. So, it was really part 2 of my Substack where I come to like why I call myself a socialist. I don't call myself a socialist because of my practical model. Like, I call myself a socialist because I have a normative foundation, which I think to be socialist in nature. That, like, I do think there's an ideal of social ownership that's worth achieving, and that ideal is complete social ownership, right? And that's because of my egalitarian views. We don't have to get into that, but like, it's my normative framework, not my practical framework, which is, for me, dictating the label of socialist. Now, to Sitch and Adam, your point about, okay, well, most socialists are like authoritarian who, want to run the government in a more rigid and like autocratic way. I don't agree with that. Like, I think that was part of the debate that we had, that I think that when you look at the types, about 10% of the Democratic base calls themselves socialist, right? And I would obviously recognize this is an idiosyncratic group of people. But when we look at like, okay, well, who do these Democratic socialists, like, I guess like big D Democratic socialists, who do they vote for? And like, what are their general political opinions? They don't vote for people like Jackson Hinkle, like they vote for people like Kamala Harris, right? And so if these people were such committed autocrats, I just don't think that they would vote for people like that. And they overwhelmingly do vote for either like moderate Democrats in general elections or like progressive Democrats in primaries, like Bernie or AOC. And if they were really tinted red to the degree that you're describing, I just like, why would they engage in electoral politics like that?
Well, I would imagine, I don't know if there's ever been a survey on it, but I'd imagine that these 10% of people, if I'm assuming that number is correct. I don't know the fact of that, but if 10% of the people call themselves socialists in the Democratic Party, that those people's views would be more aligned with the average socialist view that we see online, which is all about abolishing private property and abolishing capitalism and capital, which is not, you're sort of advocating for that, but not really, right? So you're definitely the odd man out here in what you're advocating for. And so the question is, and I think the question is, why are you sort of aligning yourself with a movement that seems to be at odds with what you want, or how you even define socialism?
Look, I think if online circles were true indicators of people's beliefs, then Bernie Sanders would have completely flatlined Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primary.
Wait, hold on. That's so I agree that the online internet circle is the minority, definitely, but it's definitely the majority of socialists. So I don't think you can say that the majority of socialists online is not indicative of socialists running around elsewhere in America.
But I think that if it was true that basically like popular online socialist media figures represented or like insular socialist internet, like, Discord spaces and things like that, like really represented everyone of that, 10% that calls themselves a socialist, then you would expect that to not even, that wouldn't even be 10% of the base. These people would be Green Party voters. They wouldn't even vote for Democrats, right? Because this is a group of people that is like so substantially anti-Democratic Party and working within these frameworks, right? Like, I take it that the average online socialist, like media figure, I should say, is just certainly not very similar to the average, like, actually existing person that would describe themselves as a socialist.
What is?
And I just,
I mean,
you know,
the DSA had second thought come to their conference and give a speech.
yeah, the DSA, but the DSA, again, like, if we're talking about the DSA itself is not a platform organization, right? Like, they take a very broad socialist tent. And I would never deny the idea that there are tankies in the socialist movement, or that there are people in the socialist movement who have just, like, broader undesirable views. I mean, that's true with every political movement, of course. So I would never say that, but I'm just saying that we have to distinguish between what I think to be three very different groups of people. We've got online socialist commentators. We have basically DSA members, which is about 70,000 some odd people, depending on the year. It seems like they're getting an uptick in membership lately. And then we have everyone that calls themselves a socialist, which is like 5% of the entire adult population, which is like that's like 10, 15 million people or something like that, right? And online socialists and DSA members are just, you know, and I know it sounds bizarre, but it's almost like saying the Black Lives Matter organization is representative of, like, everyone that's used the Black Lives Matter hashtag, when that's just that would be a totally unfair characterization of the broader views of people that support the Black Lives Matter movement. And so that's just to answer that point. To answer the second point that you made about, you know, coming out as, I've heard this point a lot, like, oh, coming out as a socialist, I guess, like, in some regards, like, gives cover to Marxist-Leninists or people who have, like, these very bad intentions. I guess I don't really agree with that. I think that on like the margin, you could make the argument that, like, by me making a sensible case for socialism, it's going to give people less pause when they just, like, hear the word socialism when somebody describes in their views, and that could be like a person that has these very like negative beliefs. But I mean, I think that if you really operated under that, we would be in kind of an ideological black hole in some sense. Like, obviously there's many people that call themselves liberal who have, like, pretty abhorrent political views, and it's like, are we essentially going to say that we can judge a movement by the worst minority of people within it? I just don't.
Yeah, but that's the
think
problem,
we would
is that
operate that way.
you're making the claim that all the socialists, or the majority of socialists online, are not indicative of this 5% of socialists that is out there. The DSA is not indicative of that. How do you know this? What are you basing this off of?
Well, but Sitch, again, so number one, there's polling data, right? So I feel like I understand that.
What does the polling data say?
Yeah, give us a poll.
Okay, so I can look it up and send it to you afterwards. But basically, by the polling data of, like, who do socialists vote for, right? These people overwhelmingly vote for Democrats, right? Adam, what's funny about what I just said? Like, if you're not going to be good faith,
Nazis overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. It doesn't mean Republicans are Nazis.
Well, I didn't say Democrats are socialists. What are we talking about here?
No,
I didn't say that.
I think that most socialists, even if they have very extreme socialist views, if they have to vote between Kamala Harris and Trump, most of them are going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
See how that.
Yes,
no, but you guys are making the claim.
Let me just lay out what I'm saying. I don't think that just because there's a poll that says the majority of socialists will vote for Democrats, that does not mean that you can turn around and say, well, that means that the majority
moderates.
of socialists online is not where the view of socialists in America are.
So so we're going to ultimately go in circles on this. I think it is more sensible to judge, in some sense, a broader movement of people by who they support in actually existing political spaces. Because, if, for instance, I think in the Destiny debate, one of the main actual criticism that Destiny narrowed in on was online media figure socialists are radical and anti-democratic party, and arguably anti-democracy just in general, right? And one of the points that I made was, hey, if it's true that the average person who calls themselves a socialist is basically a tinfoil hat wearing Green Party, like, anti-democrat, anti-democracy socialist, I don't think it would be sensible to expect that, like, 70 to 90% of these people would just vote for the moderate Democratic nominee, right? And look, if you guys don't buy that data and you say, look, these guys, they're just hiding their power level or whatever, then we just have a bedrock disagreement, a bedrock, difference of understanding of the data, and there's no reconciling that.
But wasn't the context of the debate, should we be reaching out to the far left, the radicals, the ones that do want to hang the billionaires and abolish private property? Wasn't that the context of your
Adam,
argument?
Adam, that is such an absurd thing to say that was the context. The context of the debate wasn't, do you really think that the context of the debate was, should we reach out to people who want to hang billionaires? Do you think that was like a sensible interpretation of the topic?
Well, wasn't the name of the stream?
I was asking Adam
reach out
respectfully.
to far left?
I just, Adam, do you think that was a sensible do you think that's what I was defending when I said we should reach out to people that say we should kill all the billionaires?
Well, obviously, you wouldn't frame it that way.
Do you think that's what I meant?
Well, look, you're talking about Hassan. Do you think Hassan wants to kill all the billionaires?
First of all, you are the first one to bring up Hassan in this conversation. Okay, now
Hassan came up in your conversation, though. He was one of the names that you bandied about.
Yeah, and I said over and over and over and over and over again. No, Adam,
mm-hmm.
Dude, you're completely. I feel like you're trolling me at this point. I said over and over and over again. I probably said five separate times in that conversation. No, Adam, simple. 1 second. I probably said 5 separate times in that conversation. I don't think we should be courting Hassan. Hassan is not the kind of person I would acquiesce to. That's an absurd, fucking wild mischaracterization of anything that I said. All that I said was this, okay? I said, to the extent that 10% of people that vote for Democrats, roughly speaking, are socialists or socialist-aligned people, we should listen to what they have to say, and we should incorporate at least some of what they have to say in the Democratic Party platform, and we should give them some leadership positions within the party. Like AOC should probably be the chair of some committee. Mamdani should probably speak at the DNC.
Are these
little
people,
things like that?
The question is, are these people in league with Hassan, or are these people normal moderates? I mean, that's really what.
And we've already
you're arguing that they're not in league with Hassan. You're arguing we should not court those people, but we should court the people who are the moderates. And I think the disagreement is over whether those people actually exist or whether it's more fans of Hassan.
Yeah, the question is, are people like AOC and Mamdani basically just believe the same thing that Hassan believes, right? And like they're just hiding their power level, and the people who vote for them are basically just a bunch of Hassan like fans, basically. And like, are these like fundamentally different group of people? I think if the caricature, and I'm not saying it's an incorrect caricature, but if the caricature of the online left media figure is one who is anti-democratic, anti-democracy, basically a tanky that believes in authoritarianism, and if that caricature is the caricature of just the millions of people that call themselves socialists in this country, then I don't think you would expect those people to be out there. These are people that, like the caricature that I described, these are people that would say it's evil to vote for Kamala Harris. It's completely wrong. You should never vote for the evil Genocide Joe party or whatever. But they overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, and they overwhelmingly tend to vote for Democrats in the primary. And so again, if we just have a misinterpretation, if we have just a fundamentally different interpretation of that data and theory of what it means to be a socialist and the kinds of like motivations of voters, then that there's no, we just have a bedrock disagreement. But I think my view just generally captures better, the motivations of people who vote, I guess. So
this isn't, but what you're doing is, it's not an interpretation. It's an assumption. It's a very large assumption that you're making.
I mean, obviously these are somewhat interchangeable words. I mean,
okay, but I think the connotation I'm going to use for assumption seems to be a lot more clear here, because you're using this one data point, which is just that these people that say that they're socialists would vote for Democrats. And you're saying, well, therefore, because they vote for Democrats, that must mean that they have far more moderate views than all the socialists in the DSA, than all the socialists online, all the socialists that we're visibly seeing. So you're saying that there's basically this silent majority of socialists out there that just because they voted in, possibly for the lesser of two evils in their mind, which a lot of people, I think, I'm pretty sure Hassan I don't know if he did, but I'm pretty sure that most people in Hassan's audience voted for Harris. I'm pretty sure most people in Vosh's audience voted for Harris. I would assume basically every person in the left-wing audience on YouTube voted for Harris. So to me, the assumption you're making just seems completely out of left field.
Okay, and look, I think it's more. I think it is more fair to judge a broader movement by the kinds of people that they elect. You know, I think that, for instance, when you look at Donald Trump and like all the people that vote for Trump, like it does seem to me that people who vote for Trump are like a pretty different group of people than people who vote for Kamala Harris. That seems like a fair assumption to make.
Okay, but no one's saying otherwise.
No, I'm not saying you're saying otherwise. I'm just saying just a crude comparison, right? That like, okay, like these are pretty radically different groups of people, right?
That's not the wait, hold on.
No, you're not. I didn't make the argument. I haven't finished the point. So I'm just saying that I think it's sensible to say that based on who people vote for in politics, that says something I think pretty core to that person. And when I look at all these different online socialist media figures who said vote for the Green Party, you know, opt out, don't go show up to vote. And overwhelmingly, these people just like ignored that and didn't do that. I don't think that Hassan is more representative of those people. I think that people like Bernie is like Bernie is a better representative of the views of the average American socialist than Hassan. Bernie has a much bigger audience, much bigger platform. He's gotten millions of votes. He still has millions of people that support him. I don't know.
Hey,
like I just
let me ask out of all the people that voted for Trump, I think it was over 70 million Americans.
Yeah.
What is how much of that constituency is radical, and how much of that constituency is just normie Republicans?
It's a crude estimate. I mean, by the polling that I've seen, it seems like probably 60% of people that vote for Republicans could have what I would call, or I would say 60% of Republican identified Trump voters. So, you know, I guess it's less than 60%. So I guess probably 40% of the people who voted for Trump have views, self-expressed views that I would describe as radical.
So 40% of Trump voters are radicals.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
So, well, of those radicals, because there are a lot of people, I know Fuentes kind of went back and forth on Trump, but there are a lot of people that were in the alt-right or the white national space, or people that believed in the Jewish question, who definitely voted for and supported Trump, even though Trump is probably the most pro-Israel candidate we've ever had. So why would they vote for Trump?
So I'm not denying that there are Marxist-Leninists who voted for Kamala Harris, right? So obviously there's probably some portion of people in the world who are Marxist-Leninists and voted for Harris, right? So I've never said anything different, right? However,
well, you're implying that they're not on scale.
I'm implying that I think the great majority of socialists are not basically tankies, right? That they have broadly favorable democratic views. For instance, one of the pieces of evidence that I've used to say that 10% of Democrats describe themselves as socialists is those 10% have cross-ideological identifiers. So that's 10% of people that would call themselves both liberal and a socialist, right? And again, I don't think a tankie would call themselves liberal, right? And I don't think a tankie would generally be, they wouldn't be very likely to vote for Kamala Harris if that's their ideological disposition. I just think that it's a better assumption to make that people like Bernie and AOC and Mamdani and all these different socialists who've been elected in these big elections and who are well known and supported, I just think it's a better assumption to say that their views, because they actually get votes, are more reflective of the base of socialists in this country than, a guy like Hassan who streams, what does Hassan stream to? 15,000 people? I just don't think that's very representative of the socialist movement compared to these politicians. But again, we just disagree on that. There's nothing really there's no more to extract, I guess.
Would you define yourself as woke?
That's out of left field. Literally.
It seems like it, but it's gonna make sense.
I mean, I guess so, probably. Yeah. I wouldn't use the word woke, but I mean, obviously I have far left political views. So
Right. So okay. So you believe in intersectionality. You believe in CRT, queer theory. All is gender is all mostly social. Like
yeah, sure.
okay. Do you think the majority of Americans would align with those views or no?
No, probably not.
Do you think no? Okay. Why do you think if the majority of Americans did not align with that view became so dominant, especially a few years ago in the media and on the internet?
Well, again, because that perfectly aligns with my theory of like
Mm-hmm.
the internet and the media spaces being unrepresentative of the average person, right? That
Mhm.
like the average person is not. I don't think the average person is well represented by individual media spaces or individual like online communities, right? And so similarly to how that's true with the average person, I think it's also true with the average person that calls themselves a socialist.
Right. So I agree. The average person does not fit into that genre of being woke, but the wokeness definitely completely seemed to captivate the online left. It seemed to captivate a lot of the media, and it had such significant control that even when Bernie Sanders was running, I think it was in 2016 or 2015, that when a couple of random black women came up to interrupt him, instead of him or security escorting these people off, he just stood there with his arms down, looking down, and let these people steal the microphone from him. Right?
Okay, what does that have to do with
Because
anything?
it seems like your argument is there is some kind of large majority of people out there that are silent, that are going to control the socialist narrative. And if by your own view, woke was in the minority, and yet it had such a substantial impact that Bernie completely capitulated to it in that moment. You had most of the Democrats raise their hand and say that they would give health care to illegal aliens, which is a complete capitulation of wokeness. You had so many schools, institutions dominated by wokeness. It seems strange to me that your argument is, well, socialism is going to be okay because the majority of socialists don't believe X, when majority of people, by what you're saying, didn't believe woke, and yet woke completely swept through all of our institutions, and they all kowtowed to it.
Well, so again, I don't think that the things that you described, like quote unquote, completely swept through our institutions. Now, I would agree that there's a lot of there's like federal contracting standards where if you're like a woman-owned business, you get extra points on a like whether or not you're going to get a government contract or something like that, right? And I agree there's a lot of like individual schools or like college professors who would talk about CRT and stuff like that, right? But I don't think that clearly it wasn't the case that these like radical views on like gender equity or racial equity or things like that were extremely broadly adopted, not only because Democrats have lost elections in that regard, but also because like for instance, like we see right now, we see a lot of Democratic spaces that are kind of in reaction against that because they feel like it's been toxic to the party. But I would never, my theory of
because Kamala lost because she couldn't pivot away from this, because she couldn't say, no,
Sitch,
I don't want to give transgender surgeries to illegal immigrants and criminals.
I don't want to get sidetracked on a debate about transgender. We're here to talk about socialism, right?
No. This is the point you're making. Your core argument.
But Sitch, I understand the point. You're making the point that a minority of people can set the media narrative, and then people broadly can run with that as a wedge issue. But that's, of course that's true, right? Like I don't think I would ever say anything different. Like
it's
obviously,
not that it's a wedge issue. It's that the minority of people who were the woke had such influence over the Democratic Party that right now people are having a conversation about why did they all bend over for these people when it hurt Kamala's electoral chances.
Well, so for instance, a lot of those positions that she staked out, was in the primary. That's where a lot of like the radical, like left-wing Kamala quotes come from. And that was when she was trying to capture a part of the base that she, perceived, I guess part of her lane was to get these like very progressive voters to vote for her, right? Now, we're not talking about, just to be clear, like views about transgender, like I take it that, yeah, like the average person that calls themselves a socialist probably does have very progressive views on trans issues or something like that. Like I don't think I'd ever disagree with that, right? But what you guys are saying is like, okay, like based on that, you're saying, hey, we can ascribe essentially not every, but we can use this example of a fringe of the party being able to set the narrative for like in some sense a broader swath than they represent. And so then we can necessarily say that that's the case with these Marxist-Leninist creators who are now all of a sudden engendering this like deep sense of anti-democracy and anti-democratic thinking in the broader like American socialist movement. And I don't find that there's almost any like material concrete evidence for that. And the evidence that we do have, which I agree is imperfect, is just, to me, does not strongly point in the direction of, oh, like we have like a problem with like essentially millions of secret tankies in this country, right? That doesn't seem like I guess that'd be a question. Like if this was true, like, do you think there are millions of tankies? Like there's like, because 5% of people call themselves a socialist, right? Like
I don't.
So 5% of the adult population.
I'm skeptical of the 5% socialist number too. So.
Well, it's just like an aggregation of all the different polls where people ask their ideology, right? So like if 5% of the people call themselves a socialist, that's like about 13.5 million adults, right? And so like that's one thing in the conversation where I asked Wick, because he was basically making the same argument. It's like, Wick, are you making the claim that there's like 5 million people that believe in Marxist-Leninism in this country? Because like that's absurd if you ask me.
I don't think there is now. I'm worried that there will be. I'm worried that the younger generations right now that do consume primarily their political content from social media, from streamers, seem to be radicalizing between far left communist and far right ethno-nationalist or alt-righters. That's unfortunately where it seems like the conversation is kind of heading at the moment. And to me, and first of all, I do appreciate, and I will thank you that you were able to articulate my point, because it seems like very often that there's a complete breakdown in the conversations about that. Because where the disagreement is that I don't know how you can make this argument when we both agree that the majority of Americans were not woke. We both seem to agree that to some extent, a lot of woke stuff did have control over a large part of the conversation in the media, and that politicians had to bend over for it. And if all that woke stuff is now all those same people that were pushing all the woke stuff are now pushing all this Marxist-Leninism or communism, I don't understand why you would say so confidently that you don't think that that's going to be what takes over. That's what the problem is going to be.
Yeah. So, these are two different statements. So if we're agreeing that there's not millions of Marxist-Leninists and that the broader currently existing socialist movement is not like overwhelmingly a group of tankies, then I'm glad to at least have that.
I agree with the first part of what you said, not the second part. I don't know the truth claim of the second part at all.
Well, the second,
I agree that majority of Americans are not Marxist-Leninists. I don't know if the majority of socialists are not Marxist-Leninists.
Well, but again, if the majority of socialists were Marxist-Leninists, then we're making the claim that something like 5 to 7 million Marxist-Leninists exist in this country, like an entire state of Illinois worth of Marxist-Leninists in this country, which I would find to be
but I said I don't know if I agree with that number. But if that's what it takes, you then say yes. Then I will say that that's the case.
Okay, well, I would encourage, if you can agree with that, then I would just encourage people to look up ideological surveys of how people identify and go from there. And on your second point of, on your second point of basically, well, in the future, I am worried that we are going to be in a world with millions of tankies in this country because of the influence of online media figures. I'm agnostic on that, and I've been open about that, it could be the case that when the average Gen Alpha person who maybe did grow up watching Hassan is 35 years old, that maybe we do have a problem with like a shitload of anti-democratic tankies in this country. And what I've said is, I don't think under any circumstance those people should be invited into Democratic Party politics. I would fight their inclusion, and I would argue against them, and I would say over and over again that absolutely not. I'm, call me a right-winger if you want. Like, I guess I'm on the right wing now. But I mean, we agree with that, right? I mean, I've said that multiple times during that debate with Destiny and Wick. And if I was debating Hassan, it would be a debate, right? Like I wouldn't, it wouldn't be like, I'm sure we agree on some issues, but like, no, like it would be a debate. It's like, dude, you need to more forcefully endorse Kamala Harris. There's a clear fucking correct choice here. Similar to you guys, like, we'd have a very similar conversation. Like I thought it's crazy not to endorse Kamala Harris. And same thing I'd say with Hassan. And that's probably the debate that we would have.
Yeah, but it's not all just about electoral politics. I assume you would have substantial philosophical disagreements with Hassan. Not
yeah,
just
I don't.
about who would,
I don't. I'm
Harris.
saying the single biggest topic would probably be electoral politics. But of course, if we had subsequent debates, there'd be subsequent topics.
That's kind of the problem, though. To me, I have because I'm just to be clear, I'm not echoing the same conversation, the same point, the same conversation you had with Destiny about the coalition for voting. I'm more concerned with socialist, the Hassan style socialism, or what I believe is the more toxic form of socialism, and I think is the majority of socialists, infiltrating more and more broadly into this country and taking control of things, exactly similar to the way woke stuff did. That's what I'm worried about. And yes, a lot of those people will vote for Kamala Harris because they view her as the lesser evil regarding, than Donald Trump or someone else. And you're saying that you're just kind of agnostic on it. It's like,
that's
okay,
not what I said, Sitch. I didn't say I was agnostic.
You said you're agnostic on the future about whether it would happen or not.
Yeah. So that's what I was agnostic to, was I don't know if that'll happen, right? I'm not sure. Obviously, if you asked me directly, do I have an opinion on whether or not that should or shouldn't happen, I would say strongly against, right? Like I'm not agnostic to that doomsday scenario that you're painting. Obviously, that would be bad.
No, I meant you're agnostic about the possibility of it happening, not whether it happened.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay. I'm just saying that. Yeah, like in 10 years, or I guess I'm more describing like in 20 years. In 20 years, could I imagine a world where Hassan is like a mainstream political figure who is able to command the voice, who's basically like literally the Joe Rogan of the left or something like that? I could imagine that, right? How likely do I find that? I mean, I think it's probably, more unlikely than not. But to the extent that it is likely, Sitch, it sounds like we agree that we should fight against that and we should debate Hassan and we should try to ostracize him.
All right. So to be clear, it sounds like you're saying you're going to be the online socialist who says that all the other online socialists all suck. Is that kind of the position you're putting yourself in?
Sorry, say that again, Sitch. I didn't really understand.
You're kind of putting yourself in the position to be the online socialist who says all the other online socialists are all terrible and suck.
Well, following in the socialist tradition of disagreeing with other socialists, I guess so. I mean, even Marx said, he wrote a letter criticizing his own son-in-law because he thought that his own son-in-law was misinterpreting Marxism. And he said something to the effect of, look, if what he says is Marxism, then even I'm not a Marxist, right? And so, there's a pretty long storied history of socialists basically saying you're not a real socialist. And I've had that myself, obviously, not necessarily from you guys, because you guys aren't socialists, but I've heard a lot of people tell that to me. And a lot of socialists have told that to me as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that'll happen. Like maybe I'll be like on an island one day, but right now there's a lot of democratic socialists who seem to agree with most of my policy prescriptions. So
right.
The question I have is the endpoint, because you were kind of vague on, you're talking about these sovereign wealth funds buying up various assets in the economy and them structured to compete against one another, all of the Federal Reserve. But if the final state of that is all of it is owned publicly by the government and the private institutions are sunsetted, then I think you could call that socialism.
Okay.
Is that the end goal? Is that what you're articulating here as the end goal?
Yeah. I think that my ideal, if I thought that, the economy would be just fine and like things would chug along, like we get up to 75% and it's like, man, things are great. Let's go to 80%. Oh, let's go, just all of a sudden it seems like we get to 100%. Then yeah, you would end up in a world where basically, again, that capital allocation process that happens today with these like asset management firms and these like big investors, that would still happen, but the firms that do that allocation and who ultimately have the ownership would be public entities instead of private ones.
Right. If the government owned 100% of the outstanding stock of a company, though, they would have, I mean, they would have all sorts of rights, the same way as activist investors have if they buy up all the shares of a company.
Well, they would. Well, yeah. Each individual holding corporation would have shareholder rights, but again, those holding corporations compete against each other and have different like competitive interests, right? So they all have, similar in our capitalist system, they all compete against each other with different investment strategies on how to maximize value. But obviously, not all of them are correct.
I understand your system, but in the system we have now, in order for Elon Musk to take Twitter private, he had to buy up all the outstanding shares of Twitter. He had to buy 100% of them, right?
Well, he bought a majority of the shares, not all of them, but I take your point.
Okay, so if the government buys a majority of the shares, obviously, usually it's 51%, right? 51% ownership stake has the controlling power.
Well, yeah, I mean, definitionally, sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you perceive that to be an issue at all, or how does your system deal with that? I think you did mention in the Substack that you realize that politics can come into play.
Yeah. So that's what. So exactly. So the way that the way that I deal with that is by having distributed management, right? So you wouldn't have centrally planned management of any of these institutions. You'd have like 100 different public holding corporations all operating independently with different professional managers competing against each other. So to answer your question, like how do you get over the idea of like, oh, well, 51% of this company is owned by public institutions. Like, how do you avoid the government coming in and telling like publicly owned Walmart that they have to cut their prices in half or something like that? Well, none of these holding corporations have the incentive to do that because their stated goal is to maximize value against these other holding corporations, right? So they're not going to want to just like slash prices a shitload. And the way that you institute, a good governing institution for that is that you have strict standards for like who gets appointed to these boards, like essentially how the actual like management of this ownership is governed. Like you'd have a very rules-based process. It'd be very transparent. You'd have independent rating agencies, no soft budget caps. You'd have hard budget caps, financial reporting standards. You'd have a rules basis for your returns and dividend policy. You try to spell all this stuff out, and I think if you did all that stuff, you would have what we see in the world. The best examples of public ownership. You would have pretty good and apolitical management of public wealth if we did that.
What is the purpose of this? You're basically recreating what we already have with private ownership. What is the purpose of doing all this to make it public? I mean, you're massively increasing the size of the government. Obviously, you're talking about hundreds of Federal Reserve type institutions where a lot of people have a problem with the Federal Reserve as just one institution.
Well, right. I mean, obviously we have these massive asset managers already, right? It's just that they're privately owned and not publicly owned. So I don't know that the concentration is like an inherent, problem in my system. I think that to your point of like, why would you even do this if you're just creating the dynamics under capitalism? The thing is, I like the competitive dynamics. I like competition and creative destruction. The profit motive seems like a good thing for a lot of different things. Obviously, something we might agree that some things shouldn't be profit oriented, like the police and fire service and stuff like that. But for the most part, the profit motive and market competition is good. But the reason why it's good to have these entities be publicly owned is because instead of having all of the gains of all of that ownership and all of that wealth accumulation go into the hands of an extremely elite minority of people, 10% of people controlling 67% of the wealth of society, we would be able to engage in a system by which that wealth would be extremely horizontally owned. I think that if you include the public wealth of Norway, the top 10%, they go from owning a majority of wealth to only owning about a quarter. So that literally they in a relative sense, they own half as much wealth and they have half as much power by wealth in society. That's a good thing for a lot of different distributed reasons. But then the gains of that wealth, all of those trillions of dollars of capital gains and capital income, dividend income, would now trickle down to everyone horizontally. And again, not just overwhelmingly that top 10%. We'd be able to, it'd be something like, in an ideal world, it'd be something like $3 to $5 trillion worth of capital income that would be going to the public at large, on the, from basically just capital production.
And the politicians would be in
taxes.
charge of it. The politicians would be in charge of it, allocating those resources in the same way that they're doing now, correct?
Yeah, you could do whatever you want with the money. I mean, the representatives, I think I have a view as to what we should do with the money most likely, but the Democratic government would vote on whatever, they could do anything with it.
It'd be the same exact political process, and we'd be wrangling over whether or not to fund PBS in the same way that we're doing now, even though we had more money at our disposal. None of that would change.
Well, Adam, obviously, number one, so if we had the world that I'm describing now, we'd have no budget deficit, and we'd have like an extra few $1 trillion to spare on whatever we wanted, right? So we could pay down our debt with that money. Politicians could then say, like, in a constraint-based way, because obviously you don't have infinite money, like, well, what do you want to do? Like, do we want to just, expand Medicaid, expand Medicare? Do we want to, like, have a UBI or something like that? To the extent that basically you're criticizing the fact that the government is in charge of fiscal policy, like that's how we currently operate under that world. Like, are you saying the government, we shouldn't have democratically run fiscal policy? Like, that sounds...
Well, I'm looking for how this solves the wealth problem if the resources that are gained through this sovereign wealth fund are still allocated through some sort of political process.
So it solves the problem.
You still have the Democrats trying to pay off their winning coalitions, and you'll still have the Republicans trying to pay off their winning coalitions. You'll just have a bigger
Adam,
pie.
Do you believe in democracy?
Arguably.
Like, maybe
What's that?
do you
Hell
believe
yeah, I
in
believe
democracy?
in democracy. Yes,
Okay,
I do.
well then you shouldn't have this inherent skepticism of the democratic budgeting process. Like, I understand that obviously politicians can misuse money and politicians can misuse public assets. So that's completely internalized with my understanding and my thinking. I mean, that's clearly the case, right? And so unless you're arguing for basically a system where politicians have no control over the budget, well, yeah, you have to kind of eat some of that risk when you decide that the way that we're going to distribute public money is through democratically elected representatives. I have a lot of criticisms for how our democracy is set up. We should have a much more democratic system, not much less democratic system like we have now. But those are political questions, not necessarily economic ones.
Do you think the Trump administration has allocated resources fairly?
Adam, no, that has obviously not. But again, that's a political institution question, not an economic one. We're skipping around here. Now, if we want to say, hey, Econoboy, your economic
but you're saying this new system is going to it's going to flatten hierarchies. It's going to raise the standard of living for people. So I'm just asking about how those resources are going to be allocated, because nothing has changed in the way those resources are allocated. You're just changing the way resources are.
Everything's changed in the system, right? So, like, for instance, if we take Trump, right? Trump might say, hey, we're able to close our deficit and we have another couple of $1 trillion on top. So he might say, hey, we're going to do another tax cut. We're going to return that money directly to taxpayers, and we're going to run budget neutral, but we're going to give $2 trillion worth of stimulus to just taxpayers by cutting the income tax, right? Now, I might disagree with that on various moral and economic grounds, right? But that's not like a new criticism. Like, that's a criticism of, like, the fiscal state and how we manage money. And maybe a Democrat comes into office and says, no, like, I want to raise taxes and I want to use that tax revenue to pay for an expansion of Medicaid or something, like, So we have a similar, like, level of political, we have, like, similar political dynamics that are going on, but we have, number one, much more money to actually use that's not necessarily distortionary like a lot of our tax code. So to the extent that Trump argues for cutting taxes, like, literally we have a more economically efficient system if we just use capital income rather than increasing taxes or relying on the taxes that we have now. That's number one. And then number two, the same exact systems by which Democrats would want to funding those systems with non-distortionary capital gains distributions, other than basically just raising the income tax or payroll taxes like Democrats historically advocate for, that's much better for the economy as well, right? So the paradigm of our economy changes in a structural sense. when it comes to allocating this money in this different way. And obviously, there's a lot more of it to go around. On the wealth point, it's just like in an accounting sense, it's true that wealth inequality decreases significantly when the public owns wealth and not private institutions, because, well, now the public owns $100 trillion worth of wealth and not just, a bunch of private investors, right?
The public owns that wealth, but it's being distributed by the political process. So they don't own that wealth. In the same way,
they do
a private owner.
They do own it.
Yeah,
they can do whatever they want with it.
How do they access that wealth?
What would they?
I'm a citizen of the United States. I have a stake in the sovereign wealth fund. How do I get my stake? I wait for my politician to get elected and give me a tax cut or give me some sort of public program. I hope that they're going to spend that money on healthcare instead of buying Greenland. I mean, how is that money allocated?
So you keep asking this question. I'm just giving you the same answer. The money is allocated by the democratic process. Now, if you're going to make the point So I am waiting. I'm waiting for my politician to get elected and to give me my piece of the pie. It's comical. I want to go back to Adam. Wait, no. I'm not gonna. You can't just get away with. You called me the smug, condescending one, and then you laugh and say that's comical to what I just said earlier today. When I feel like I explained this pretty well. To respond to your point, obviously, in an accounting sense, you can't withdraw that wealth directly because it's democratically managed wealth, right? So it's true that you have to.
What if I just own it on the old system? Like I have shares of Apple, and Apple gives a dividend.
What if you did own it on the old?
I just get my piece of the pie, right? I don't have to. It's not embedded in some sort of political process.
Adam,
but in your system, I can't buy Apple because Apple's all owned by the government.
The thing that makes ownership collective is that it's collectively owned, not individually owned. That's what socialism is.
Yes, I'm talking about the distribution of it. Look, we can let people themselves decide if that's comical or not. Okay, obviously,
let's let them decide.
It's part of the debate. I want to go back to one thing. You had said you're basically making the argument that all of the people who call themselves socialists on the left are really just moderates. But you said also that 40% of Trump voters had quite radical views. Can we explore those radical views a bit?
Yeah, if you want, I can pull up some of the
what do you mean? What do you mean by radical views?
So, for instance, there was a poll that I saw that about 62% of Republicans believe that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country. I would call that a pretty radical view with regard to immigration. There was another poll that I saw that's something like 10%.
Those people are racists?
Well, I didn't say that they were racist. I just said that that's a radical way to frame the immigration problem in this country.
Well, it was framed by the pollster, obviously. Well,
they agreed to it. You didn't have to agree to it. You could say no, or you could say not applicable, right?
So out of that, so all of that 40% is not racist. You don't think they're?
I said 62%.
Racism is not part of the radical view.
Well, obviously, I would say that a lot of people who vote in politics do have racist views. Now, it's been a while since I've reviewed the polling. Some percentage of people would literally describe themselves as white supremacists. And the polling that I've reviewed is that people who describe themselves as white supremacists do overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. But that's not saying that every Republican's a white supremacist. Obviously, those are two different statements.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So just, but yeah, I would describe views like that, white supremacist views about immigrants poisoning the blood of the country, views about.
Do you just object to the way that question is phrased, or do you object to the people who want to curb illegal immigration?
Adam, what's the fundamental point you're making? I don't want to go down this rigor. What's the fundamental point you're trying to get at here, so we can just advance the conversation?
Well, you made a claim that the 40% of people who vote for Trump are radicals, and I want to be able to understand what you mean by they're radicals. Radical is basically. I might define radical different than you define radical.
Yeah, Adam, I have a subjective view about what it means to be a radical. Obviously, I'm not making an objective claim. people would call me radical. Like, I guess in a descriptive sense, like, I'm a pretty radical guy when it comes to my political persuasion, right? So I don't necessarily begrudge people that would describe me that way in a descriptive sense, obviously. But yeah, like I'm saying, like, based on my values, my understanding of the political paradigm, that yeah, like about 40%, 50%, something like that of Republican voters have what I personally would call radical views. People are free to disagree about what is or is not radical, though. Of course, if I spoke to, many of those people are my own family members, right? They wouldn't call themselves radical.
Because obviously, if you think anyone who drinks coffee instead of tea is a radical, it would be important to make that clear in the conversation that these people
but
are not really
Adam,
radicals.
I gave an example. I gave one example about how about 60, I think it was 62% in the poll that I saw of Trump voters, Republican voters, something like that, said that they thought that immigrants were poisoning the blood of the country. And I think that's a radical view. People are free to people are free to say, no, that's actually a very sensible way to view immigration and immigrants. It's like, okay, well, I just disagree,
I would have to see the poll. I wonder if it said illegal immigrants or legal immigrants, but
well, Adam, even if it said illegal immigrants, which I don't believe that it did, it said immigrants, but even if it said illegal immigrants, I think saying that illegal
claim.
Adam, my point is that even if it said illegal immigrants, I would say if you said that, hey, one of the problems with this illegal immigrant is that he is poisoning the blood of our nation, I would say that that's a pretty fucking radical thing to say,
I agree.
It did say legal immigrants, just to be clear, but
all right, like I said,
it said legal
even if it did say that,
no, it did say illegal immigrants.
Said immigrants entering the country illegally today, which I believe was some line that Trump said, right? So
as I've already conceded, even if it says that, I still think that's a pretty radical thing to say.
Telling people what the question said, yeah, that's fine. I understand your response.
Right, and I'm just like, my point is, it doesn't really change
the poisoning the bloodline.
It did, yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. And look, if like you said, Adam, if people want to say that's not a very radical
belief,
not
a biased poll, is it?
Well,
no, but Adam,
didn't Trump say that line or something? I assume that's why they're asking the question.
Yeah, probably.
Somebody said that line.
Well, if people, again, I don't think that's, people are free to say, I don't think that. Like, I don't think that's a biased question. Like, people can say, well, actually, I disagree with like the statement that's being made here. Like, it's meant to be a radical question.
Look, it puts anyone in a bind who's taking the poll, who is against illegal immigration, because now they have to sign off on this Nazi sounding phraseology that.
What are you talking about? If I was against illegal immigration and there was a poll that said, do you think immigrants are, dirty, disgusting pieces of shit? I could say no to that and still be against illegal immigration. Like, I don't think that's like a boxing someone into a corner. I mean, it seems pretty easy to compartmentalize those views.
Do you think the poll results would be? You think those would be good poll results?
I think it's. I don't know what you mean by good. I think it's perfectly
representative.
You
yourself are saying that if you were against illegal immigration, you would not answer that question. You'd answer that question no. So the question really, it's intended to find out who is against illegal immigration, but really it's not. It's not Adam, testing for that.
You disagree with again. Okay, we have a difference, a subjective difference of how we interpret this evidence and what we think of as radical.
I still don't really know what you mean by radical, the radical Trump voter, but that's okay.
Okay.
Sitch, do you have anything you want to ask us, or?
Well, I still have more questions though.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I remember. I believe the question was asked, would you vote for Trump over Hassan? And you said you would vote for Trump over Hassan. Is that correct?
No, I said Hassan, personally.
Oh, okay. Okay. You would vote for Hassan over Trump. Would you vote for Hassan over, like, George W. Bush?
George W. Bush is an interesting example. I would say... Iraq was so bad. I don't know. Like, you're saying, like, would I vote for him in the future? Like, if I could vote for a third George W. Bush term?
If there was someone who seemed like George W. Bush, or I'm trying to think of like a Senate Republican, like Mitt Romney,
like Nikki Haley. I would vote for Nikki Haley. I would vote for John McCain over Hassan.
Okay, so you specifically won't vote. So what is the defining trait of Trump that you say, okay, I'll vote for Hassan over Trump?
I think that I think that the kind of people that Trump enables are just more offensive to me personally. You know, I take it that Hassan would have not exactly what I would call a hinged cabinet of people. But you know, I think I'm much more offended by like Stephen Miller being in the White House than like Breonna Joy Gray personally. Obviously, I have a lot of deep disagreements with people like Breonna Joy Gray, but I think Stephen Miller, you know, based on my sense of morality and, you know, my sense of things, I think I find it, to me personally, it's more offensive to have a guy like Stephen Miller so close to the anchors of power in this country than, you know, what I would imagine, I guess, the type of people that Hassan would invite into his orbit. Although I would completely concede every single negative example of like, oh, what about our foreign policy and what about all this crazy shit Hassan's going to do? Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Like, obviously, it's Trump or Hassan. I just think Trump happens to be marginally worse.
Okay. I mean, I would think Hassan would try to do away with private ownership, free speech, and a lot of other things.
Okay.
To a far greater extent than anything Trump's doing right now.
I disagree, but I mean, maybe you could be right.
Mm-hmm. But you said you would vote for a bog standard Republican over Hassan, to be clear.
Yep.
Okay. Would you vote for a generic standard Republican over like any of the big internet socialists?
Well, I just gave you an example of a generic.
No, I mean, is there any like like does this include everyone? Philosophy 2, Vosh, you know, all these people. You're like, no, fuck all these people. Standard Republican over all these people.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd vote for myself over many standard Republicans.
Sure,
you know,
sure.
when we're talking about just
besides
like socialists
you,
in general.
Yes, besides you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think of one online like I think like
I know they're all crazy, so it's very difficult for you to think of one. But
no, I mean, like I think a guy like Matt Brunig, who I mentioned earlier in the conversation, like again, he has not totally in their views, right? But he has some out there views. But I would say that he's like an example of a socialist that I would say is, you know, sensible enough to not be a complete tyrant or an insane person when they take office. You know, other than if we're going to count like socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, obviously I'd pick them over generic Republicans. You know, people.
Sure,
you know,
that's why I'm saying internet socialist. Okay, interesting. Well, just because I think a lot of the conversation was about if there are people who are loosely socialist or more towards the spectrum. I think you even called yourself like you'd be on the right-ish side of socialism if we put it on like a spectrum. Is, you know, a lot of the fears about are these people essentially going to stand by and allow more extreme flavors of socialism that they are against or say they're against to take over, and they're kind of just going to idly stand by and allow it to happen?
Okay.
I don't know, just it seems that's sort of, I think you would. I think that's kind of the problem. You seem like you would allow a lot of this stuff.
I don't think it seems that way.
By.
I think it seems like I've said several times that these people are not my allies and I completely disagree with them and I wouldn't invite them into the party. So if it seems that way, it's not because of anything I said.
Well, I think I saw, you know, you had on the stream the other day as a joke, you know, you came on, you're wearing the socialists outfit. You had the North Korean flag behind you.
Mm-hmm.
You had the USSR flag behind you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, when I see that, to me, it shows someone who doesn't even remotely take these sorts of things seriously and the threat of this stuff seriously at all.
What do you think I'm not taking seriously? Like, what the point of that is I'm not taking...
I'll give you an example. Okay, yeah. So back when I started YouTube, like a long time ago, 2016-ish, yeah, I'm Jewish, and I would make a lot of jokes about Jews because I thought it was funny. And then I realized, like over the course of a couple of years, that there was this growing movement of kind of the alt-right that took the jokes seriously. These were actually people that were anti-Semitic. And I was like, oh my God. So I stopped putting those jokes in my videos upon that realization. And I guess it's what I'm saying is the same thing is that with you, by you making that joke, you're not taking seriously the fact that, well, there's a bunch of people out there that look at that and they go, oh, based. That's a good thing. A Conor Boys, you know, has those flags behind them.
I mean, I think if anybody takes, I think if anybody were to take seriously that whole joke or stunt or anything like that, I would call them cringe, and I would probably ban them from my Discord community, right? Like, again, I don't really think that that's meant to be, or most people interpreted it to be a very serious statement. Like, I literally faked a phone call where my ringtone was like the Russian national anthem.
No, I'm
I
saying
was making
the
jokes,
fact
obviously.
you're not. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're not taking the threat
No,
seriously
but you're
by
assuming,
making those jokes.
No,
Yes.
that's not true. That's not true. What I'm not taking seriously is the idea that I'm just a sweeper for tankies by doing that. You know, it's not a very funny joke if you have to explain it, obviously. But I think that for the, you know, when you look at the reaction to that, it was for the most part very, you know, jovial and funny, and people took it lightly, right? And obviously some people took it seriously, and I can't control how everyone feels, obviously. And to the extent that people were literally offended by it, well, you know, I apologize for that. I don't mean to offend anybody, but you know, I think that it's meant to be an absurdist kind of satire thing. But again, that's a silly joke, right? I think it's kind of it's a little bit ridiculous to me, I think, to judge essentially basically to say like, oh, well, Econoboy doesn't take seriously the threat of tankies when his entire online history before this and also during this has been in pretty explicit opposition to tankies, even including the very article series which predates any of this controversy, where I say, like, there's literally a section where I explicitly say I do not endorse like tanky, like anti-free and fair democracy leftists, and here's why I think that's bad, and here's my very democratic system that I endorse. And if you know, if people like you, and I'm not calling you out specifically, but if people like you want to say that, oh well, I didn't find that you were outraged enough when you spoke to the Vanguard, and I found your joke about being a tanky distasteful, all I can say is like, okay, like I'll try to incorporate that into the future, right? My future advocacy.
Distasteful. I said I find it why you're gonna roll over for this stuff. You're not or you'll be a useful idiot for it.
Yeah,
you're not taking it seriously.
A useful,
Hassan,
but Sitch,
Vosh,
a useful.
all these people.
It's
funny. All these people said that they were against tankies, said they were against Marxist-Leninism for years, until all of a sudden they're not. All of a sudden,
first of all,
they're all in favor of it.
Bosch literally stopped debating anybody before he said he was a tanky. Like, he has a dozen, to the extent that you could criticize Vosh for a billion different things, which you obviously could, and I obviously do. The man is not a tanky, right? Like, he debated these people vociferously his entire like career when he actually did debates, right? So I don't think that that's totally fair. I think that with regards to other people like Hassan,
Vosh would 100% be an authoritarian if he was in charge. You agree with that, right?
Sitch,
you understand?
I don't know, Sitch. I don't know about Vosh.
Well, then don't say that. Don't say that. It's not
no, but
case.
I know he's not a tanky. You're just assuming that he is. You're basically just saying anyone who's a fucking socialist is a tanky.
He's not that. I'll be more specific. He's an authoritarian socialist, even if he's not a tanky specifically.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe there's evidence for that. All I know is that the man has debated tankies a billion times and had blow-ups in his communities a billion times about this. Whatever. The point is, again, you can criticize Vosh for a lot of things. I'm not trying to holistically defend Vosh, obviously, right? But I think that this idea that basically, look, anybody who calls themselves a socialist is like inevitably going to be a tanky. I think that, look, there's a whole shitload of people who write about socialism, who are socialists, who aren't tankies, who live and die as socialists who weren't tankies, right? And there's a historical movement and precedent for that. There's a contemporary movement and precedent for that.
Change tanky to authoritarian. I think that's the concern.
You could change everything.
Don't fixate too much on tanky.
You could change everything I just said. Switch out tanky and authoritarian. I'd say the same thing. There's a history of non-authoritarian socialist movements, contemporary socialist movements that aren't authoritarian as well, who, you know, go into democratic institutions and try to change them, but then when they lose elections, they leave and they act non-violently. And, you know, I consider myself part of that canon. And if you or Adam or other people want to basically just say, hey, look, basically, I just don't buy it. You know, I just think basically you're probably just like those other authoritarian socialists. Well, okay. I mean, there's
no, I don't think you're that. I think you're going to. I think you're going to be a useful idiot for that. I think you're going to allow that to come.
Okay.
Because we lived through the last 10 years. Sorry, we lived through the last 10 years of the far left with all the woke crap, with all the cultural crap, pushing an idea of anti-free speech and anti-individual rights. We all lived through that. Yeah, and now And now that that stuff is becoming not as popular anymore, so the conversation is now shifting to, well, let's use the far left economic structure. I'm skeptical that the same thing's not going to happen, that all those same authoritarian tendencies, all those same anti-freedom tendencies are going to take over the far left movements of the socialist economic movements that you're talking about.
And look, my instinct is that if Bernie had become president in 2016, we wouldn't be living in an authoritarian country. I don't think we'd experience democratic backsliding like we have under Trump. I think if AOC becomes president, the same thing. I think when Mamdani becomes the mayor of New York, I don't think he's gonna like destroy the city or make the city do all these crazily, wildly mob-like corrupt things in New York. Of course, maybe he's different because he's just a local politician, but we just have different instincts on this, right? And if you're gonna say, well, hey, look,
the anti-free speech stuff with the far left the last 10 years.
Sitch, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm not anti-free speech. I don't believe in
the
censorship.
Entire concept of okay, well, if a white person is not allowed to comment on a race issue because of their skin color, they have to be differential to a black person, which is what happened to Bernie when he allowed those two women to come up and interrupt him.
I don't think that Sitch, I don't want to get bogged down. I don't think that's the same thing as, I don't think the idea that you would defer to black leaders on black issues is anti-free speech. Obviously, a white person can speak on black issues if they want, but there's clearly a level of expertise.
No. Don't wait. Don't reframe what I said. Okay,
I didn't reframe what you said. You used the word deferring. You said, "Oh, we should defer to black voices." You used the word defer.
You did.
You used the word defer. Sitch.
You can play it back. I said, okay, that there was this concept that you're not allowed to talk about race issues based on your skin color.
You said defer to black people. Okay.
A 20-game winning
I said
streak.
Bernie. Okay, hold on. I'm talking about an idea. Yeah, if there's like some race issue, I don't have a problem with people saying that like we should let black people talk about some race issues. That's fine. That's very different.
Why are you so anti-free speech?
You acknowledge that that's very different than saying you can't talk about a race issue or a gender issue if you're white or you're a man, right? You understand that's a very different concept.
Yeah, that's obviously a very different concept, but I don't recall people like AOC and Bernie Sanders saying if you're white, you can't talk about black issues.
I'm not talking about AOC or Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's what I'm talking. That's the movement I consider myself a part of right now. If you wanted to say, hey, Econo Boy, hey, Econo Boy.
I'm talking about the last 10 years of woke bullshit that we suffered through.
Sitch, oh my goodness, hey, Econo Boy, I think you're going to be a useful idiot for people who basically think that white people should shut up anytime a race issue comes up. I don't think historically I've done that, and I don't think I plan on doing that.
Well,
and I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to. Right?
I asked you if
I believe in free speech.
Wait, hold on. I asked you if you were pushing back against any of this stuff, and then you were like, "Well, I don't know what any of this means." And now you're saying, "Well, I would never."
I'm telling you now that you've actually explained your position, what my position is. Okay, now if you wanted to say, well,
so you've made like woke is cringe videos in your past on YouTube somewhere.
Sitch, is the standard for which you would judge someone's advocacy if they've uploaded an anti-woke YouTube video?
Have you spoken about it anywhere that I can look at?
No, I'm not. I don't consider myself a social commentator. I don't think these issues are that important in the grand scheme of things. Okay. If you're asking me specifically how you feel about them, then I can just give you my honest opinion. Right, that's it. But it's not sensible to say, oh, you can't have an opinion on this, or actually, I think your opinion's the opposite. Just because you choose not to speak about something you don't have an expertise about. This is the equivalent of people on the left that say silence is violence. That's what you guys are doing to me right now, and I think that's a little bit ridiculous as well.
I asked you earlier if you consider yourself woke and whether you're in favor of CRT and queer theory and all this other stuff, and you said yes. So
I gave you my personal opinion.
About these topics.
My personal opinion. Okay, if you're talking to me about censorship movements.
The whole conversation is your personal opinion. What are you talking about?
No, you said I would be a useful idiot for the movement. And all I can tell you is I don't think I've done that historically, and I won't do that in the future. But if you just want to ultimately throw your hands up and say, I just don't buy it, I think you're going to be. It's like, okay, well
I'm looking for evidence see, I guess. You fighting back against this stuff, and that's why I asked you this question. And now you're saying, well, you never talk about any of this stuff.
I didn't claim there was a shitload of evidence of me fighting against the woke agenda. Like, I don't think there is that evidence. I don't tend to speak about these issues very much, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm pro-censorship or that I have authoritarian views, Adam and Sitch, which just seems like what you guys are, insinuating.
As I said
Sitch doesn't speak for me.
In this conversation.
I'm sorry, I think of you guys as the same guy. I've never seen you in the same room together.
I don't think you have the authoritarian views. I think you're going to become, as I said, the useful idiot for them.
Okay. And all I can do is just disagree and say that's not going to happen, and we'll fucking see. I mean, what else can I say, really, if you just have a different sense of things, you know?
Okay. Let's see.
If somebody is advocating for a white ethno state, and that person is advocating for doing it by peaceful means, doesn't that person somewhat embolden the people who would do it without using peaceful means, just because in reality violence would be necessary to achieve that ends?
Obviously, if somebody says, I want to achieve a white ethno state through the ballot box, I would say, well, I like that you're not advocating for violent revolution. I just think that your goal is completely abhorrent. To your point about, okay, well, doesn't this, I guess, like lend some popular credence to like the broader white nationalist movement? I've already said earlier in this conversation that, yeah, I think that it's probably fair that on like some extremely slim margin, by people coming to me and saying like, you know what, maybe socialism's not so bad because this Conaway guy seems sensible and he's a socialist. I've already said that, yeah, like there probably is some portion of people that are, I guess, like more susceptible to, being radicalized because they've opened the door to socialism in general. But what I've also said about that is that that's true with basically every ideological movement, right? That like there's a lot of libertarians who, there's a lot of very sensible and good people who are libertarians, but then there's also libertarians that are like you said, like white nationalists who fucking have insane beliefs, right? So
if the goal though is to expand individual rights and to protect individual rights, that goal is not going to require some violence, like the violent removal of a bunch of people or the violent
you don't think protecting individual rights requires violence? We have to do so much shit that requires violence to protect our individual rights.
Somewhat. I mean, it does require law enforcement, and law enforcement does require some violence. But you
know how this country was founded? It was founded with a revolution, right? Like, we had a civil war.
The violence is aimed at the people who are not living up to the goal of expanding individual rights. When you infringe on other people's rights, obviously the state responds with violence. They incarcerate you, take away your stuff. But
okay,
I mean,
and what I'm just saying,
I'm talking about the goal
here's
actually requiring violence. Like obviously, if you
the goal of establishing
state,
liberal rights requires violence. You can't have individual rights without violence. It's impossible.
No,
hold on.
No one's saying otherwise. I don't know why.
No, because Adam is saying, well, the goal of socialism requires violence, which I say every ideology requires like an enforcement mechanism, right? No shit.
Wait, hold on. There's a difference between saying the question is not the violence in terms of the government has an monopoly.
Yeah, I'm not talking about enforcement. Yes.
Its laws and things like that. It's like no. We'd have to have a violent revolution to change the system to match that as well.
Why? No, even the technical aspects of implementing a white ethno state would require violence. I think we can all agree on that.
Sure. If we're switching around the white ethno state and the socialist thing. On the white ethno state, like, yeah, you certainly, I do think, require some level of violence, at least on the enforcement mechanism to enforce like a white ethno state
because there are Americans that are not going to want to leave, no matter how many incentives you give them. Sooner or later, you're going to have to forcibly remove them, right? It's the same thing with the socialist stuff.
First of all, my model is based entirely on voluntary transactions. Nobody's forced to sell to the government if they don't want to. Now,
yes. I understand that. And there are people who want a white ethno state that say the exact same thing. They say, my model is completely nonviolent. We're going to offer incentives for people to leave. But they're still advocating for a system that I believe is still going to sooner or later end up in violence. So I think a big problem that we have with the system you're advocating for is that we personally believe that sooner or later it's going to inevitably end up in violence.
Yeah, I think the difference is that there's a history of when white supremacists get in power, they don't exactly, and you see even white supremacists. If I could just finish the point,
so get in power, it devolves into violence.
But there's also a history. Well, here's what I will say: I don't think there's a robust history, even in part, of a bunch of white supremacists getting in power and doing the nonviolent ethnic cleansings. I don't think you could really point to examples of that. But I could point to a history of socialists taking power and doing the nonviolent social ownership policies, right? And so again,
Is that
I'm
the
part
Nordic
of the
state?
well, the Nordic states, the European and sort of oceanic labor and social democratic movements historically. Obviously, there's there are examples of socialization in this country, government service expansion, state-owned
you made a
ownerships that didn't
claim-
require violence, right? I mean, what?
You made a claim that was kind of a whopper. You said 2/3 of Norway's wealth is already socialized.
Which is true. You can look it up.
How do you? Are you saying 2/3 of Norway's wealth is owned by a sovereign wealth fund?
2/3 of it is owned in the various collective pools of assets. So you've got the sovereign wealth funds. They've got multiple sovereign wealth funds. You've got state-owned enterprises, and you've got government services.
And that's all the wealth of Norway, even the wealth held by the Norwegian citizens?
Yep. So if you compare private wealth held by the
includes
citizenry and then the public wealth, all the wealth of Norway, 2/3 of it is owned socially. And wouldn't you know it, there wasn't a fucking civil war in Norway. So.
That doesn't seem remotely possible to me.
Okay.
But I'll have
I
to-
mean, hey, like it just doesn't seem possible. For me personally, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a convincing argument to me. I think that when I looked into this, I don't recall the Wikipedia page of Norway having a fucking civil war or devolving into anarchy because they established their sovereign wealth
Norway's not
fund.
socialist. You're making
Didn't
a
say
claim
they
that
were.
Norway is socialist. You just
Didn't say
did.
that.
What are
Nope.
you talking about?
Didn't say that.
You used Norway as an example of
I
some
used
country
Norway-
that implemented socialism peacefully.
No, I didn't. I used them as an example of a country that instituted my institutions. So, for instance, if you were to say,
Which you said
hey,
were
Conaboy,
socialist.
Is
Or-
it not,
well,
is
no,
that
no,
not socialist now?
well, it's socialist to collectively own the means of production, right? Now, I've endorsed two things. I've endorsed socialism as an ideal and also a process by which we get there. Now, you guys are looking at the ideal and saying, well, that necessarily requires violence. And what I've said is, well, hey, look, we've got all these examples of all these different countries at different stages of development, different cultures, different types of governments, different people in general, different ages of technology, where they've engaged in a process by which they took privately owned means of production and put it into public ownership. And they've done that non-violently. They've done it with voluntary transactions, with expanding investment in certain key state industries, state industrial policy. That's a non-violent process, right? Now, obviously, some societies which have done socialism, like you guys are describing, like China and Russia, they did have violent revolutions. And I don't endorse those experiments. I endorse the non-violent ones, the incrementalist ones. But to say that basically, well, hey, look, all of these other societies that have been able to collectivize things non-violently, basically, what, Adam, you're saying I just don't buy it? Like, they exist. They did it without violence. And I feel like we could do the same thing
They're
here.
not socialist.
I didn't. Oh my God,
You
Sitch.
did. Wait, you keep no.
Oh
Wait,
my
you keep playing a
God.
shell game with this. No, you
I'm not
can
playing
act
a shell
exasperated.
game,
You're
Sitch.
playing a shell
I'm being
game,
very
okay.
clear.
Wait a minute.
I'm
No,
saying
you're not
no.
being clear.
I'm being
You're
clear.
not being
I am
clear.
being clear.
You're
Sitch.
not being clear.
I'm being
you
clear.
Said
I
you
disagree.
said I'm a socialist, and here's my system that's a socialist system. And then we got in this
Didn't say
conversation
that.
about whether stop. Then we got in this conversation about whether that could be advocated through violence. And Adam said he didn't think so. And you said, well, Norway did it. And then you said, well, Norway's not socialist. They don't
Norway-
consider themselves socialist. And you
Sitch.
said, I never said they were.
I
And then
didn't say they
said,
were.
Well, wait a minute. You said that they're advocating the system that you want, which you said is socialism.
I said they're engaging in an institutional framework that I recommend. Okay, Sitch, let me ask you a question.
so. They're at.
Do you think,
so
if
they're
I could
doing
just ask you a
something that's
question,
not
Sitch,
socialism.
do you think, no, Sitch, you already agreed
Are
at the
they
very
doing
beginning.
something that's socialism or not?
Sitch, let me ask you a question, okay? Do you agree that if a society becomes socialist, that they have to engage in a process to become socialist? That at one point they're capitalist and then they become socialist? Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
You're on the
society-
road to socialism. That's your argument.
so what I'm saying is that society is a mixture, obviously, of capitalist institutions and socialist institutions. Because obviously we have a lot of, in this society, we have things like the TVA, which is a socially owned institution that produces electricity for people and does infrastructure development. But then we have a bunch of privately owned electricity companies that do the same exact thing. So it's a mixed market, right? I am endorsing a process by which we incrementally take those privately owned institutions and make them publicly owned institutions.
Yeah, I get all that. That's
Norway.
fine. That's nothing to do
Okay,
with
so
what we're talking
if you agree, then you would have to. Adam, you're laughing because you're a dumb fuck that doesn't seem to be following the conversation. Okay, let me talk to the adult in the fucking room, Sitch. Okay,
I am
now.
following the conversation.
No, you're
I think
clearly
everyone's
not.
following
Okay,
what's happening here,
no,
but
you're
okay,
not.
sure.
You guys are fucking insufferable with this point. I don't understand how you can agree. Okay, We have institutions that go from private to public. We agree that there's a process by which we socialize things. Now, Norway has socialized a lot of shit in their society. They're not 100% socially owned, but we can at least see, hey, insofar as we can get to 50% social ownership or whatever the fuck, right? That is not a nonviolent process. And I don't have strong reason to believe that going from 40 to 50 to 60 to 70 necessarily needs to be a violent process. And I've already said at the beginning of this conversation that to the extent that you get to, let's say 70%, and all of a sudden you find that, hey, 30% of people are basically saying, take it from my cold fucking dead hands, you evil government pig, I'm never going to sell to you. I would just say, okay, fuck it, just let them keep it. I'm not really that offended by 30% of the wealth being privately owned, and I'm not willing to fucking throw people in gulags because what, we want to socialize an extra 20, 30% of wealth? I've already said that. Okay, but you guys seem to be completely misunderstanding everything that I'm saying in a bad faith way. Sitch, does everything that I just said make coherent sense to you?
What you said just now, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand the point you're making.
So
Sure.
in the future, in the future, when you guys have a discussion about my views, and for the rest of the time that you're speaking to me, I don't want to hear he called Norway socialist. I don't want to hear he advocated for violence. I don't want to hear he believes that no matter what, you should socialize the means of production. I don't want to hear, oh, he's sweeping for tanky experiments, because I've never done any of those things. And you guys repeated that shit like 100 times during this conversation.
Look,
but you've just agreed that what I said is coherent. So I hope we fucking can finally move on from all the misunderstandings.
It's completely incoherent because you
okay, well, at least Sitch agrees.
There are plenty examples of socialist countries that achieve socialism non-violently. And then you use Norway as an example.
They've achieved socialist institutions. They haven't literally 100%ed social ownership, but I've said that a dozen times, Adam. I'll say it again. They've engaged in a process by which they've taken a lot of privately owned assets and make them publicly owned. I think that process has been overwhelmingly in many of these societies nonviolent processes. Those are the processes by which I would endorse. Insofar as we get to 60, 70, 80% social ownership, and then basically we have to wage a fucking revolution to get to the other 20%, I would say, I'd rather not have a revolution in this country just to have some weird ideal of social ownership. So again, Adam, I'm going to ask you, did you understand everything that I just said, or was it completely incoherent to you?
I understand what you're saying. It's very simple.
Thank you. I'm glad we've finally gotten there.
You just accused us of saying a bunch of things about you which we didn't say in this conversation.
You guys have said about 100 times that I said Norway did socialism and is a socialist country, which I didn't say. I'm just saying that they engaged in a process by which they've
that was
created.
The implication, and then you.
Okay, well now it's an implication. Now it's just an implication. It wasn't an implication of what I said at all.
Experiments and all sorts of other things.
Well, I think thanks for reeling it back and saying, "Oh, actually, hey, Econo Boy, you didn't say that. It was just the implication that I made up from what you said. Thank you for admitting that. If you think it was just an implication of what I said, you could have asked me to clarify.
It's weird that you say that we're bad faith, and then you keep doing this thing where you try to reframe everything I say in a very bad faith way.
Said the word. Oh, it's actually just an implication of what you said, but you said I actually said the things, which I didn't do.
This 3 times. Adam said, "Where's an example of this where you can have socialism without violence?" And you pointed to Norway.
Why did I do that, Sitch?
Do you understand that the average person, a reasonable person, would be like, so you're saying Norway's a socialist country? And then when you go on for 10 minutes to say, no, I didn't mean they're a socialist country. I just meant they had this very specific institution. That's fine. You can make the fucking point, Econo Boy, but you don't get to fucking berate us for when you say the most obvious fucking thing on the planet incorrectly.
I don't think it was that obvious.
It was the most obvious fucking planet.
Okay.
Like,
well, now,
triggered by
at least now, yeah, I'm really triggered. At least now we finally have agreed. Econo Boy's not saying Norway's a socialist country. Econo Boy's just saying Norway's engaged in a process that he would endorse.
Having a socialist process to get your sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, there you go. You've finally fully internalized my position. Okay, so back to the original point. I think that Norway's done this without a lot of violence. Many other societies have done it without a lot of violence. I don't see a reason to think that
all these positive examples of socialism or socialist institutions that you're pointing to are all socialist institutions that exist within liberal countries in liberal frameworks. None of these countries are actually socialist countries.
Sitch,
If you wanted to say you're in favor of having a strong welfare system or welfare state or having social institutions in liberal countries, that's a very different position than saying that you're in favor of socialism.
Sitch, we've already agreed. You've agreed on every one of my premises. You've already agreed that societies go from capitalist societies to socialist societies. Okay, then I don't know how you would not agree with this then, flatly. In order for a society to become socialist, if I could just finish, in order for a society to become socialist, it has to go from a previous system to the current existing socialist system, right? So similar to how we became a liberal society, but we used to not be a liberal society, we engaged in a process by which incrementally we became more liberal over time, right? So I wouldn't go to, for instance,
was America not a liberal country?
Okay,
when we're a British colony, is that what you mean?
Okay, presumably you wouldn't say we've established the liberal ideal when women couldn't vote and when black people were slaves. I don't think we were a liberal society.
We were living up to liberal standards, but it was still a country founded in the process of liberalism.
Right, so we weren't, well, I don't know, historical disagreements, whatever. The point is, clearly we hadn't achieved not the socialists, clearly we hadn't achieved the liberal ideal when black people were enslaved and when women didn't have the right to vote. Okay,
of course.
Now, I would say that, hey, look at when women got the right to vote, I would say we still didn't achieve the liberal ideal because we had Jim Crow and poll taxes and all that stuff. But I think that by giving women the right to vote, we went one step closer to achieving the liberal ideal. And so similarly, if in this country, for instance, we did something
hold on. Let me stop you for a second, because I think it's a very important point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The way in which people advocated for civil rights for black people and for women and for gay people and for everyone, it's been primarily in the framework of liberalism and liberal individual rights. And the reason for that is because this country was founded on those principles, even if we all agree that the country didn't live up to those principles. So the fact that that was the framework, that was the culture that people had to advocate for those rights for in the first place shows, yes, everyone was thinking along America on the lines of being a liberal country. And this is the point I'm trying to make. And I don't think it really helps your argument when you point to Norway or these other countries that are liberal countries that have some kind of social or socialist-esque type institution. Those are still liberal countries that have liberal cultures and liberal frameworks.
Liberalism is not in contradiction to socialism, to be clear.
You're saying that there is some kind of process that you think where we're going to go from being a liberal country to a socialist country. And if that process does occur, then those ideas, those arguments, that framework is going to change. And one of those things that's going to go away is the concept of individual rights, which is a framework of liberalism and is not the framework of socialism.
I don't know why it would be the case that in a world where all the capital is socially owned, you don't have individual rights. You don't have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to vote. You don't have the right to marry who you want. You don't have the right to express yourself.
Socialism fundamentally doesn't believe in individual rights. Marx did not believe in individual rights.
Marx did. First of all, that's not true. Okay.
He said rights atomize the individual and were used to separate people from the community.
Marx was a fervent defender of certain individual rights like free speech.
Certainly.
Okay. It's just a matter of which rights do you think people should have or shouldn't have. Like, I don't believe in the individual right to molest children. I would hope you guys don't either, for God's sakes.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, no shit.
Please.
Obviously, it would be a debate about what rights you extend to people. Okay.
Come on.
Some people have radical views on gun ownership as an individual
Socialists
right.
do not believe conceptually in individual rights from a philosophical position. It's not rooted in the philosophy of socialism.
That's not
There's no
true.
basis for it.
You can read there's a book called The Political Theory of Liberal Socialism where this guy Matt McManus.
Okay, so now we have liberal socialism. Okay.
Well, Sitch.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain the history of actually existing socialists that believed in liberal principles, or do you want to continue to just deny that they didn't exist?
No. Wait. If I say that there's no framework for individual rights in socialism, and you're like, well, okay, maybe for like 95%, but there's one sect called liberal socialism, and they do carve that out. Okay, there you go. You got me. You got the 5% that's got on the free rights right there.
Once again, it's not 5%. For instance, when you look at the history of many of the democratically elected socialist governments and a lot of the early labor and social democratic movements, they respected things like individual rights and your right to the ballot and your right to express yourself. They didn't move to prevent people from doing those things. Liberal frameworks, insofar as we're talking about like politically liberal frameworks, like, you know, individual rights and your right to interact with democratic institutions, is clearly not in contradiction to many of the existing histories of socialist movements in these Western countries, in these oceanic countries, right? And if you want to deny that history, then okay, whatever.
Do you agree that the core principle of liberalism is that there's a prioritization of individual freedom and individual rights, and believing that individuals should be able to pursue their own interests with minimal interference?
Yeah, of course. But there's clearly a wide disagreement as to what it means to provide people access to those rights. And for instance, what a lot of socialists will say is that when it comes to your actual ability to obtain, like your ability to actually interact with those rights, that things like social ownership actually increase your ability to interact with a liberal democratic framework because of things like, oh, you know, whatever they'll say oppression in the workplace, they'll say wealth inequality as a means to interact with political institutions. Like, a lot of socialists ground their socialism in a defense of the ability to act freely and act individually. And that's, of course, that's true.
Briefly, if we say liberalism is a philosophy that's based around maximizing individual rights and freedoms, what is socialism?
So at the very beginning of this conversation, I said the broadest tent of socialism is the collective ownership of the means of production. That socialism in its most foundational sense is concerned with how production is organized. Okay,
so that is the issue that I'm getting at. The core of liberalism is the focus on individual rights and freedom. The core of socialism is something else. It's something very different.
But they're compatible. That's what I'm saying.
They can be. Well, hold on.
They can be. We agree then, Sitch. We fucking fully agree.
No, we don't agree.
You just said they can be. That's what we agree on the point.
Okay, yeah, you can say they can be. That's fine. That's great. The difference is that that's not the core principle, which means a lot of people are going to be willing to sacrifice those individual freedoms to reach that core principle. And that's the history of socialism when it takes over countries.
Sitch, first of all, I've never, again, you keep sneaking this in.
I'm glad that you're not in favor of that.
I have never ever endorsed autocratic socialist experiments. However, what I have also done is I've pointed out the actually existing history of democratic socialist governments that have done substantially the opposite of what you're describing.
In liberal countries, yes.
Sitch, you can be a liberal country and also have the social ownership. You already agreed. Yes, I agree. These things can coexist. You can be a liberal country that has social ownership of the means of production.
You're not advocating for that. You're advocating for things to become socialist. As you said it's a gradual process.
I'm advocating for, okay, Sitch, you said earlier in this conversation, you can have social ownership and liberalism, okay?
Yes.
I'm advocating for, under our liberal framework, to engage in democratic institutions and to socialize different means of production to where, yes, maybe one day we can have, in an ideal sense, the social ownership of the means of production. But that doesn't mean that we abolish the right to vote, limit people's freedom of speech, limit people's freedom of press, limit people's ability to politically organize, that we get rid of this idea of equality under the law, that there's no necessary tying of these two things. And that's why I reference the historical socialist movements that took power in democratic frameworks and didn't do the things that you're describing. Like, I don't think it's quite as I feel like it's almost framed as like an ahistorical view to say that there were many socialists that respected liberal traditions, and it's absolutely not the case. You can just look at all the socialists that took power and what they did with it.
It's not ahistorical to say that the positive examples that you're bringing forward of socialism were all socialist parties that existed in liberal countries where the countries maintained being liberal countries, and all the negative examples of socialism are socialists taking over and making the country entirely social. That's not an ahistorical position to have.
But Sitch,
that's a completely fact.
Sitch, you can't say entirely socialist, because what you're necessarily sneaking in is the idea that socialism is necessarily in opposition to liberalism, which you've already agreed in this conversation. No, these things can coexist. And so when you keep saying, Sitch, you literally said earlier in this conversation that yes, liberalism and socialism, in theory, you could have social ownership and also liberal political institutions.
I said you can have some social ownership in a liberal system. That doesn't mean that socialism and liberalism are completely that they are compatible, or what you said that they're not incompatible.
Well,
socialism is inherently if you actually follow the philosophy, is inherently anti-liberalism and
So-
is not compatible.
So Sitch, okay. Freedom of speech, freedom of press, equality under the law, your ability to politically organize and advocate for yourself. And
Dude,
let's just
stop
say we live in
doing
a
that.
world.
You
Let's
keep-
just say that we live in
You
a
keep
world.
listing
No,
a
Adam.
bunch of
Let's just.
rights that are completely immaterial to the means
It's
of production.
immaterial. No, it's no. Okay, Adam.
Look, you're
You're
just saying,
so
look, you
close. No,
still have
Adam,
all
you're so
these
close.
rights.
You're
Okay,
so
that's
close, Adam.
fine.
Adam, you're so close. It's immaterial to the means of production, which is to say, you can have all of those liberal rights
Except
with
the right
social
to
ownership.
individually own a productive business. That's
Okay.
the individual right that you can't have.
So Adam, now we're shifting the discussion, but I would just, and I'm perfectly willing to answer that
Well,
point.
I'm just trying to focus the discussion on the
The
discussion
over-
we're actually having here instead of going off
so-
on you can still speak freely, you just can't own a business.
Right. So you can still every single one of the rights guaranteed to you under like the fucking U.S. Constitution is still able to be guaranteed to you in like in a world with complete social ownership. Except, like you said, in an ideal sense, you wouldn't be able to have privately owned businesses unless they were sole proprietorships, which I assume you're not.
And does that
referencing, right?
impinge on people's individual rights?
So the question would be, does a social ownership paradigm enforce your ability to access other rights to a greater degree than is the value
Oh my
of...
God, this is the best dodge ever.
No, what are you talking about? So, for instance, right?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Adam, does tax money prevent your ability to individually freely associate when you charge taxes?
No, of course not.
Really? So when the government takes half your money, you're not able to keep half your
can't-
money
look,
anymore?
That's
Not infringing on your rights. You
can
earned that
have
money,
collective-
right?
You can have collective ownership of institutions. I'm not against that. I don't think Sitch is against that. But in a socialist paradigm, you're trying to make that illegal.
Adam, if the government charged a 100% tax rate, do you think that would be an anti-liberal policy?
Yes.
Okay, so perfect, right? We would necessarily be anti-liberal in the sense that we're not allowing you to keep your income anymore. That's one way in which our society is not like liberal in the individual rights sense, because you're not allowed to keep your income anymore. Now you said, hey, if we charge 70% taxes, I said 50% as an example. If we charge 50% taxes, that wouldn't necessarily be anti-liberal because we're
Well, I
what do you call it?
Illiberal, but
Okay, so is it 30%? What's the amount of taxes the government can charge before it's not anti-liberal anymore? Are you allowed to keep 99% of your income?
I'll go 10%. Sitch.
Okay, so we don't live in a liberal society because we charge way more than like that. That's in one way America is failing to live up to
We
its
live in
liberal ideals.
socialist America right now.
Right.
under
I mean,
Donald
this
Trump.
you see how incoherent this is. My point is that
It is,
I think that
it's
an
totally
argument
not incoherent. At least we're having.
It's
At least
totally
we're talking
coherent.
about something of substance here.
So, for instance, when I take taxes as an example, right, that a lot of Democrats would argue that taxes are pro-freedom. Part of the reason they would argue that is because with tax revenue, we can
this
guarantee...
all ended up in the dodging of the question.
It's not dodging the question, Adam. You're just fucking
but you
incapable of
don't
listening to more
have
than one sentence. Go flip on fucking Instagram
You
reels if
never
you
answered
fucking
the
attention
look,
span
you
can't handle
never
it.
answered-
Okay?
You never answered the question. It's
Okay.
not my. I'm not the one dodging. You're the one
okay.
dodging. I don't know why you're.
Okay, Adam.
Well, actually,
Here's-
I understand why you're getting
I
upset
think-
because I
No,
keep bringing up the question that you don't want to answer. So
You keep interrupting my explanation, Adam. Do you want me to give you an explanation of my... Like, I understand it's more than one sentence. I understand the attention span might be limited, okay? But give me a second here, okay? I'm using taxes as an example because it's considered to be a pretty ordinary argument to say, hey, by using tax revenue to pay for things like Medicare, that we're enhancing the freedom of the elderly, because the elderly living in poverty and being unable to access medical care in some sense makes them unfree. Because even though they have equality under the law, they're not able to meaningfully access those rights because they're poor and they're unfree because they can't have their health care that they need, right? And so similarly, in a socialist framework, you could make a very similar argument that by distributing the gains of wealth and gains of society collectively instead of individually, we can use all of those fruits and we can use all of these different distributed dynamics of, essentially equitable wealth ownership to enhance people's liberal freedoms, that people are more able to access their democracy and they're more able to access their means of subsistence in a world with socially owned production than with individually owned production. Now you can say, the last thing I was going to say, you can say every day of the week that that's impractical, that's stupid, that's not actually how that would work out. Okay, fair enough. But to say that it's necessarily incompatible, that it's necessarily the case, but it's not though, Adam. Why would that?
You're denying people the right to own a business. You're saying, look, these businesses will be done by the government, and that will be better. That will actually increase your individual rights over time. But you're still denying people the individual right to own a productive business.
Adam, let's say that I'm actually wrong, and my society that I advocate for is actually 20 times better than I could have even imagined. Let's say that we collectivize the entire means of production, and because we did that, the median person is 20 times richer than they are today. Okay, 20 times richer. And we have like some radical level of equality or something like that. Would you say that that is a society that is more free on net or less free on net?
It obviously depends upon how you define freedom. You could set up a society where nobody can leave their homes, but they have all of their needs at their disposal.
Okay, so who's dodging the question now?
Those people
Adam,
are very...
Are those people that are living in a free society by every right that we've been talking about, except for individual ownership of the means of production, but they're 20 times richer? Do you think those people are living more free lives, or are they living less free lives in a world where they're 20 times poorer, but you have individual ownership of the means lives? Okay, well then we just disagree.
They can't allocate those resources in the way that they prefer to allocate them.
I think, and
you're actually infringing on their right to allocate that 20% more to doing productive means on their own.
Well, yeah,
so
I think
they are less free.
Yeah, and so we have a different sense of things. I think that if somebody says, "Hey, Econo Boy, you're not able to start a business, but I'll give you 20 times the amount of money that you have now," right? Like whatever that, I'm going to be worth $10 million or something like that. I would say I'm a lot more free because that $10 million allows me to basically choose not to work anymore. I can do anything I want with my free time. I can afford any healthcare that I need. I can travel anywhere that I want. I would consider myself to be more free if I had 20 times the money than if I had 20 times less money, but I could in theory start a business if I wanted. Now, that's just our different philosophical sense of things, but that's a bedrock disagreement.
That you're infringing on someone's individual right to start a productive business. That's the ultimate question. It sounds like you have answered it. So.
Adam, well, I've said 100 times in this conversation that my ideal society is the collective ownership of the means of production.
Yes, you want to infringe on people's individual rights. Do you actually understand?
Yeah, and you. It seems like you happen to think
it seems contradictory to the values of liberalism.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it's contradictory to the values of liberalism to say that. I've already explained why, Adam. Because I think that if somebody has 20 times the I think if somebody has 20 times the amount of money, even if they can't start a business with that money, they are meaningfully more free than before. Yeah, and you disagree with that.
You're making my point here. Okay.
What point am I? I've agreed with I've agreed with Adam's framing, but I've pointed out that we have a different sense of what freedom is.
The way that you're framing this is making my point about this difference, the inherent difference in the core philosophies of liberalism and socialism. Because, well, according to the little Google AI here, it says 75% of Americans earn less than $100,000 a year. Okay. So under your framework, you would say, well, we should take the majority of money from the top 25% of Americans to drop them down to 100K and give it to the 75% of Americans making under 100K. That way, everyone's more free. Okay. That's the framework that you're arguing for. And that's why I'm saying it's incompatible with liberalism and individual rights.
Okay, right. But Sitch, again, if the argument is basically that things like progressive taxation and things like public institutions of ownership and things like that are necessarily in opposition to people's individual freedoms, insofar as one of those individual freedoms
taxation is not against individual freedoms.
Since you just said distributing money from the top 25% to the bottom 75% would be against individual freedom, right?
Okay.
Now, you just said that.
Let me say this very specifically again. Okay. 75% of Americans make under $100,000. You are saying that someone is, quote, more free. This is why you're saying it's not incompatible with liberalism. That someone is, quote, more free. The elderly are more free if you go and give them Social Security. I'm saying under the way that you're framing this, you're conceptualizing this, you open the door for someone to say, I think we should take the majority of wealth, not progressive taxation. We should take everyone's money. We should make a cap so that no one in America makes over $100,000 so we can redistribute all that wealth to everyone else. Therefore, we've created more freedom in the country for that 75%. Therefore, it's more free. That is what you're advocating for through this philosophy that you're talking about.
Yeah, so I don't think that's exactly what I'm advocating for. Again, I wouldn't use these absolutist terms. What I'm advocating for is essentially the financial and business capital of the world, which is not all of wealth. I think that about, I don't know, something like half of wealth in society is basically businesses. The other half is, not
The
not
principle
majorly
that
touched.
you are
Now,
laying out here, you understand it goes to exactly what I'm saying. And you frame this way.
Sitch, again,
This is
Hey,
why
Sitch,
I and
are
so
the
many people have a
25%
problem.
more free?
That's
What
why
about-
so many
Sitch.
liberals have a problem with socialism, because this is the kind of arguments this is where it goes whenever you start making these
Sitch.
arguments.
I agree that a lot of liberals are very offended by the idea of collective ownership of the means of production, socialism in general. So I wouldn't disagree with that.
Look,
The only thing that I would
that's
say-
a complete
hold on.
mischaracterization. Yeah.
It's you framing that, saying, well, giving more people more money gives them more freedom, so therefore that's a good and that's liberal. Liberalism is about equality to opportunity. It's not to equality of outcome.
No,
It's not
but
about
Sitch,
saying
you
everyone
don't
is
have
more
the same
free if everyone has
opportunities
more
if you
money.
have radically different levels of wealth and income. Obviously, you'd agree with that. You'd be a dumb fuck to disagree that obviously wealth and income make a big determining factor as a proportion of what opportunities people have.
Of course they do.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
okay, so of course they do. So if I could argue that under my system, people, because of the much more egalitarian distribution of wealth and income, have much more egalitarian opportunity, then you would at least be committed theoretically to saying that my system is better for people's liberty because they have much more equality of opportunity, because wealth and income are a big determining factor of persons' opportunities.
If
right?
you listen, I'm in favor of increasing people's opportunity to school and education and food and all those good things. That's fine. That's great. Okay. I'm just saying it's interesting to me that your framework went directly to the socialist framework of this sort of conversation of, well, we'll just the more we redistribute things to everyone, the more free everyone makes.
No,
the
I was
more free
making
everyone becomes.
Sitch.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try one last time. Okay, I am not a strict egalitarian. I don't believe that literally anything is worth the squeeze when it comes to egalitarianism. Okay, I think that egalitarianism is really important. I would say that in general, we should take egalitarianism and egalitarian goals like pretty seriously. But I wouldn't say that they're literally the only thing that matters or like the only thing that we should care about. I just think that they're one of the really important things that we should care about. Okay, so I wouldn't say that we should all be equally poor. I would say that we should take like people's basic absolute standard of living pretty seriously. Things like economic growth, utilitarianism, this kind of thing. Like we should take all of that pretty seriously. Okay.
Do you agree that there should be some level of inequality in society?
Yeah, I think that, in a society, there's always going to be some level of inequality for various reasons. And I'm not, obviously people are going to have different talents and different desires, and people have different understandings of what even they want to do. Like some people might just work half as much as other people, so they're probably going to have half as much income, right? So
okay,
that's true.
good.
I mean, but again, I just, the point though is that just because I take equality seriously doesn't mean that it's like the only thing that I care about. My only point is that I think that there's like a min-max here that I think is very sensible to think about. That, I think that the current level of inequality in our society is not justifiable given the level of like economic growth that we see or the level of destitution that we see in society as well. That equality of opportunity is like not even close to being achieved because we have these radical inequalities of wealth and income in society that perpetuate each other. Which, I don't know, I think most liberals would actually agree with that. And that's why most liberals support things like taxation and, some public institutions and public ownership like Adam mentioned. Obviously, I just go all the way on it for an ideal, like kind of normative framework. But, along the way, it sounds like we're on the same train. It's just we would get off at different points, at different stops, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess that's...
Wow.
There was a question
Wow.
here someone wanted to ask. Joe the Mig for $50. Thank you. Says, Sitch, ask him this question. What does Econoboy do if the system he implements becomes authoritarian? Would he fight against it or not?
Yeah, it's not about socialism. Anytime the government became authoritarian, I think we would have a duty to fight against it, whether it was a socialist one or a capitalist one.
So even if it's your perfect system, but they're through authoritarian means maintaining that system, you would fight against that.
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't, my government, another government, it doesn't matter. Anytime there's an authoritarian, like, government or something like that, like whatever happened in, South Korea is a mostly capitalist country, right? Like, they fought against that, and they should have, because authoritarianism is just bad, period. So.
Okay. That's good.
Hey, Econoboy, we've tried our best not to 2v1 you here, but Dev wants to come on now. So
Yeah, sure.
you have to sign off on it, and obviously.
Yeah, I don't care if Dev wants to come.
I will keep Sitch in line. I'll make sure Sitch stays out of it. If Dev
I think
comes
it's
on.
Dev really wants to ask you some questions, so I don't know what those questions are, but
yeah, it's
so I
that's
sent
fine.
you a link,
Yeah.
Dev, if you want to jump on.
I think it's been a pretty good.
I don't know how much
conversation.
more time you got, so if you want to just tell Dev you don't have time, that's
Yeah, we tell Dev that once a week at least, so
Yeah.
you
No, it's
won't
fine.
hurt his feelings.
If he wants to come on, it's fine.
Are there any
okay.
more super chats for Econoboy?
Let's see. Dr. Diller for $20 says capital is power. Socialism restricts individual capital in favor of the common good. The government represents the common. How can the mandated restriction of power, political and economic, not also restrict individual rights?
Well, again, if capital is power, then we have a radically inegalitarian distribution of power in society, right? And so, insofar as we're committed to political egalitarianism, right, which obviously liberalism is committed to the idea of everyone having, one person, one vote, equal say in how society is run. If we're to take seriously what you just said, the idea that capital is power, then we should probably take seriously the idea that capital is very unequally distributed because of private ownership. And so that's why, at the very least, like I said, at the very least, we should advocate for, some decently large amount of public ownership, which I do advocate for, but maybe not necessarily 100% public ownership, which I do think there's practical problems with. So we might actually agree fully with our applied prescriptions, but we might just have a difference of ideals and what we might be aiming towards.
Dev has joined the call, it looks like.
Hello, Dev.
Hello.
Connecting the audio. Hello, Dev.
I heard you, Dev. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, maybe I don't hear him actually.
Well, now I don't hear him. I don't know.
God damn it, Dev. Jesus Christ.
He's always doing this kind of stuff.
Jacob Lloyd for $10 says, legitimate question. In this new system, does the public get to decide on what I do with my 7 sheep and 21 chickens? On what level do private decisions get to be made?
Yeah, like I said, I think most socialists have a sole proprietorship exception. So if you just wanted to own a bunch of sheeps or whatever at your house, or you wanted to have a stove where you bake cakes or whatever, I don't think most people would have a huge problem with that under a socialist framework.
Yeah, but as soon as you hire someone to help you with your chickens, is that where the problem arises?
Again, I think my practical system includes all the flexibility that you guys are describing. So you'd still be able to hire employees and have like private businesses if you wanted. I have a hard time conceiving of what exactly, like you said, that's one of those practical problems that I would fully recognize. That it's like, okay, you got like a guy who wants to just hire some like day labor or something like that. It's like, is all of a sudden the government got to buy part of his farm or something like that? Like, I think all these practical problems are really worth thinking about, for sure. That's why I say that in my sort of practical incarnation of my system, there'd probably be limitations on how far you could push public ownership.
Mark Twain for $20 says, Econoboy, would you support removing residential construction from being applicable to the Davis-Bacon Act in order to make federal loans like HUD 221D more financially feasible, or are unions more important than housing?
Oh my God, that's a deep cut.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know the exact regulation he's talking about, but I think it sounds like you're referring to the idea of union, like a lot of different contracting standards will require union labor, or they'll incentivize union labor. I'm typically against those kind of things. I don't think the best way to incentivize unions is to basically give them favorable contracting standards. The best way to incentivize unions is just make it easy to form a union, which we don't do in this country, and we should do.
Someone asked, do you think the government should have used force to break up the Chaz and the Chop?
I don't know what are we talking about here? I don't know.
You know, remember during BLM, there were like these autonomous zones where Antifa far left people would like take over a couple of blocks of the city and they'd say like, this is an autonomous zone of America. Do you think the government should have sent police in there to stop all that, reestablish order?
Is that not, do we have autonomous governments in this country, I guess? Is that what
No.
currently?
So, okay, so good. So you say, yeah, get rid of those.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think obviously you should try to aim towards peaceful settlements, but if somebody's like, I don't like blockading the city or something and refuses to leave, I mean, you got to do something about it. So,
Gotcha.
Hi, by the way. What's going on?
Hello, Dev.
hey, Dev, what's up?
How's it
bud?
going? You guys have had quite the shit show. It's been really fun to watch.
This is not a shit show. I don't know what you're talking
It's a
about.
shit show. What are you talking about?
It's been mostly
It's just been a lot of
productive,
fun.
I
It's
would
been a lot
say.
of fun. I've enjoyed the stream.
I think
It's really fun.
the conversation with Destiny and Connor Pisco was like 100 times more shit show than anything happened.
That's
here.
true. Yes, that's true. You guys all
So
took
what did
some
you wanna
Prozac today or
ask?
something?
What did
Oh,
you
so-
want? You kept pestering to come on.
I only pestered like twice.
I know. I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you.
I guess just real quick, since you guys were just talking about it, Econoboy, since you don't know about it, the Chaz was basically, I think it was like 6 city blocks in Seattle that some far left goons took over and declared independence from America for about a month. And the city government was like, "Oh, it's no big deal. Everyone's just this is a radical new experiment on how to run our society." And then after a month of this shit and like 5 people died, they finally cracked down on it. It was kind of an embarrassment, to be honest, for the Democrats back in 2020. I'm surprised you didn't know about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've always had views like when there's like that Colorado City like cult leader situation that happens where it's like they kind of took over an entire county and the government just kind of didn't do anything about it. It's like, why aren't we doing something about that? You know, that seems pretty crazy to me. So I don't know. I guess the government generally is like very scared of like Waco like situations, which is understandable. That's why I said, always try to, do as peaceful a solution as possible. But, if you have a situation where people are like, abusing kids or something, you probably have to do something extreme at that point.
Yep. Okay, so just so I you know that I know what you're saying, because I have read the Substack now. I've read it twice actually at this point. So you're talking about sovereign wealth funds and publicly owned companies that buy up stocks in private companies, and then basically through an incremental process, the government ends up owning, you said, between 60 and 80% of the means of production.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Okay. Firstly, why 60 to 80%? Like, why is that your goal?
I think that's just the realistic target that I could imagine working out decently well. We have about 75% institutional ownership of the stock market right now, and we don't seem to have huge liquidity problems or allocative inefficiencies in the stock market. Insofar as we do have allocative inefficiencies, it's not because of the institutional investors at the very least. And so I figured, if we essentially took over that institutional management at about 75%, I think something like that could make sense. And then that's just a business capital, but obviously we would have a diverse portfolio of more than just that when it came to wealth. And so that's the part of wealth that I guess I'm most concerned with. The allocative inefficiencies is the business capital. So I think 75% of the stock market is probably, you could probably get
Okay.
up to that.
This basically sounds like BlackRock, Vanguard, etc., but publicly owned and
Yeah.
not client owned.
That's one
Okay.
way to think of it.
So you said there's going to be a whole bunch of public holding companies. Why would they compete against each other if they're all state owned?
They're just that's just what their mandate is. I use the example of there's a lot of portfolio investors and strategies where you don't invest in one company, you just invest in a whole bunch of companies in the same industry. So most people that want to have exposure to oil, for instance, they would buy a stock in like many different oil companies, and a lot of companies or a lot of institutional investors and investors in general do this, and the companies still compete against each other and the investors still compete against each other. One example that I have is, which I think is pretty interesting, is that BlackRock is publicly traded, and about 10% of their stock, which is just the largest single owner, at least the last I checked the data. About 10% of BlackRock is owned by Vanguard. So like literally
Yes.
Vanguard owns part of their own competitor, but they still compete against each other. And it seems like the reason why that is because Vanguard invests in BlackRock, not necessarily because they want to capture market share, but because they're just doing diversified investing. And so insofar as the mandate is that they compete against each other, and that's how they're compensated, and they have this like understanding of maximizing value with like good portfolio theory, kind of like finance fundamentals, then that's what we would expect them to happen. That's what we would expect them to do.
When you just said that there'd be a mandate that they compete against each other and they'd be compensated for it, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I think the compensation structure for the investment managers would be, at least like what I would advocate for, would be that it would be fundamentally similar to the compensation structures that we see today. You know, you'd have like performance pay and you'd have bonuses for maximizing value and for certain return thresholds, things like that, you know, and so they would be incentivized not to, you know, engage in this kind of like coordination. And also there'd be antitrust measures and things like that, kind of monitoring them and making sure, just like we have in today's society. So there would just be a lot of incentives and there'd be a lot of regulations that would make it the case that they would compete, just like how we have those incentives and regulations today.
Yeah, because I was thinking initially, as soon as I was reading this, I was thinking monopoly, right? Because if you have a whole bunch of these holding companies and they're all competing against each other, it wouldn't be hard for them to just sort of rig the game in their favor by all collaborating with each other. So you get like, it's not quite a monopoly. It's like a monopoly type situation where each of these people, they say, oh, we're just going to, I'm not going to, push on you too hard. You're not going to push on me too hard. And we'll just, maintain the system as it is. Like when you say antitrust, I can see that working against private corporations, but these aren't private corporations. They're public ones. You're expecting basically an arm of the government to regulate these things despite the government owning them.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, in Norway, they have the state oil company, but they also have an adversarial regulator, right? So they have, the state oil company is expected to follow like all the same regulations that the other companies are expected to follow, and insofar as they don't, they get fined, or they get, they have some haranguing obviously from the government. And so, I would just that's like what I would advocate for is a neutral set of regulations. And so if there's evidence that one holding corporation is uncompetitively basically coordinating with the other ones outside of a literal transaction. I mean, if two holding corporations wanted to, there was some kind of merger that would happen, that'd be fine. But if it was anti-competitive in that sense, then it would be, against the rules, I guess, similar how it's against the rules today.
I mean, sure, but if you look at the states right now, you have, I think, the Federal Reserve is like a semi-independent. It's somewhat isolated from the powers of the presidency, and yet Trump is still kind of pushing on it, right? Like, and it's a big controversy right now. What Trump is trying to get rid of the Fed head, and he's not really allowed to, but he's still trying to do it. You know the story, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just that it really seems like the system that you're setting up, it's ripe. It's just ripe for abuse by the wrong leader to come in.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you do set up the system to be particularly vulnerable, right? So if you don't set up these independent governing frameworks like I talked about, it's much more vulnerable than if you do. If you do set up all of these like really good, solid, like, oh, we got all these rules-based systems by which these people are getting appointed, and let's say it works for a long time, but now you've got this like radical government that takes office that wants to do some crazy shit with the public wealth, like. I fully concede, that's something that could happen. I would just argue that, we've had crazy governments in the past who have tried to do crazy shit with the economy, and, sometimes they do, right? And, those people are typically voted out and replaced with people who are more competent managers. And I will say that with regards to public wealth specifically, that's one of the arguments that they make in the Public Wealth of Nations book, is that there's like it seems like with public wealth, if you set up the institutions right, the political economy is really strong. That, hey, because we set the institutions up right, they make a lot of money for the government. And because they make a lot of money for the government doesn't have to raise taxes as much. And because the government doesn't have to raise taxes as much, well, it's kind of incentivized to just let things keep going how they're going, right? So that's another reason why it's really important to set up these institutions properly.
So I get all that, but I know that, Adam, you're going to disagree with me on this. I understand, but I keep pointing back to Trump as the ultimate counterexample because, like, America has its problems, but it's been set up pretty well. And then Trump, being the bull in the china shop that he is, he constantly just runs things down. He pulls institutions apart. America has tons of problems right now, and they are at least in part predicated on the idea of, well, he can't be that bad. And surely things will survive. And it's like, well, they might not. You know?
Right, but
you don't,
again,
you don't need Trump, Dev. You don't need Trump to make this argument. Like if 80% of the wealth is held publicly, that wealth is only accessible through politics. That's a huge chunk of everybody's wealth that they don't have access to without some sort of political process.
Well, again, I think that if that were if that were the case, the political economy is really important here, right? That if it were the case that people were voting politicians in that would manage this like huge pot of collective wealth, and we see this in other countries that have these huge pots of collective wealth, that seems to be internalized in how a lot of people vote. That people are incentivized to vote for politicians that will openly say, "Look, I'm not going to fuck with this system because I understand how good it is." Like Dev in Canada, you see the same thing with your healthcare system, like. So many politicians, maybe some of them are pretending, maybe they have to feign this kind of position, but at the very least, like the Medicare system in Canada has such a strong political economy that for the most part, they can make changes on the margin, but you're not going to see like a party become, a majority government in Canada running on completely fucking up the Medicare system, right? Even in the United States, right? Trump didn't cut Medicare and he pledged not to cut Medicare. Because the political economy of Medicare is so strong. And so I would just make the argument, and this is, I think, based on other historical examples, obviously it's conjecture because we don't know how the future would go, but I would just make the argument that the institutions that I describe have a very strong political economy and that we wouldn't have a lot of reason to believe that basically the economy would collapse.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like for your changes to have a shot at working, there need to be a massive cultural shift in the United States regarding how Americans view their relationship with their own government, basically.
Maybe. I mean, I think ultimately, again, you can start small. Like these institutions can start pretty small, right? So you could start like one holding corporation with $50 billion, and then it's like, oh shit, like, hey, like it turned into $100 billion, and that worked out pretty well. Like, and then you can start more of them from there. Like, you could accumulate capital in a sovereign wealth fund. Oh shit, we've got like a $10 trillion sovereign wealth fund, right? Like that's pretty nice chunk of change at this point. And like I think eventually people kind of incrementally, as the incremental kind of reform takes hold, kind of form that understanding.
Okay. See, this you and I have had this conversation not on stream recently, where I basically said something along the lines of I don't view your positions as inherently socialist, and I don't think that liberalism and socialism they work together the way that you think that they do. And I'll give you my reason why. It's a little bit different than Adam Sitch's. One of the core liberal values is restriction on state power. If you look at any liberal political philosopher, they talk all about you have these massive authoritarian states. I know that I'm not going to make the claim that you're advocating for this. I heard that conversation 10,000 times today already. I'm not making the claim that you advocate for an authoritarian state. But one of liberalism's prime concerns is that the government might get too strong and might oppress the people, because the first liberals were writing in an era when that was very common with all the monarchies in Europe. And you would need a massive expansion of government power to do what you want to do, which I do think is fundamentally anti-liberal.
Yeah, I guess I disagree in part. Like, I think that you find a lot of liberal thinkers who expected a lot out of their government. Thomas Paine, for instance, he was a foundational liberal thinker in this country. He's taught in our history classes, of course. He advocated for things like universal inheritance and basic income and stuff like that. That was, on the government's, obviously, their responsibility to do. And I think that you find, for instance, like John Rawls, who I'm sure you would agree is kind of in a contemporary sense, like probably one of the most foundational contemporary liberal philosophers. He thought the government should do a shitload of things. Like he thought the government should provide for so many different sorts of rights and welfare systems. And, he said that, although at the end of his life, it's kind of controversial whether you would call him a socialist, he did at the very least say that, look, my liberal ideas of justice are achieved by democratic socialism, by a democratic socialist government. And so I think these people were in fact committed liberals, but they were liberals who believed that one of the ways to achieve their ideas of liberal freedom was through having a democratic state that did things like I'm describing, engaged in collectivization projects and engaged in welfare redistribution. Or in the case of John Rawls, just like literally did socialism. Like he said that socialism would be a way to achieve his kind of liberal ideals. So it's liberalisms, which you would agree with. And I just happen to be on the, I guess pro-government side of liberalism.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good faith discussions to have on, how much should the government interfere in the private sector? How much should the government spend on like public health care or something like that? But I think most people who call themselves liberals, in good faith call themselves liberals, they would not say something like 80% of the means of production. That's really high.
Yeah. Well, that's probably, probably that is true. Most liberals are not socialists, I would say.
Well, right, but the amount of state expansion you'd have to implement to get to that 80% number is more than what liberals would be comfortable with, which is why I don't think that you can be a liberal and a socialist at the same time.
Well, I mean, again, it sounds.
I don't know.
It sounds like you didn't disagree with my history. Like all those liberal thinkers seems to endorse an expansive role of the state, right? And I mean, insofar as we want to just say, well, but they were a minority of liberals. Maybe I don't have maybe that's true. Like I don't have a survey available to me. I'm just saying that they were part of the liberal tradition. In the case of John Rawls, a very pivotal part of contemporary liberalism. And, they endorsed expansive roles for the government. I mean, many, people that in this society, people today who call themselves liberal, like just like in a common parlance, like liberals in America vote for the Democrats, and that's the party of big government, right? So obviously if we're talking in a more pure philosophical sense, maybe not, but if we're saying like, well, most liberals would say this, it's like most liberals in this country vote for the Democrats, so.
Well, to be honest, I don't think Americans understand what liberals or conservatives are generally because I don't know. Like,
probably
there's people who think that liberals are communists, people who think that conservatives are fascists in the United States, and it's like, no, guys, these labels have meanings. I don't like using the American definitions of these words because
but I'm saying even if you think of actual like philosophical proper liberals, John Rawls, Thomas Paine, people like this. They, there is a tradition of liberalism, which is one that believes that the best way to expand liberal freedoms is through things like public ownership and state and welfare. And even like a guy like John Rawls even endorsed socialism as a system by which he didn't necessarily endorse the system. He believed in property owning democracy, but he did endorse, at the very least, like as an option for his liberal ideals was democratic socialism. You can say that's an idiosyncratic view and that's a minority view. Maybe that's true, but I don't think it's true that. I think a survey of liberal history would include people, at least like a couple of slides on people who believed in an expansive role for the government.
Okay, where would you personally put the switch being flipped then? All right, so like. Would it be like 50%? If the government owns 50% of the means of production, now it moves into now we can rightfully call it a socialist government. And if it's 49%, it's not like.
Yeah, the binary. On the binary. I don't know. I guess I typically would speak in relative terms. So if an economy is like if most of the GDP comes from the collectively owned entities, I would say, well, you got a mostly socialist economy right there. The actual binary classification, I don't know. I mean, you could. I say in my article, is this socialism was the question I asked myself, and I basically say that, look, I mean, if we could get to a scenario where 85-90% of the wealth is collectively owned, I mean, if you got an 85 or 90% on a test, usually that's considered a passing grade, So probably at a certain intuitive point, you just call it socialism flat out, but hard to say at what point.
Okay. You are saying that 90%, if you're at that point, 90% of the wealth in America is collectively owned. People can only access that wealth through the political process, through the government dispensing some sort of check to them. Correct?
Yeah.
Like how did they have access to wealth beyond that?
Well, the fruits of that wealth would be distributed through a democratic process, through the government, right? So you'd vote for the government, and they would do something with the money, obviously. In terms of meaningful access, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that we would typically think of ownership in quite that way. Like, for instance, if you were to have like a trust fund, you have a trust fund and it's going to pay out a certain amount of money every single year to you. But it's like an inheritance trust fund. I would think that would still be considered ownership, even though it's like in this kind of trust system.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have access to it. That's the whole point of a trust fund. You get access to it at a certain age, or you get access to a certain amount of it at certain times.
Well, even if it's paid, I'm saying like, even if it's like this, even if the stock is held and you're only paid out dividends from the stock
Right.
of wealth, I think that'd still be considered ownership or like wealth accumulation in some sense. And, collective ownership is not quite the same thing as
Well,
individual ownership. But
If you're making if you're getting the dividends, yes. But if the sovereign wealth fund is getting the dividends, I mean, that's the biggest problem I see with this, because obviously individual investors own a lot of wealth in the stock market, but in this situation, a lot of that wealth would be being bought by the United States government. So the investors would own, the public would own a smaller and smaller share of that as individual investors.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with your characterization, Adam. I agree that the public wealth that exists in society that's owned collectively is owned and controlled in a democratic fashion. But I guess most socialists would say that that's a feature, not a bug. I mean, that's what kind of makes that's what makes the wealth ownership horizontal, that we all have an equal say in how to manage that wealth and what to do with the fruits of that wealth. And obviously, you would disagree. You'd say that's bad, but I think that's a good thing.
Well, I just think it's technically. I mean, it puts us at the whims of the political process, which, I mean, you can have wealth accumulation outside of the political process in America. Obviously, if you want to start a business, build a business, and build wealth that way, you don't have to be a part of the political process at all, right?
Yeah, people obviously, most, that's what I already said. The top 10% of individuals own 67% of the wealth. I mean, you can individually accumulate wealth. Of course you can, right? But the dynamic of capitalism and private ownership is such that wealth concentrates to a pretty radical degree to, we see this in every society that has, capitalist markets, that, capitalist markets are good at creative destruction, innovation, things like that, because of market competition, the profit motive, things like that. But because of private ownership of that process, we see the wealth is extremely concentrated, right?
Yeah, it totally accumulates. I agree.
Right.
Yeah, but if the government owns 90% of the wealth and they're doling it out through a political process, isn't that going to be a highly demotivating thing for people to enter into private business, to start businesses, to even work, because they're not going to have access to any of that?
No, I mean, we go back to the example of the shoe shop owner, right? So in my system, the shoe shop owner, he can, he wants to start a business. Like, how does he do that? Well, he has to convince people. Why? What? What are you asking?
Why does he want to start a business if the government owns 90% of the wealth?
Because he still can own and control his business and his business's wealth, right? So my system, my practical incarnation doesn't abolish the private ownership of wealth, right? That I do think, I've said this 100 times now, that there's a lot of practical considerations to think about. But when it comes to the individual dynamics, like the reason why the wealth accumulates on the public side is just because the public is making investments, right? Like rich people like it when you make investments for the most part. Now, when a business owner says, I want to start a new business in a Conoboy system, he has all the same incentives, right? He maximizes profits. He can accumulate capital. He can, change the business how he wants. If he goes public, that's a choice that he can make, and he can retain as much of the shares as he wants, because you can list whatever proportion you want. If you only want to list 30% of your shares and you want to keep the other 70, you can do that, right? So you have all the same incentives in my system.
Those 30% of the shares are going to go to the government, though, right? Because they're the ones that are controlling the sovereign wealth and doing most of the investing.
Well, it's going to go to just anybody who's interested in the IPO. So that could be a lot of retail investors. It could be, like you said, a lot of the institutional public investors, right? It could just be wealthy, individuals who just have a lot of money hanging around that they want to, I want to buy 5% of this company because I think it's a good value. It's a stock market. You know,
Well,
anybody can buy the stock.
Yeah, but 80% of the money in that market, though, is going to be controlled by the government by necessity. If you're saying that the government controls 80% of the wealth, they control 80% of the assets and currency.
Right. So, for instance, 75% of our stock market is already owned by institutional investors, right? So the concentration isn't, I don't think, allocatively a problem. You can make arguments that my
they're
system,
private institutions, though, right? Correct? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm
privately
saying.
owned institutions.
Right. So
Right, but
again,
everyone's motivated to be involved in the markets to get their piece of the pie. And I'm
Right.
struggling here to understand if 90% of that wealth is doled out through a government program. It just seems like, why would I work at all? Unless you're going to be highly restrictive with this, what you're doling out.
you would work because capital income doesn't, it's not all income. You know, 2/3 of income is labor income, not capital income. So you'd still be incentivized to work. With regard to why would I be incentivized to still start a business? Again, it's because you have all the same incentives to start a business as you do now, right? You'd still be able to start a business, make profits. If you don't want to sell it to institutional investors that are public or private or other private investors, you don't have to, similar to how you don't have to do that now. However, if you want to raise a bunch of equity capital, well, you've got to be willing to sell part of your ownership to raise equity capital. If you don't want to raise equity capital and you just want to do fixed income or you want to charge royalties or something like that, you can do that too, right? I mean, you have all the same.
You could have a system where there's all these businesses that they go public. The government buys 49% of the shares. The rest of the 1% of the shares is owned by, the board of the company and the CEO and high-level people in the company, right? And they would not be co-ops; they'd be run the same way as capitalist companies. And you're saying that would be the system?
That could be the system for an individual institution, right? So if somebody says I'm gonna go public, but I only want to list 49% of my shares, then they don't have to do that. Well, they wouldn't all do that because again, like a lot of people just want to make money, right? So it's like I'm gonna list 90% of my shares because I want to cash in. I mean,
they don't want. Yeah, but they usually people don't want to give up controlling interest to a company that they create.
That's not true.
Unless they're just selling out and they just want to.
A lot of people do that. Like Bezos only owns. I think Bezos owns like 15% of Amazon. Like he doesn't own even close to a majority of Amazon, and the Walton family doesn't own a majority of Walmart.
Does someone own 16% of Amazon?
Does someone
own? An activist investor got involved and started buying up shares. That's how they would.
I'm saying like
can someone on the board?
Yeah, because you're saying Jeff Bezos owns 50%, but that's because he's like that. There's a bunch of other people that own shares. Does anyone own more shares than Jeff Bezos of Amazon?
No.
Well, okay, but you mentioned controlling interest, right? Well,
yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
by definition.
So it would still be a liquid market, right? So if you wanted to buy. They'd still be listing the share, like, because again, these holding corporations are engaged in an entrepreneurial activity, right? So they'd be buying the shares, selling them as well. They'd be holding them for like short and medium and long-term investment. So for instance, if you were like a big owner of a company and like, let's say the holding corporations, like all the different holding corporations own 70% of your company on the public stock market, number one, you made the choice to list the shares that way, right? So you made that choice and you can control that choice if you want. Number two, let's say that you're like, you know what, I think I want to take this company back private. I think that these public shareholders are fucking everything up, and you do see a lot of founders. Elon Musk did this. Tried to do this with Tesla, for instance. Like, I'm going to take it private again, so I can fully control what goes on in this company. You just buy a majority of the shares. You just buy back the shares at the strike price. You could do that at any time if you wanted.
If the government will sell them. How does this avoid the concentration of wealth? Because obviously, if you go to your example of the shoe store guy, he starts a mom and pop shoe store. He builds it up, he franchises, he ends up going public. He sells 30% of his shares to the government and cashes out. He's still fabulously wealthy. I guess the only thing he can really invest, he can invest the same way, according to you, right? He can buy shares in other companies and whatnot.
Yeah.
So how's it stop the concentration of wealth? How is it going to stop Elon Musk from still being...
Yeah, two main mechanisms by which the public capital kind of accumulates faster than the private capital. Number one is you've got principal investments on the side of the public. So every time you capitalize a new holding corporation or you further capitalize a sovereign wealth fund, that's like you're sort of necessarily taking private capital and making it public because you're taking, tax money and things like this, and then, using that and saying, go out and buy, part of the market for the public. So that's one way. Another way is that throughout the process of the voluntary transaction, if let's say that a guy lists whatever.
So you're taxing, just to be clear, you're taxing the guy, the shoe store guy. He just sold you 30% of the stock in his company, and you're coming by and you're taxing him. And then you're using that to make a capital investment on another company.
Yeah, we'd still have taxes in my system, of course. Yeah, you'd still pay taxes. Now I believe in a hyper efficient tax code, right? So I believe in basically only taxing consumption and not investment. But the second thing that I was going to say, the caveat is like why the capital in the public accumulates in my system and it doesn't just get out, eaten by the private investors, is because when a private investor, a lot aggregately speaking, when private investors sell their ownership to other investors, they don't use all that money for investment. They take a lot of that money and just consume it, right? They buy cars and houses and all this other shit, right? And so
Sure.
that's money that's not necessarily accumulating capital. And so those are the two main ways that, and you see this in other societies that really invest in their public wealth, that the private investment, it's not that private investment and private capitalization doesn't exist, it's just outstripped by public investment because, I don't know, the public just puts a lot of principal investment into it, and when you buy out the wealthy's shares, they consume a lot of it. And so the capital from the wealthy doesn't accumulate when they purchase basic consumption items.
See, yeah, this is something that I've been thinking about as well, because so let's say we're starting the Econoboy system up, okay?
Econoboy with socialism socialism with Econoboy characteristics, Dev, please. Proper name.
Econo-socialism. How about that?
Economism, yeah.
So we're starting it up, and you need initially you need to actually create these public holding companies. So you're going to probably be building them up using tax dollars. So that might be way more taxes than people want to pay, basically. But okay, you build them up, and then you have these companies buying stock in other private companies until they start to get a controlling amount in those private companies. But then when they reinvest, okay, maybe I'm just too stupid to get it, but like from what I understand, when you buy stock in a company and then the company does well, the value of the stock goes up. You sell the stock and you get a profit. It sounds like for the government to actually be able to enjoy any of the collective wealth, that it would also have to be selling stock as well. And if they're not selling it to someone who's a private owner, where's the money coming from?
Yeah, so it's a combination. Yeah, it's a combination of things. So, for instance, I think that number one, these holding corporations would have a dividend policy. So they would have like probably loose dividend guidance to where they would just like directly pay a dividend each quarter or each month or however they would do it.
To who?
So
the sovereign wealth fund? Who gets the dividend?
To the treasury, to the public treasury.
Okay.
The people, the owners. Then obviously the government does whatever they want with that money. Now you could also have a fiscal rule, which is kind of what you're describing, where you have like actual capital gains, where part of the portfolio is sold. So the question is, okay, well, who buy? Like if you just tell like the holding corporations to sell their stock, well, who the fuck's going to buy it when basically like the very same entities basically dominate the market? Well, the answer is proportionally those same exact entities, right? Because these are entities with hard budget constraints. So it would be a bunch of other private investors, and it would be the other holding corporations, which would want to essentially repurchase other stocks that are now in the open market. That's part of what I think, that's part of why I think that you'd have like this limitation on essentially like the upper limit on how much public ownership you could have. Like I say 75, 80% or something like that on the stock market, because you do need some kind of external liquidity and retail investors and like private investors that are able to purchase stock when it's sold on a fiscal rule in order, like you said, Dev, to capture capital gains for people. But I guess it's also possible that if you have a situation where the state basically owns like almost all of the stock market, I guess, like maybe you don't even, you could make the argument that you don't even need the fiscal rule at that point because the dividend payments are good enough. Like it's just like straight cash, injection at that point. You don't need the capital gains. But I don't know.
Wait,
I'm not
where
as
is it? I'm confused. Are the dividends coming from the private company's profits?
yeah. So each of these companies would have a dividend policy for its holding corp that it owns. So similar to how like Amazon has, a lot of companies don't pay a dividend, a lot of companies do. Those dividends would trickle up to the holding corporations, and then the holding corporations would make the decision about, okay, well, we got all these dividend payments, we got all of our own capital gains. That's our balance sheet basically that we've built. And we've got this guidance from our owners. So what do we do with this money that we have now? Like we've got this guidance where we need to pay a dividend to our owners, which is the public in this case. We want to make some reinvestments.
I understand that aspect. I guess what I'm asking is, in the system you're talking about, would it be set up so that if a company goes private, that they automatically have to pay dividends to the government, which would then turn around and distribute those dividends to the people or through social programs?
No.
Is that the system?
Dividend policy would be dictated by the boards at each company, right? And so if you were to have a private company and you were to own most of that company, well, you're the one who's basically deciding who's on the board. And so the board kind of is probably going to, whatever dividend policy you want is probably what the board's going to decide. Just like how it works in our current system.
Right. But if all the companies went 51%, or they went public and they can retain 51% of the shares, so the government would get zero dividends because they don't have 49% ownership, right?
Well, no, they would get the dividends in proportion to just whatever the dividends that are paid out. So the 51% of shareholders would still want dividend payments, right? Like the shareholders want you to pay them dividends, right?
I mean, a lot of companies don't have dividends.
Well, right, but then insofar as a company doesn't pay an actual dividend, you still have the capital gain associated with the stock as well.
No,
so
but Dev's question was like, if the government owns 80-90% of the stock, it seems like, how are they ever going to make? They can't sell it off. Well, they're going to sell it off.
So these are two different scenarios, right? If the government owns 75 to 80% of the stock, well then they have 75 to 80% of the controlling interest in these companies, right? And obviously that's not totally proportional, but you get what I'm saying. And so if that's the case, then the government's dividend guidance becomes essentially binding to those companies at that point. Now, in the case that like you're describing where, okay, well, the government's only at like 40% ownership and
just to be clear, when I said 75, 80%, I meant using what you were saying, that the government owns 80% of like the entire market, not necessarily 80% of an individual company.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're stuck in a rock and a hard place essentially. So either the government owns 80% of the market, in which case the dividend guidance that they give is binding, so the dividends trickle up to the state, or they own a much smaller minority into where they only own we only own 49% of every company, just as a kind of bizarre hypothetical. Well, the majority shareholders are still in large part, and we see this today, incentivized to pay out dividends to shareholders. Like there's a lot of dividend payments that get paid because those other shareholders want dividends to be paid out. They eventually want to, capitalize. They eventually want like capital gains or returns to their capital at some point. So either through dividends or through things like capital gains income. And so you're still incentivized as a shareholder, even if the government is only 49% owner, to provide capital gains or dividends to the people that own your shares.
Okay, so if I was going to describe this using socialist language, it would be that the surplus value that is extracted from the workers of a company, rather than going to the CEO of the company or the owner of the company, instead it goes into the collective dividend fund of the holding company, and then the government looks at that holding fund, that maybe it becomes part of the sovereign wealth fund or something, that there's a big pot of money that's been extracted from all these workers. And then you have various political parties that'll say, we're going to spend it on this social program. And then another party will say, we're going to spend it on this one instead. And then you can vote. Whichever party gets into power can spend that pot how they like.
Yep.
Okay. I think I understand.
Yep. Well, guys, it's kind of late for me, and we've been going for a little while. Are there any other chat or questions?
Yeah,
I think it's been
JMax super chat before he leaves.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks so much, our surrogate father, Daddy JMac, with the $400. Thank you so much.
That's a lot.
For $400 super chat. JMac says, the problem with trying to have a reasonable conversation with people like this is people with a liberal mindset should find his claim, quote, ideal society to be antithetical to our accepted idea of private rights. The fact that he can express these policies that are contradictory to liberalism and some just shrug speaks volumes.
well, we addressed that point in the conversation, our conceptions of freedom. So I won't repeat myself, but anyway, it's been a great conversation. No, I do. We got heated at certain points, but this was definitely pretty productive, guys. And thanks so much for inviting me on. It was fun talking, and just overall, I thought it was an overall pretty good conversation, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming
on. Yeah.
All right, bye, guys.
Take care.
See ya.
Well. And then there was one, guys. Also, I must have got rated at some point, but I don't think I got a notification for who rated me. So thanks to whoever did that, I guess. Streaming to almost 200 viewers at some point. That's pretty based. It was by Hutch. Okay, thank you so much, Hutch. Thank you so much, Father, as I should say. Being respectful. As you can see, I'm a little splotchy. It's been a long conversation. Start, live, and learn World War II. I don't know what that means, KW. Patience of a God. Yeah, it was getting testy there for a second, but I thought I did at least a decent job staying calm. How do you guys think I did? Did you think, did I do you proud, chat? Chat, was I a good socialist? And then it's like, no, actually, you were among the best. That's my goal, really. I want to be the meme where the Grim Reaper says, no, I'm told you were the best socialist. That's really what I'm hoping for. Are you ready for your Destiny debate? Easy money, I was born ready, okay? Born ready. Destiny is not nearly the caliber of debater as I am, okay? That's why I've made millions of dollars debating people on the internet, and he hasn't. Econo, I am a democratic socialist and have always considered myself such. Why do you take politics like a joke? Raymond, I don't know what you mean. I tend to take politics pretty seriously. Now, obviously, I'm not 100% serious all the time. I just try to, I don't know. It's just not my personality to take things super seriously. So proud of you, Econo Boy. Vague, I really needed to hear that, man. It's been honestly kind of getting to me, all these people who are kind of misinterpreting my positions when I feel like I spelled them out pretty clearly in my articles. Like, I don't think anything I said in this 3-hour-long conversation, I don't think any of it was untouched by the articles that I wrote. You're gonna just read the articles, I don't think I said anything new from basically what I wrote in those articles. Obviously, people don't want to read articles, but God, you'd rather listen to a guy talk for 3 hours than spend 25 minutes reading an article? I guess, I don't know. Some people would, I guess. Conway, how confident are you that 50+% ownership interest in the government is viable and desirable? Is it possible that a market equilibrium emerges below that? I gather these conversations tend to get hung up on the 80% number. I don't know. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, I'm very open to the steps along the way on balance of my other values being lower than 80 or 90%. Intuitively, I just take it that the Norwegian societies were able to get to, 60, 70% public ownership of wealth. And I take it that the stock market's already owned 75% by institutional investors. So the idea that you could essentially like displace 75% of investors in the stock market with public institutions, I take to be intuitive. But I also understand that my system's a radical departure of what, we currently do in society. So I take an experimentalist, incrementalist approach for that reason, that I understand that this is somewhat new. It's like, we got a lot of evidence here and there. We've got holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds and capital accumulation on the public, like we've got like all these different kind of, like individual pieces of evidence, right? But it's like, just because you've got all the ingredients doesn't mean you're going to necessarily make a good cake, right? It's like it seems like we know that the ingredients work to make a cake. We know that this cake can exist, and we've got the ingredients to make it. But, we got to go one step at a time, because I don't know if it's going to work out at every step of the way, So you got to have a practical kind of, understanding, I suppose, right? So we got to have a practical understanding. So Nonfon says, eating money, that's like so much work when I could be playing Roblox, says Nonfon. Nonfon, what's so much work? Okay. What's so much gosh dang work? Okay. Because I guarantee you this, doesn't matter how much work will be required. You do anything to save the shrimp. Pondering Politics donated $20. You curbed them. Adam is such a triggered loser. Good job. Listen, I understand. Now, look, I was triggered by Adam. I was triggered by him. He's a good guy, but I was triggered by him. I was triggered by him, but you know, I don't know. I don't have an ability to get that triggered by Adam. You know, Adam is okay. Man, my eyes are a little bit red. It's not because I'm high, guys. I haven't done edibles in months, okay? It's because I'm just pretty tired. Where's Ikami Boy? I've retired him at this point. Dev in the chat, I tried very hard to understand him actually. Dev, I hope you understand what I'm saying. Look, Dev, here's the thing, okay? These are some high-level ideas. Fucking the ideas are all the way up here, okay? They're all the way up here, all right? So maybe a fucking pea-brained fucking canoid like yourself can't understand them, all right? My favorite line is, it feels like I said the opposite multiple times. I do say that a lot, and I have had to say that a lot through the course of these debates, because, man, have I been saying the opposite of what many people have been ascribing to me. Holy. Eyes red like my flag. That's right, the goddamn American flag, okay? Or the fucking pride flag, and you can't see the red part of the Texas flag over here. Supposed socialist Econoboy, if that is his real name, taking money from Big Liberal. Thanks so much for being supportive, guys. Man, I can tell you, I just, you know, I don't know. It's been a long week, guys. You know, I've never really, I don't know. I've never really been the center of attention of, I don't know if I'm the center of attention, but I've been a center of attention in a good part of political discussion this week, and I am uncomfortable with it. You know, I don't think I'm built for this. I've considered retirement from online politics, or at the very least, just pulling back to a decent degree, you know, because it's been stressful, honestly. You know, it's kind of bizarre to have, you know, you got so many people kind of misinterpreting you and kind of saying what you didn't say, and it's given me a lot of sympathy, I think, for just, I don't know, just people who people talk about. It's given me sympathy for them, because it's like, damn, dude, it's frustrating as fuck to have so many people just, like, misrepresenting your views and shit, and not really, like, taking into account the holistic nature of them. With the left needing to band together to deal with Trump, is it really good time to hash out socialism right now? The left keeps fracturing IMO. Well, I mean, again, Par, my socialist project is one entirely devoted to voting essentially blue no matter who, right? So, you know, I'm very much not. I mean, this is just the flavor of the week, I guess. I don't think in a month we're going to still be having this conversation, hopefully, but you know, I do happen to think that this is just the flavor of the week, and I do happen to think that the main focus, you know, take our Live and Learn show that we just had, you know, the main thing that we spoke about was just a bunch of current event shit, you know, gerrymandering as an issue, you know, what are the Democrats doing strategically, you know, different goings on in the policy space, right? So I take your point, but it's important to be able to zoom out and just realize that, like, this is just kind of a flavor of the week thing. You know, in a couple of weeks, my socialism will be back relegated to where it belongs, in my very niche and hardly subscribed to Substack, where nobody will read or give a fuck about. So, you know, I think that's the goal here. Hold on. There were other super chats, and I feel bad for not reading them. I so rarely get super chats. I know how to bring them up. No, that's Adam and Sitch's channel. That's Adam and Sitch's show. There's a way to bring up these goddamn super chats. Okay, here we go. Top fans? No, that's not it. Pondering Politics, you're officially my top fan. Just learned that today. Okay, here we go. Damn it, there's a way to fucking see. Fan funding. Here we go. Found them all. Okay, here we go. All right, Econoboy, how did you scrub your Texas accent? I already answered that. Your financial thoughts seem more post-Keynesian. Here's a new one. Your financial thoughts seem more post-Keynesian than DIMSOG, except for the hard budget constraints, which I feel would lead to liquidity crises. You could say that. I don't know. You could say that. I mean, in terms of my practical, view, my practical view is kind of a more radical mixed market economy, but I just happen to have a socialist ideal. Complaining about woke stuff while Pearl clutching over an obvious joke and talking about freedom of speech issues from the left in light of what the current admin is doing. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That was all pretty bizarre, but what are you going to do? I don't know. Sitch and Adam are useful idiots for MAGA, says Stu Hedaso. Yeah, we didn't really get into it. I guess I could have gone on the counterattack and be like, well, by playing the centrist and by trying to have this nuanced view of MAGA, you're sanitizing the extremists in the MAGA movement. It's like, I tried to do that just generally speaking. It's like, I don't know, in some regard, like any ideological label, you're kind of like, vulnerable to that, I suppose. Here's my nonviolent contribution to the Socialist Wealth Fund. Thank you so much, Go Away Enhancer. Can Adam Sitch please explain how Convoy would nationalize a company? John, frankly, even after all that, I don't think that they could. And this is frustrating for me, guys, because I feel like I'm like explaining this shit in as clear a way as I can. And look, I don't claim to be a very, I'm not like a crazily good communicator or anything like that, but like I do feel like I'm explaining this pretty clearly. And I guess it is kind of a technical topic, right? But I'm not like, oh, it's just so hard to understand. That's why people aren't understanding. Like I don't know if this is truly just a me problem, right? But damn, dude, like it feels like it could be. I don't know, man. Anyway, someone sent me this in the Rhode Island State Senate special election, 56% Democratic overperformance. Yeah, I've learned not to put too much stock in these special election results, but it's not bad news. Not bad news. Will they fight against the authoritarianism in office right now? Yeah, I don't. That's a good question, Stu. Thanks for your donation. You curbed them. Adam is such a triggered. I already read that. I didn't mean to read that. I'm not trying to troll and read that twice. I already read that, Mr. Politics. Okay. Paz, I've got one more donation. Guys, this is so many donations. I don't think I've ever gotten this many donations. Paz says, I've already answered that, Paz. Next up, Tom Spaghetti. Any book recommendations? The two books I've read most recently, Political Theory of Liberal Socialism. I've skimmed through other books. I've skimmed through The Idea of Justice by Amartya Sen. I'm about halfway through this book, The Political Theory of Liberal Socialism. The Public Wealth of Nations and The Public Wealth of Cities are two books that I do recommend. I think they're pretty good books, so read those if you really want. Yeah, debate Dev on something, Josiah. Do it. Josiah, you're being called out to debate Dev. So I hope you're ready for the challenge when Dev accepts. Josiah does have some soy takes on Jasmine Crockett's racism, says Ace. That is a controversial statement, Ace. Stu says, Adam was reading the chat trying to find something to ask you. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know. It's okay. I mean, I just, I think it's fine to not have, I guess to some extent, this is an unusual thing to advocate for, and it's kind of a technical thing. Look, when I first spoke to Matt Brunig, I had a hard time. Like, not a hard time. I think I was ultimately fairly prepared in that discussion. I don't think I gave, like, an embarrassing, debate performance when I debated Matt Brunig the first time, but, Oh, you're calling me, Pondering? I don't think I gave an embarrassing debate performance, but it's like, I don't know, just try to be somewhat humble, I guess. Josiah.
What up, playa?
My brother. How are you doing?
I was bouncing back and forth between your debate and Hutch while nursing a wounded shoulder. And I think that was a superhuman effort. I was very proud of you, very impressed with your patience and also your dry sense of humor. My favorite part was, I think it was actually Sitch. It was like, I feel like, he said something, I feel like, and you're like, I feel like. I said the exact opposite multiple times. It's just, you had a really understated dry humor, and I appreciate it a lot more after that conversation.
Thank you so much, Josiah. It's my British genes poking through. I'm 2/3 British, in case you didn't know.
Listen, don't use that word, genes, Jesus, because Sydney Sweeney has gotten herself into a whole mess. Okay, I have to boycott American Eagle or Aeropostale or whatever it is. Hollister.
I apologize, guys. I apologize for using the word genes. I took an ancestry test.
If a liberal, let alone a socialist, were to say the word gene, Megyn Kelly's head will just spin around 360 and she'll start frothing at the mouth, and you'll be the subject of multiple videos.
Unfortunately, when I don't know, have you done one of them ancestry tests, Josiah?
I'm not. No.
You know what I got?
Think
I
you can
got
test divinity. I don't think you can test divinity. Thank you.
okay. No, I got 100% white. That's crazy, isn't it? 100%.
No. Looking at you and having conversations with you, I don't think so. No.
I just figured,
Um,
like, I don't know. I just figured I'd be like 1% something, But
I think you're
no.
100% awesome. I'm
Aw, thank you so
curious.
much.
What do you think about Mike Lawler, supposed moderate from New York, freaking out? Apparently, like, there's some articles that have come out in the past, like, 2 to 3 hours where, like, blue state Republicans are lobbying Mike Johnson, and some are doing it publicly, to stop the Texas gerrymander thing, to like speak out against it, because it seems like the threat, even the New York threat, which is kind of surprising because it apparently wouldn't be for until the next election cycle anyway, so like 2028.
Yeah, Josiah,
Um,
it's almost like our fucking theory that if Dems just stopped being pussies about this, the Republicans would kowtow was completely correct. And that bitch, Adam Lee. Sorry, go on.
I don't want to count our chickens before they roost, or whatever it is you all say in Texas. I don't want to like announce a premature victory, but they're panicking. There's at least some of them are panicking, and two have done so publicly. Mike Lawler is saying that he wants to introduce a bill that will ban gerrymandering nationwide. Number one, do you think Republicans would take that up? Do you think Mike Johnson would allow that to go to the floor? And number two, would it pass the House, then the Senate, and be signed into law by Trump, or do you think they're pretty committed to the Texas thing?
I don't know if you could accomplish. I don't think the current threats would accomplish that. But I mean, I think that one of the things that, like, the thing about the Republicans fucking around about this is that they could really end up finding out, because, like, if you look at the states that just like the biggest states that don't gerrymander, right, that have these independent commissions are blue states, right? Like California, New York, Illinois could gerrymander more than they already do, right? Like, you could like minus 10 the amount of seats that Republicans have. And if you maxed out in places like Oregon, Washington, Colorado, like you could minus like, maybe another like 5 to 10 if you really just maxed out your efforts. And so, I think if you did something like that and you saw an election result, which would be so fucking based, okay? I am a Marxist-Leninist. They were right about me the whole time, Josiah, okay? It would be so fucking based, okay? Democrats, midterm election, we get 49.8% of the vote, 52% of seats nationwide because of Democratic gerrymandering. Fuck you guys, okay? You've been doing this shit to us for years, okay? It's one of the reasons why I said, I told you that the best election result will be Kamala losing the popular vote, but winning the electoral college.
Yeah, because it would be gone the next day.
Oh no, fuck that! Fuck about it being gone. Josiah, I still hope this happens. I hope this happens. I'm gonna hope it happens every single election cycle until it happens, because not because the electoral college will be gone away with, but because the absolute euphoria that I would feel for a solid month. I would have a month worth of euphoria. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. We've got to respect the Constitution. The founders knew what they were talking. Small states need to be. Josiah, I would have a fucking field day with it. Okay, and it's denied to me every time. So that's why I hope it happens personally. But no, like,
it's just delayed gratification. It's just delayed gratification. Maybe it'll happen one day. But yeah, I don't know. I lost. So I was excited for the past like several days with the Newsom flexing and then Kathy Hochul stepping up. But actually, full disclosure, like last night, I had a hard time staying asleep because I politics for me. A lot of my peers in the space, and maybe even you're like this too. Like they're able to internalize the wretched state of affairs and with a really admirable Zen-like quality, and I'm not that sort of person. Like the doom scrolling, it weighs on me, and I take it very seriously. And so, seeing some of the weird, viscerally hateful reactions from Republicans on the gerrymandering stuff, like Abbott, even it was today or yesterday, was like, Yeah, we're going to go full steam ahead because we actually don't think that they'll be able to follow through with it. Just kind of like the distilled notion of like, I'm going to hit you because I don't think you can hit me back. It was just like really gross hearing from a Republican politician. And I got thinking about it. And it's like, I don't know that we win an all-out gerrymandering war. And so I wonder if maybe this is the best we can hope for is this like Mike Lawler sponsored, federal ban on gerrymandering. Now, of course, Republicans voted against it in 2021 in the For the People Act under President Biden. But that's what I was asking you about. Like, do you think we come out on top in a gerrymandering war, or do you think it's just a threat to either deter gerrymandering or to get a federal gerrymandering ban? Like, are those the only two options that work well for Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, you'd need the senators, right? You'd either need the senators or enough senators willing to get rid of the filibuster. I think you could pass you could just pass a federal gerrymandering ban on a partisan line as soon as the Democrats won the House. But, if you're saying like, okay, well, could they do that? Could you actually get it passed basically through the Senate? Well, then we enter in the absolute hellscape of, do Democrats actually care about any of these issues to get rid of the filibuster, or do they just use the filibuster as yet another excuse to not actually do the very major shit that needs to be done?
That's what stopped it last time. It made it through the House because we had the majority. It was a party line vote. I'm not sure if any Republican voted for it in the House. Maybe one or two did, and then it died in the Senate under Biden because of the filibuster. Every Democrat was in both chambers was behind it, but it died because of the 60 vote threshold. But no, I'm saying before the 2026 midterms. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. I think like if the only option is let them gerrymander or we gerrymander back, then obviously I want us to fight back. But I think I'm becoming increasingly convinced that we lose the gerrymander war. It's still worth waging anyway if they're going to keep it up, and that maybe the Lawler, maybe these panicked blue state, blue district Republicans putting enough fear into Mike Johnson to get some sort of federal ban on the table before the midterms might be the only way out. What do you think?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Before 2026.
It's possible. I would personally be extremely surprised if Trump would sign a bill like that. If you could get 60 senators to go along with a bill like that,
you don't think that they could convince him, like, "Hey, asshole, the reason we're doing this is because it's a fucking coin flip, so we might as well just take this off the table because
no,
you don't think so?"
I really don't. I don't think so because I think you do have, number one, like you said, you've got a lot of red state Republican, similar to like Mike Lawler in New York. People have the opposite incentive where it's like, oh, the only reason why I'm in office in Florida is because of the gerrymandering, right? Like you got so many Republicans that are like that, and they have relationships with senators, and you would need like an actually good framework as well, which I don't know if the Republicans would do a version of like nonpartisan gerrymandering, which would actually be good. You know what I mean? So,
you're right. They might find a way to fuck it up. There's also that Supreme Court case. Like the Supreme Court is hearing a case about, I'm blanking on it. But it's like racial gerrymandering or like majority race districts. I've seen like Mark Elias and legal experts say it's like it would be the final death blow to the Voting Rights Act or certain like Section 3 of the Voting Rights Act protections. Like they killed pre-clearance and in Holder v. United States or whatever it was under President Obama, which allowed a lot of rollbacks to voting rights protections. And this would kind of be like the final blow to that entire effort, which will make it even easier for Republicans to gerrymander because they won't have to worry like Alabama or Arkansas. The Supreme Court recently held that they had to have 2 majority black districts. I think it was last year. Even this conservative court said it. Preventing them from gerrymandering Alabama to the best of their ability, or maybe it was Mississippi. That could be off the table now. And so like between these like dual threats, the mid-decade redistricting, Supreme Court attacking this stuff, I don't know, man. I guess I'm fearing a Democratic backsliding into a potential permanent minority.
I don't know. I mean, I think I wouldn't be worried about permanent minority status. I mean, that exists as a much bigger problem in the Senate probably than in the House. Because look, at the end of the day, I mean, if you look at if you follow House election results, they're roughly proportional, right? Like they're not as bad as a lot of these states, right? Like a lot, you'll see like a state like Wisconsin where it'll be like, oh, Democrats
yeah.
get a majority of the vote, but like Republicans have 2/3 of the seats, right? But because of all these aggregate kind of gerrymanders across the country, and like because of I guess things like this where it kind of flares up and people will like re-gerrymander their stuff, that the actual like aggregate like population wide sort of result ends up being roughly balanced in the House, but in the Senate, it's like fuck, like
it's comical. Yeah,
that's tough in the Senate.
The last time we had that 50-50 split and we represented 40 million more Americans than they did. Yeah.
That's why like I think Democrats needed to be like, I don't know, like statehood for Puerto Rico and DC just needs to be like automatic. Like you need to do statehood
Absolutely.
Puerto Rico for DC. I would do every fucking territory. I'd just say fuck it, every single territory, make it a state. I don't give a shit that Guam has like 10,000 people in it. Make it a state. I don't care.
I think we also consolidate the Dakotas. I don't see a point in a North and South Dakota.
Why do we need two Dakotas? No, I totally agree.
No.
Split. No, unironically, like if that was like something you could, I don't know how you would do that, but like if you could split like you could split like Portland down the middle and then two halves of Oregon or something. Do like literally like state Senate gerrymandering. I would totally do that if I was like the governor of fucking Rhode Island or some shit. I was like, dude, can we just split this bitch in half? Like, who even cares about being one state? Like, I would totally do that, just to fuck with the Republicans. But at the very least, yeah, like I think, making all the territories states, at the very least, Puerto Rico and DC. Again, it's one of those arguments where it's like it's conveniently true, but it's also just probably the right thing to do. Like, why doesn't DC and Puerto Rico have senators? Right? It seems kind of weird.
Isn't our sanitized version of American history that we were founded on no taxation without representation, right? A violent revolution over that, and here you have, DC and Puerto Rico who have to pay taxes, but like don't get actual meaningful representation in either chamber of Congress. It's insane.
I think the founders would look at like. I think they would look at like a gerrymander like Florida and be like, has there not been a revolution yet? Like, what's the, like they'd be like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I think that.
Listen, after what you wore yesterday, you probably shouldn't be saying the word revolution. I'll say the word revolution.
Oh my God.
Because there's a degree of separation.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Well, listen, the other thing is, were you joking when you were like that this has been pissing you off and stressing you out, the negative attention? Or were you serious?
Oh no, I'm serious. Like it's been very frustrating. I think I guess not. I don't know. It's not like very frustrating. I'm not like trying to kill myself or anything like that in a video game. But it's like it's definitely annoying because I think with the internet community in general, it's like I feel like for the most part I built up a lot of goodwill with like a good chunk of people, even though I'm a smaller content creator. But it's like as soon as I released that, I became a democratic socialist thing, it's like, bro, people just became like so skeptical of me. And it's just like, dude, where the fuck? Like, this does not seem rational to me. Obviously, like, I'm autistic. My wife tells me all the time, you're autistic, this and that. So I'm just not understanding it, and I have a trouble relating. But I try to make it clear, like, guys, my actual, like, foundational political views haven't really. I went from a very progressive Nordic model defending like non-socialist to a very progressive Nordic model defending socialist, right? Like I'm saying we should go from 70% collective ownership to, if we can, let's go to 100. Like it's just like this doesn't seem like that worldly different, that like big giant world of a difference. But I think there is a lot of people who kind of, I mean, we see all the arguments, right? It's like, oh, well, now that you call yourself a socialist, you're like, whether you want to or not, you're giving cover for Marxist-Leninists, or you're a tanky.
Yeah, like, I think people, like, I think there are those who are either know you or familiar with you, depending on like the dynamic of the relationship. They're a peer in the space, or they're somebody who's consumed your content that are not giving you the good faith and the charity that I think you've earned. But like you're doing a debate with Steven and Wick, right? Or Wick moderated thing, a debate with Steven.
Yes, day 1 of Defending My Honor was today with Adam and Sitch. Day 2 is tomorrow with Ryan not McCulkey, Mullally. Fuck.
Ryan Macaulay Culkin.
Ryan Macaulay Lally. That's tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Thursday I'm supposed to be debating Des Tiny, as I like to call him, about basically the same topic. And so, hopefully that's the end of it. I mean, I've been trying to respond to Reddit comments. I was
curious when you're going to end the tour, because if you're getting aggravated, and buddy, I don't blame you. I went through I said to you guys through a text, I've said it repeatedly in stream or whatever. I'm like, I am stunned at how long this particular arc lasted over a fucking interview with the Vanguard. It triggered me at a couple of points. So like, I get it. And I'm like, this is absurd. But it
died.
Hopefully,
it died down. To be fair, it died down. But then, I don't even know what triggered it. But then Destiny started talking about Live and Learn and how, Econoboy's a socialist now, this and that, and throwing a little bit of shade, obviously, and that kind of like reignited it. And that's that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like resentful or anything like that for Destiny doing that, but it's just like I don't know, it wasn't. I don't think my articles were that controversial until a whole bunch of people started really, I guess, considering it. But I mean, from my perspective, again, I mean, I haven't actually really changed my political views that much. I just came to a much more robust normative understanding of what I think. And I would expect that the conversation with Destiny on Thursday, is going to be probably largely amicable. Like Destiny has literally debated.
I think it is.
Like my personal biggest inspiration is Matt Brunig. Destiny literally had a talk with Matt Brunig like several months ago, right? And that talk went just fine. Like Destiny wasn't like, he didn't say that Matt was a crazy socialist that wanted to get rid of, political parties or something like that. It was just like, oh, okay, well, maybe.
No,
like,
I think it's going to be pretty productive and amicable, 100%. The only thing I was going to advise is maybe you could cap it off with, because I know you like to do this, like AMAs. You obviously have the patience for it, or at least you do when you're at your best, and the stamina for it. Maybe that could be like the final cap off, where it's like, hey, listen, I'm really fucking tired of defending it in this way. So I'll do an AMA. I've gone through all these debates, these group debates, these one-on-one debates. I've been through the gauntlet, and the final round will be, an AMA style 2.5 hour, whatever it is that you've done a time or two before, and then say I'm done with it. Like, you have way more patience than me. Like, I'm even losing my patience on the vote blue no matter who thing with Mamdani. I put out like Cory Booker, who we talked about briefly on Live and Learn. I posted a tweet about how I said it's infuriating, and vote blue no matter who needs to cut both ways. And I had a bunch of people like, it's different when it's New York City, when it's a municipal race, and fuck Mamdani, he didn't do it first. And like I replied a bunch of times, and then finally it's just like I'm done. I'm done responding. So I get it. You have your limits, but maybe an AMA, maybe that would help. You could actually hear from the people.
Maybe. I mean, I don't, maybe, I don't know. I think, like, it's similar, you saw in the Sitch and Adam conversation as well, where it's like, I guess ultimately with a lot of people, like, I can say over and over again that I'm not a Hassan fan, and that I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, and that I believe in voting for basically the Democrats.
It feels like
right. It's just like, but I just have a sense that, there's an inkling in the corner of my eye. Like, well, what am I supposed to do?
Saying, and I have no evidence to disprove it.
Yeah,
feels.
It's like,
but my truth is,
yeah, and like Destiny has said this before on his channel, where he'll say like, oh, we've just seen it. We've just seen so many socialists become tankies, and it's like, I don't like. Maybe that's true. I feel like Hassan kind of started out pretty extreme. I mean, I guess to his point, like Hassan did say like for a time that he was a social democrat, but I don't know. I feel like I had clearly a much more methodical, and I think to be much more like thoughtful, I guess, change of opinion. I
I have
literally
nothing to compare it to except to say that it sounds like your progression is much more intellectually rigorous. There's much more intellectual rigor to what it is that you're doing. So, no, I think your conversation will be really productive. I'm sure it'll be just fine. And I just want to say, like, you killed it. This one, I was bouncing back and forth between you and Hutch, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot of coverage for for this conversation. But yeah, I just also wanted to express, like, hey, sympathy. Like, if you meant it that you were getting frustrated, like, I get it, and I think that you've gone well and above and beyond the call of duty to articulate your views in good faith against a lot of bad faith criticisms. So just want to share that with you, buddy.
thanks, Josiah. Thanks for the support.
Hey, man.
All right.
Did you say I'm your biggest fan? What happened? What was this? What'd I do?
I don't know. The thing it says your top like chatters, and you're listed as number 1. So you're listed as number 1 on my thing.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice. I'll take it. All right,
Thanks so
bro.
much, man.
Well, listen, you have a good night. See you next week.
You too.
Bye.
As a lib, I hope you send me to one of those super nice camps when the MLs take over. Okay, I'll try. Nathaniel, you're my only caller in that I'm accepting before I end stream, because I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and it's nearly my bedtime.
Okay, thank you. I was at Bible study, so I didn't actually watch you debate Adam and Sitch. I just know they're retarded.
Okay.
Can I say that on here?
Well, in my social society, Bible studying would be banned. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what came here to talk. But no, can I say can I cuss on here? Are you on Twitch?
I'm on Twitch, yeah. So I guess whatever
got it. No
TOS
N-word,
is, I
like
guess.
Like we normally say all the time when we're in
That's right.
voice
That's
chat.
right. Of course.
Yeah. So, okay. So look. Okay. Socialism. Right. I know you probably better than most of the people online. Okay.
Probably.
I get why people like Anna or people like Destiny would be extremely suspicious of socialists based on their experiences. Anna compared you dressing up like an e-commie boy to dressing up like a Nazi.
This is true.
I thought it would have been hilarious if you dressed up like a Nazi, personally. I thought that would have been great.
I can't say that would have been funny on my end, but
of course not. Yeah, no. You can't say that, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But here is why, like, I think a lot of the associations, and I think a lot of people are so suspicious, right? I linked you something in DMs, right? The Twitter post, right? The video of the DSA lead of the DSA steering committee, this thread, right? So the DSA is a very specific organization, right? It's not like the National Party where like everybody from Nick Fuentes to Mitt Romney votes Republican, right? It is a very specific ideological organization where people who are socialist are voting in there, right? And I think one of the issues, and I think this is kind of exemplified by the DSA that people have with socialists, is that these people are like the democratic socialists of America. These people, the members are some of the most influential Democrats in United States politics. And look, I love AOC, right? And I know the DSA is mad at her. Now I think she's a member. I voted for Zoran, right? But when you have examples like the one I linked to you, one of it is like, quote, Zoran from Daniel Golden, member of the New York City DSA steering committee. Zoran is literally attempting to do what conservatives say we want to do, which is to provide gender-affirming care to anyone who wants it for free. We're going to fly people in and pay for the hotel rooms, right? Now, I'm going to go through more of the thread because that's probably like the least objectionable thing, right? DSA has regular meetings with him, let alone his team. His policy director is my friend. I've been working with his campaign manager for over a year. Right? These are not. These are people that are like very directly influencing and organizing with high-profile politicians, and they're not shy about it. And the politicians are proud of it. And in these same things, people they have these same like panels, and they have these same like meetings and policy discussions where it's like abolish the family, right? I want to be performing abortions in a church, right? We should like collectivize child rearing and things like that. And like the moderate position on these panels is like, oh, well, we should like have all these things, you know, not as like an end in and of itself, but to like provide. So like you have these extreme positions, and these people also wearing masks indoors in 2025, right? These super extreme positions who are like not affiliated with prominent like Democratic politicians who are loud about their affiliation, who are not being denounced about their affiliation. And these are the Democratic socialists, and they're fucking whack jobs, dude. These are crazy people, right? If you get Nick Fuentes in a dinner with Donald Trump, right? As soon as something weird comes out, he's like, oh, I don't even know him. I don't know this, and that, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? You get Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think it was going to AFPAC and then was like, oh, no, I can't do it, right? Because Republicans are, I think, have for years, even though I think they are broadly very extreme and more extreme, they're better about like not about like distancing themselves from their craziest influencers, right? I think you don't get Hassan palling around with all these Democratic candidates and with Zoran and with AOC and with whatever. You don't get like the DSA having these crazy positions, like these sane, sensible, like we're democratic socialists, we're not even Marxists or whatever, with the DSA. You don't get these people palling around with Zoran, and you get them like, if it happens, it's denounced, it's, I don't know about these people, whatever. Look, even if the GOP is more extreme in practice, like the label of socialist and the label is just associated with these people, right? And these people are influential, and these people are hiding their power level, right? It's like when the fascists do, I'm just America first, okay? I'm not racist, I'm just a white identitarian, right? I'm a race realist, right? Like this is what the socialism label comes off as. Look, and I know you enough to know that you're not retarded, right? Most of the time, right? Until you do jujitsu, okay? That you are, you know, not like, you have like this Norwegian model of social wealth funds, and you think egalitarianism is good, and you want to go further, blah, blah, blah. But this is not like the label of this is, I think, the people that are so influential in democratic politics, right, that are influential to these like populist candidates and are so fucking crazy, have this socialist label and are hiding their power level so much, or not even, I don't even think they're hiding their power level actually, like, but they put the label like democratic socialists, like these are the soft socialists, and then you get the people online who are like so hiding their power level. I think it makes sense that everybody is associating like, oh, you're a fucking tanky in disguise, you're a Marxist-Leninist. These people, like, you know, these crazy people that are tankies or Marxist-Leninists or insane people have real power. And I think that it's dangerous, right? And look, maybe socialism is an accurate label for you, right? Probably is. I've thought about it a lot. I read part of your Substack, not the whole thing, because I'm illiterate, right? But I think it's just, I don't know. This kind of like association just makes me very wary. And it doesn't make me wary for you, again, because I know you well enough.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've always conceded the pragmatics of this, right? Like, people have said, like, oh, but it just seems like people are going to be kind of skeptical of you because a bunch of cringe people call themselves socialists and this and that, and it's like, yeah.
And the cringe people are like
totally
super
agree.
influential, and the cringe people are like bragging about being influential and not being denounced.
Are
right?
they? I mean, I don't really think. I mean, look, we'll see. Ultimately, I'll just put a pin in it and say we'll see. We'll see how Mamdani governs, right? You know, we'll see what he does. I mean, it seems like he moderated at the very least his campaign rhetoric, and he proposed a much more narrow platform than what he probably actually believes in. And like I said, we'll see what he actually does when he's in office, you know, and we'll see like the people he appoints, and you know, we'll see like, you know, I like, for instance, some people criticize, like Biden had appointed, there was that one like non-binary person who was bald, who was like,
no, that upsets me a lot. Like the trans health director, who,
and it was like,
by
I
all
guess,
accounts, was very qualified, and just keeps getting like, anytime I'm like, Trump has terrible cabinet picks, they just post that, and I'm like, first of all, this is like a fairly minor position, and also like she's just trans. Like it seems like it was extremely qualified, but did a very good job regardless.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't, you know, we'll see like the kind of people that Mamdani surrounds himself with as mayor, and just go from there. You know, I just think that when we look at Mamdani's in a unique case because Bernie Sanders and AOC don't hire that many people, right? They're just senators and members of Congress, right? So he's in a unique position where we'll get to see like hundreds of different people that he hires, and like maybe it's like breaking news: Mayor Mamdani proposed, you know, like literally does like litter boxes in
Kills
schools
all
or
the
something.
landlords, you
Yeah,
know?
I don't know, like I'm just joking. I don't think that that'll happen. Obviously, I think that's a bit of a thing.
Kill them. Let their landlord blood run out in the streets. You know?
Right, just
Doing
like
my
stupid
best to
shit.
sound-
But I just don't think that'll. I think you'll see like certainly some people that are maybe controversial that he appoints, and he is a socialist and a dim sock, so he probably has very far left views on a lot of things. But I just don't think that he's. You know, my instinct is that he's going to govern in a fairly cooperative fashion with the moderates in, you know, the party, and I think he'll be probably a better mayor than, well, definitely better than Eric Adams, I would say, but probably better than like Bill de Blasio, who was like a progressive.
Dude, I really wish Eric Adams wasn't corrupt because like he did get rid of the rats. Okay, I got to give that to him. And if he wasn't
true.
corrupt, I would probably be voting.
He
for
did
him again,
endorse the
honestly.
technology of the trash can to New York City, which
Dude,
was...
I don't know how we discovered that. You know, with this new high tech technology, but we somehow made it.
I just couldn't. I literally thought the video was fake because it's literally the mayor of New York that's like, we got this new thing, the trash can. And he like demonstrates how to use a trash. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Do New Yorkers not have fucking trash cans? Apparently not. I was shocked. But
yeah.
Anyway, I take your
got
point
the,
though, that basically like, you know, it's similar. Like if somebody comes up to you and says that they're a Republican, that probably has a lot of negative connotations nowadays with MAGA and all that shit, right? But I don't think that people like. I just don't think I've heard many people say like people like Connor, right? Like I think Connor still calls himself a Republican. I haven't heard many people say like, oh, like because Connor calls himself a Republican still, he's giving cover to like your Marjorie Taylor Greene, Stephen Miller types.
I don't think that's quite like analogous.
Bruh,
I think the more
it's 1-to-1.
I think the more analogous thing would be like you have like what's Nick Fuentes's? You have the America First movement, right? And America First, you have tons of these if you have someone who's saying they're like, I'm America First, right? And like theoretically, like all America First means is like, I'm putting American interest first. But America First is like advising all these politicians and like they're have this own party and they're endorsed by politicians, and politicians like, yeah, I'm America First. And I think that is like that does happen, right? That's 1-to-1. It's not like entirely coordinated by Fuentes, right? But like I think that's more of a 1-to-1 thing, right? And again, I'm not even saying that this is like the same levels of extreme necessarily. I think the Republican Party is generally going to be more extreme than the Democratic Party, but I think that's more analogous because like the DSA, the socialist movement, is a much more like insular. It's not like the Democratic Party, right? Like this would be like saying like your previous example would be like saying I'm a Democrat and someone associates you with the DSA, whereas this is like, oh, I'm a socialist. And that, like, the DSA is the socialist organization in America, right?
Yeah, I take your point about, like, the narrow stigma of the term, but I don't know. I just, I think when you...
who's in the call, you said? It's me, General Disassembly, okay? Also, you're gay. Anyway, sorry, I saw the comments there.
Really coming down on my chatters here. No, but I think... Yeah, I don't know. I just think that I'm just not them. You know, I'm built different. And I think if people want to say that basically, hey, like what? It's just like you just shouldn't use the label because some people might get radicalized by other people that it's like, what are we even talking about here, guys?
I think you shouldn't. I think it's like if I like, you know, I don't dude, it's like if I was like, guys, it's hard to do anything without argumentum ad Hitlerum, you know, like it's hard to do anything like that, right? I just think that this is like, it's like because the movement is currently influential and that current movement is so toxic that it's best to stay away from it. If this was like, if you're like bringing back like some old, if you're talking about like Georgism, like there are no Georgism government, Georgism doesn't have that history, like whatever.
Yeah, I understand. The socialist label, I agree with all the pragmatics, that there's like a margin of people that are kind of turned off by it, this and that. And there's like a margin of people that use the label who are really cringe, right? So I would agree with that. But I don't know. I just think that, like, I'm comfortable in the philosophical, like, kind of like Western socialist tradition. So that kind of like just that tradition I'm comfortable in. And then it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't agree with fucking whatever, like Mamdani and Bernie and AOC and fucking all these other like elected dim socks. Like, I don't agree with them, but
the New York rent freeze, the Mamdani's pop. You should do, so you should.
Well, I was just gonna say that
of some elected people,
No, I was just gonna say, like, I don't agree with them on everything, but like I'm a lot more comfortable, I think, in that group than like the broader Democratic caucus. Like I disagree with like Ilhan Omar on probably a lot of shit, but I probably disagree with like Chuck Schumer on even more shit. You know what I mean? So it's just
Ilhan's a lot hotter than Chuck Schumer though. So
Chuck Schumer's a looker though. The glasses do it for me. But anyway, all right, Nathan. Anything else you want to talk about? I want to get off. It's really late.
It's true. Nope. Read your Bible. Make sure to pray, everybody. Okay.
By Bible, he means volume 1 of Capital, by the way. Okay.
True. My bad. All right. I'll see you later, bud.
All right. See you later. Boy, if this was indicative of what the rest of my week is going to look like, it's going to be a long one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, DSA has the same problems a lot of political organizations do. They become incestuous and, what does that say? Os touch, and they develop more and more in-group language. Yep, that's probably true. If we do not disambiguate the propagandized fear of the term from the term, we are going to limit ourselves when we do need to get serious about UHC and policies that reset to help normal people live. Well, again, I mean, I don't know. I just think people like the Democrats do, or Democratic Socialists do a pretty good job of that. But your examples of people you look up to get hate, I mean, I understand that, infallible. I don't think I'd ever disagree. Chuck got some riz. I do think he's pretty rizless. AOC isn't going to talk. Oh, missed it. Economy boy, says Dev. Unbelievable. Communist Jesus, says Desolate Mirror. Wow. It's going to be, is this really socialism the whole time? I don't know. I don't think we'll get into that. I'm going to do my absolute best to just move beyond that in the conversation as quickly as possible. This would also apply 10 times more to the label neoliberal, which half of these people have embraced, despite being self-described social democrats. Maybe. Yeah, set the definition of socialism. Guys, lordy, lord. I believe I got one more donation, and I really do appreciate it, guys. I never get this many donations. Thanks for coming over. Your Wealth Fund idea is interesting, and appreciate you walking us through it. Seems like you've given a lot of thought. The wormhole, I have given it a lot of thought. Oh my God. Jesus, I didn't get any sleep last night. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been great to see so many people in the comments, supportive comments, even people who disagree, of course. You guys are nice. I love my stream audience. It's always nice to be able to turn on the stream, get 50 to 100 people. Thanks so much for the Hutch viewers who came in. If you like what I talk about, obviously subscribe, like the stream, follow my Twitch channel. This is your chance to do that. And I sure do hope that everything I said sounded explainable and sensible. If it does not, if it doesn't sound sensible or explainable, there's a link. Okay, if you're watching this, I think it's on this side of the chat right here. It's going to be up here, I think. There's a link, my writing, okay, econoboy.substack.com. My last 3 articles are what I think to be a pretty clear explanation of where I'm coming from. So go onto my Substack, follow it, read the articles, and then you're going to learn some socialism. Hope all that's understandable. Last thing that I'll say, reminder, guys, tomorrow I'll be streaming at roughly the same time, and it'll be a debate against Ryan Mullally about property rights, and I guess, how evil socialism is, which I find that to be a difficult position to defend personally. And then on Thursday, I will be having what I hope to be my final debate about socialism in a good long while. It'll be a debate against Destiny, hosted by Wick TV. I will be doing a charity stream. I think I'm going to do I don't know. I've thought about how to do the donations. I think I'm maybe going to split it between Palestine and Ukraine. I don't know what I should do, guys. There's so many charities, and it's hard to pick which one to. It's like you feel bad donating to one because you want to donate to all of them. It's going to be some kind of Palestine other organization charity drive, okay? Anytime you donate to me, any money you donate to me on Thursday, it's going to a charity, and I'll probably do some kind of match or something like that as well. I'm going to throw, obviously, some of my own money into the bucket. Feel like, hey, if I'm going to stream to a couple hundred people and get a decent amount of views, might as well do a charity stream. First time I've ever done something like that, so, hopefully it goes well. I don't know. It seems simple enough. Just, hey, I'm going to donate all this money to charity, and so donate, and I'll donate it. So, I don't know. We'll do that later, I guess, but anyway, guys, that's on Thursday, roughly at the same time. Super fun talking. I'm leaning back in my chair because how tired I am. It's been great talking to everyone. Remain in the trenches, okay? I'll remain in the trenches as much as I can. And for everyone that's approached this stuff